right. Mic check, mic check. What is going on in the realm? How are we doing? I see. Oh, Gerald Mack, man. What's going on, man? $5 super chat. Shout out to the Lords and the best gaming podcast in the business. All hail the ILP, LordCognito, Solve, Lord King, Lord Addict. Salute. Gentlemen, salute. Gerald Mack, thank you, brother. Much appreciated. Let me know how my levels are sounding. We got the legendary Harold Goldberg with me right now during mic check. Hustle says my audio levels are good. Harold, talk to the people right quick. I want to make sure they hear you okay.
Hey, everybody, man. It's Sunday, the Lord's Day. You have to be on the podcast today because it's the Lord's Day.
No doubt. All right, Gerald. All right, so Hustle says I sound good. Gerald, you can turn it up a little. Who you want to turn up? Let me know, Gerald. Who you need to hear more? Hustle and Motivate, $2 super chat. Thank you. Great to see everyone. No doubt. Salute. Sith Lord, what's going on? Lord Metroid, what's up? What's going on? Will, BJ, IMAX, what's going on? Oh, turn both of us up. Okay, all right. I can do that. I can do that on our side. Turn both of us up. Turn this both up a little bit. Let me know how that sounded to you. And then let's give Harold one more mic check.
Yeah, hey everybody, I'm here. I want to talk to you. I want to hear your questions. Talk a little bit about my career and
Absolutely.
Video Game Critics Circle. It's going to be good.
Oh, we glad some fun. All right, no question. Thank you, Hustle. Astro Parrot King, what's up, man? You good on the memes? You good on the memes? So look, we're gonna get the rest of the lords up in here. You know King is gonna come in, so it will be interesting. No doubt. And we're just doing a little mic check for you guys, but I appreciate y'all in here early.
Hey, I want to get a proper show you guys some stuff. So let me do that. I'll be back in about a minute. Okay.
Hear ye, man. Welcome to the show. If you would not mind, go ahead and find yourself a spot, get comfortable, grab a snack, do all that good stuff that we need to do, and we're about to get started. It's not important who I am. What's important is that you are pulling up to the Iron Lords podcast right now as we speak, and I guess I'm here to keep you entertained until it's time to get this show started. So look, y'all done messed up and turned me to an animal, and haters be swearing they real, but come to find out that they really mechanical. And yeah, I be eating these rappers, but that's all a part of me being a cannibal. And they say I'm better than money because you can bank on me being accountable. I know a million rappers that don't want to be on a song with me, that's understandable. I kill a beat and they want to compare me to Freddie and Jason. I'd rather be Hannibal. They be like, why use a video game? Just be original, y'all too dramatical. I know it's random, but I am addicted to flipping the sample and making it flammable. This is that yoga, fire, flame. They think it's arson up in the apartment, they call it department and I get the blame. Still I be running, collecting them rings. You just a target when I'm in the range. I was the hardest to start regardless back when you was messaging people on AIM. Check my vocals, all on Twitter but I'm anti-social. Love my city but I'm still bi-coastal. I got let's switch that up.
What is you doing?
What I wanna do,
Don't
man.
stop. Nah, that was dope.
I'm
Keep
just
that
super
going.
nice.
Keep that going. Nah, go ahead.
Look, I guess you could say that I'm very spoiled. For them to be your dogs, they ain't very loyal. But I ain't gonna hold you, I ain't here to boil you. You ain't gotta say it, I'm embarrassed for you. Always been a nerd, never been a loser. Making Voltron with a gang of cougars, and I'm going places. Better tell a Uber, cause it's pretty hard to sleep on Freddy Krueger. Let's do that again. Hear ye, man. Welcome to the show. If you would not mind, go ahead and find yourself a spot, get comfortable, grab a snack, do all that good stuff that we need to do, and we're about to get started. It's not important who I am. What's important is that you are pulling up to the Iron Lords podcast right now as we speak, and I guess I'm here to keep you entertained until it's time to get this show started. So look, y'all done messed up and turned me to an animal, and haters be swearing they real, but come to find out that they really mechanical. And yeah, I be eating these rappers, but that's all a part of me being a cannibal. And they say I'm better than money because you can bank on me being accountable. I know a million rappers that don't want to be on a song with me, that's understandable. I kill a beat and they want to compare me to Freddie and Jason. I'd rather be Hannibal. They be like, why use a video game? Just be original, y'all too dramatical. I know it's random, but I am addicted to flipping the sample and making it flammable. This is that yoga, fire, flame. They think it's arson up in the apartment, they call it department and I get the blame. Still I be running, collecting them rings. You just a target when I'm in the range. I was the hardest to start regardless back when you was messaging people on AIM. Check my vocals, all on Twitter but I'm anti-social. Love my city but I'm still bi-coastal. Let's switch that up.
What is you doing?
What I wanna do,
Don't
man.
stop. Nah, that was dope.
I'm
Keep
just
that
super
going.
nice.
Keep that going. Nah, go ahead.
Look, I guess you could say that I'm very spoiled. For them to be your dogs, they ain't very loyal. But I ain't gonna hold you, I ain't here to boil you. You ain't gotta say it, I'm embarrassed for you. Always been a nerd, never been a loser. Making Voltron with a gang of cougars, and I'm going places. Better tell a Uber, cause it's pretty hard to sleep on Freddy Krueger. Let's do that again. Hear ye, man. Welcome to the show. If you would not mind, go ahead and find yourself a spot, get comfortable, grab a snack, do all that good stuff that we need to do, and we're about to get started. It's not important who I am. What's important is that you are pulling up to the Iron Lords podcast right now as we speak, and I guess I'm here to keep you entertained until it's time to get this show started. So look, y'all done messed up and turned me to an animal. And haters be swearing they real, but come to find out that they really mechanical. And yeah, I be eating these rappers, but that's all a part of me being a cannibal. And they say I'm better than money because you can bank on me being accountable. I know a million rappers that don't wanna be on a song with me, that's understandable. I kill a beat and they wanna compare me to Freddie and Jason. I'd rather be Hannibal. They be like, why use a video game? Just be original, y'all too dramatical. I know it's random, but I am addicted to flipping the sample and making it flammable. This is that yoga, fire, flame. They think it's arson up in the apartment. They call it department and I get the blame. Still I be running, collecting them rains. You just a target when I'm in the range. I was the hardest to start regardless back when you was messaging people on AIM. Check my vocals, all on Twitter, but I'm anti-social. Love my city, but I'm still bi-coastal. I got. Nah, let's switch that up.
What is you doing?
What I wanna do?
Don't stop. Nah, that was dope.
I'm
Keep
just
that
super
going. Keep that going. Nah, go ahead.
Look, I guess you could say that I'm very spoiled. For them to be your dogs, they ain't very loyal. But I ain't gon' hold ya, I ain't here to boil you. You ain't gotta say it, I'm embarrassed for ya. Always been a nerd, never been a loser. Making Voltron with a gang of cougars. And I'm going places, better tell a Uber. Cause it's pretty hard to sleep on Freddy Krueger. That's... Whew. Let's do that again. Hear ye, man. Welcome to the show. If you would not mind, go ahead and find yourself a spot, get comfortable, grab a snack, do all that good stuff that we need to do, and we're about to get started. It's not important who I am. What's important is that you are pulling up to the Iron Lords podcast right now as we speak, and I guess I'm here to keep you entertained until it's time to get this show started. So look. Y'all done messed up and turned me to an animal. And haters be swearing they real, but come to find out that they really mechanical. And yeah, I be eating these rappers, but that's all a part of me being a cannibal. And they say I'm better than money because you can bank on me being accountable. I know a million rappers that don't wanna be on a song with me, that's understandable. I kill a beat and they wanna compare me to Freddie and Jason. I'd rather be Hannibal. They be like, why use a video game? Just be original, y'all too dramatical. I know it's random, but I am addicted to flipping the sample and making it flammable. This is that yoga, fire, flame. They think it's arson up in the apartment. They call it department and I get the blame. Still I be running, collecting them rains. You just a target when I'm in the range. I was the hardest to start regardless back when you was messaging people on AIM. Check my vocals, all on Twitter, but I'm anti-social. Love my city, but I'm still bi-coastal. I got. Nah, let's switch that up.
What is you doing?
What I wanna do?
Don't stop. Nah, that was dope.
I'm
Keep
just
that
super
going. Keep that going. Nah, go ahead.
Look, I guess you could say that I'm very spoiled. For them to be your dog, they ain't very loyal. But I ain't gon' hold ya, I ain't here to boil you. You ain't gotta say it, I'm embarrassed for ya. Always been a nerd, never been a loser. Making Voltron with a gang of cougars. And I'm going places, better tell a Uber. Cause it's pretty hard to sleep on Freddy Krueger. That's... Whew. Let's do that again. Hear ye, man. Welcome to the show. If you would not mind, go ahead and find yourself a spot, get comfortable, grab a snack, do all that good stuff that we need to do, and we're about to get started. It's not important who I am. What's important is that you are pulling up to the Iron Lords podcast right now as we speak, and I guess I'm here to keep you entertained until it's time to get this show started. So look. Y'all done messed up and turned me to an animal. And haters be swearing they real, but come to find out that they really mechanical. And yeah, I be eating these rappers, but that's all a part of me being a cannibal. And they say I'm better than money because you can bank on me being accountable. I know a million rappers that don't wanna be on a song with me, that's understandable. I kill a beat and they wanna compare me to Freddie and Jason. I'd rather be Hannibal. They be like, why use a video game? Just be original, y'all too dramatical. I know it's random, but I am addicted to flipping the sample and making it flammable. This is that yoga, fire, flame. They think it's arson up in the apartment. They call it department and I get the blame. Still I be running, collecting them rains. You just a target when I'm in the range. I was the hardest to start regardless back when you was messaging people on AIM. Check my vocals, all on Twitter, but I'm anti-social. Love my city, but I'm still bi-coastal. I got. Nah, let's switch that up.
What is you doing?
What I wanna do?
Don't stop. Nah, that was dope.
I'm
Keep
just
that
super
going. Keep that going. Nah, go ahead.
Look, I guess you could say that I'm very spoiled. For them to be your dogs, they ain't very loyal. But I ain't gon' hold ya, I ain't here to boil you. You ain't gotta say it, I'm embarrassed for ya. Always been a nerd, never been a loser. Making Voltron with a gang of cougars. And I'm going places, better tell a Uber. Cause it's pretty hard to sleep on Freddy Krueger. That's... Whew. Let's do that again. Hear ye, man. Welcome to the show. If you would not mind, go ahead and find yourself a spot, get comfortable, grab a snack, do all that good stuff that we need to do, and we're about to get started. It's not important who I am. What's important is that you are pulling up to the Iron Lords podcast right now as we speak, and I guess I'm here to keep you entertained until it's time to get this show started. So look. Y'all done messed up and turned me to an animal. And haters be swearing they real, but come to find out that they really mechanical. And yeah, I be eating these rappers, but that's all a part of me being a cannibal. And they say I'm better than money because you can bank on me being accountable. I know a million rappers that don't want to be on a song with me, that's understandable. I kill a beat and they want to compare me to Freddie and Jason. I'd rather be Hannibal. They be like, why use a video game? Just be original, y'all too dramatical. I know it's random, but I am addicted to flipping the sample and making it flammable. This is that yoga, fire, flame. They think it's arson up in the apartment. They call it department and I get the blame. Still I be running, collecting them rings. You just a target when I'm in the range. I was the hardest to start regardless back when you was messaging people on AIM. Check my vocals. All on Twitter, but I'm anti-social. Love my city, but I'm still bi-coastal. I got... Nah, let's switch that up.
What is you doing?
What I wanna do
Don't
is-
stop. Nah, that was dope.
I'm
Keep
just
that,
super
keep
nervous.
that, keep that going, keep that going. Nah, go ahead.
Look, I guess you could say that I'm very spoiled. For them to be your dogs, they ain't very loyal. But I ain't gonna hold you, I ain't here to boil you. You ain't gotta say it, I'm embarrassed for you. Always been a nerd, never been a loser. Making Voltron with a gang of cougars. And I'm going places, better tell a Uber. Cause it's pretty hard to sleep on Freddy Krueger. That's... Whew. Let's do that again. I'ma just chill and watch them and eat snacks in the attic. I wanted to chill with the pack and be like a young whoop, but then they would mistake me for addict. If I can imagine it's cool to give you some advice, then invite your girl to your squadron. Cause if you don't give her that option, you gon' be single player like Sovereign. You gon' get tossed in the bushes by King David. Royalty and not a pretender. Detrimental to an elemental, what's an avatar to a knee bender. I gotta be me though. I know it's my destiny, word to Cognito. Who cares if you fly, if you still a mosquito? You swear you ain't stuntin', but really be Steve-O. You like to collect stuff and that's cool, but I got bad news. Even if you really was that dude, King David still be the king of the statues. Since a juvenile, I've been cursed with a curse to be musical. And if you hate it, we'll meet in the crucible. Other than that, then it's cool and it's beautiful. We let you know that your dreams are pursuable. Whatever you wanna do, then it's doable. If you got work on a Sunday, it's suitable. Cause you can listen to this in your cubicle on the Lord's Day. Woo. If you got work on a Sunday, it's suitable. Cause you can listen to this in your cubicle on the Lord's Day.
All right, mic check, mic check. Let's do a roll call, mic check. Let's talk to the legend, Harold Goldberg. We get a mic check, sir.
Yeah, hey everybody, how's it going?
Yeah, looking good, looking good. King, let me get a mic check with you. Make sure you both.
I'm feeling a little fantastic today.
A little fantastic.
A little bit super excited.
Super
Mr.
excited.
Fantastic.
Yeah, all right, Mr. Fantastic. So soft. Get a mic check, sir.
Hola.
Ooh, that's too smooth. That's too smooth.
Smooth.
All right. Hear ye. And we are live. Welcome to the Iron Lords Podcast, LLC, and also live on lordsofgaming.net. Episode number 296. 296. Y'all, we getting close to a number.
Wow.
Getting close to a
Close
number.
that big number.
Ooh, that number. It's yeah. And it's another glorious Sunday. We're back at the round table on the Lord's Day. I'm extremely excited about our special guest, and we've got the New York Video Game Critics Circle, Diablo 4 Beta, Castlevania trademarks, PlayStation 5 Pro rumors, and Ratchet and Clank Rift Apart to PC. I wonder whose topic this is to discuss. So we gotta get right into it. I want to introduce a Lord whose illustrious career not only traverses music, film, and pop culture, but whose undeniable passion for the art form of video games truly make him an advocate for the underserved communities within our beloved Empire State. Introducing the journalist, author / producer, and also the founder of the New York Video Game Critics Circle and the New York Game Awards, the Lord of Talking Games with Reggie. And at award show, Harold stay shining. He sneaks the Day of the Dead artwork in the tailor suit lining. Live from the Lower East Side. And proudly making his debut into the realm of the Lords, my man, Lord Harold Goldberg of NYVideogameCriticsCircle. How we doing, sir?
Oh man, we have to sign you up for the next Game Awards to do the intro, man.
Yes.
That is like the best.
Mhm.
That is the best intro I've ever heard. That is just awesome, man. That is preaching the gospel on the Sunday, Lord.
Woo, bring it in. I'm feeling good. I got blessed by the legend. I'm good now. First of all, sir, how are you doing, man? What's been going on with you? And also, with everything going on with you, have you had any games you've been playing? But first, start with how you doing first.
I'm good, man. I'm good. The Critics Circle as a nonprofit is rocking best it can, and we're starting a new school. We're excited about it. This is the first time in Brooklyn. We primarily are in the Bronx, but one of our awesome critics, Shariel Smith, the first Black woman in charge of a tech magazine, is going to teach that class. So we're working with her and two of our awesome assistant mentors. So we started that on Friday. So it's nice. It's good. What am I playing? I play a little. I really got into PSVR. I know it's a couple of weeks since that dropped, but that Horizon, and I would honestly, Forbidden West, I was not that gone. I like the first one, but this the Horizon for PSVR 2. I was down, man. I was down. The first 5 minutes, all that stuff happens. I'm like, oh.
Yes, you're on the boat.
Yes, you're on the kayak and all that.
Yeah, no, because Helen's in the other room, and Helen's my partner and also senior editor on NYGameCritics.com.
Salute.
And I'm like, oh, blank. Oh, blank. And she's like, what is going on with you over there? I don't. I'm usually pretty quiet with games, but I did not expect it to be as
great,
as action filled as it was.
Yes,
I was into it.
Yeah, I got into it too. I remember the segments, and then I actually really started to connect with me right when I started to learn the bow and like the actions of taking it over your shoulder, shoes, and stuff like that, and then a lot of climbing. Of climbing, so my arms got a good workout.
Simulator,
what I realized though, Howard, did you play standing or did you play in a chair?
I sat down, and you know why? I mean, I would have stood up. I had a pretty bad accident in last July.
Yeah.
So, sitting is a little bit of a stand-in for me right now. I could walk fine, but I still have a torn shoulder. So,
oh wow,
I still need to sit down from time to time. But I'm almost all the way back.
Cool.
Okay, great.
Good to hear. Good to see you playing VR, having fun. At least with all the stuff you got going on, you still get a chance to game. So that's pretty cool.
That's crazy.
No doubt. And you already know we got the 4 horsemen. Well, 1 horseman down. Send some love, y'all, to Lord.
Oh God! do not do that.
Do not do that. I'm not allowed to send love.
This guy, send some love.
Send some love to our brother who's not here
everybody
today.
all worried like something's up with him. Addy is fine. Addy has stuff to do.
No doubt, my brother for another brother. We will see him on the next one. You already know, but we still got 3 other horsemen, you know what I'm saying, in the realm. Of course, we have our most technical gaming lord, the solo gamer that lives for the single player selfish experience, and also the Softstradamus, the Lord of Clarity and Lord Patreon of the Iron Bake. PC Master Race, my man.
Thank you. I appreciate this. I appreciate that so much. Yes. So this week in Tales from the Master Race. It's like Mystery Science Theater. No. Well, first of all, I want to apologize to Harold. I called him Howard because I was reading Howard. Yeah, I said Howard quickly. So apologies, Harold. And I also want to commend you on looking amazing because according to Google, you're 109 years old.
Oh wow, man! I was just trying to get to 80.
Man, it's just doing good things in games that keep you.
There you go, man. Longevity.
That's the secret, man. Video games, the secret sauce.
Right.
That I was there.
Exactly, the fountain of youth.
I'm going to 200, man. I'm with you.
Listen, man, that's dope.
Yeah.
That's dope.
Yeah.
What's been going on, Saul?
So yeah, this week I played a little bit of everything. I played some MK. I told you guys I was in the fighting game bag this week. did that. Got back into some Vampire Survivors. Yeah, I love that game. And then what else? Did a little bit of the Dead Cells Castlevania stuff. Dead
Yes,
Cells
sir.
is, oh my God, Dead Cells is good.
It's disgustingly fun.
They need. I hope that if there is an incoming, we'll talk about it later, Castlevania announcement, it is these guys work at least on. If they're multiples, I hope they're working on one of them because this is so good. Yeah. Oh my God, it's so good. This the music, everything. So got into that. Oh, so the Spider-Man Odyssey continues.
Yes, what's going on?
So for context, Harold, right? I recently got one of the brand new 4090 laptops. And I got a laptop because I'm never home, so I can't. If I get a desktop, I'm not gonna be able to use it. So I got a laptop, and everything runs beautifully, swimmingly on it, except for Spider-Man. For whatever reason,
Miles Morales?
No. The remastered version of Spider-Man 1.
Oh yeah.
So, and then during the week there was some sort of update, and when I said, let me turn this on just to see where it's at. And all of a sudden, it's like, yes, all the frames.
The frames came back.
It was because when at the moment where I saved the game, he's perched on a building, and then I usually just do the jump off quickly. So I did it, and I was expecting it to be a slideshow like it has been, and he just jumps off, and it's like beautiful. And I'm looking at the frame rate, and they're like it's like 100 frames per second. I'm like, yes,
flags.
Wow.
Nice.
Later on in the week.
Oh no!
New patch.
New patch. Same tub of molasses. Once again,
Man.
I don't know what it is.
Master race.
I'm never gonna live this down. So it's just hilarious. It is this game, right?
That's kind of crazy. Does that normally happen? Like one day it's working and then one day it's not?
No, not really.
It's like Forrest Gump. Like
not with anything
the
else.
Master race, the Forrest Gump of gaming.
I can't.
Like
So,
a box
yeah.
of chocolates.
So again, I'll be shelving Spider-Man Remastered until the next patch comes.
Yeah, wait for the 4090 update.
Hope to see you next time.
No, but one thing I did do that I realized, so the PC comes with the onboard GPU as well. You got to disable that because sometimes some games are just dumb and they don't know how to differentiate with it.
They go to the default.
Oh no! Or they'll try to battle it out for the two, and you'll get middling performance for no reason. So I had to disable the onboard GPU, which onboard GPUs these days are pretty strong.
Yeah.
They're pretty decent. Yeah. So I disabled that, and hopefully I won't have too many more conflicts. But that's it.
Yeah. I think I reviewed that for the Washington Post. I'm just looking it up right now.
Yeah.
So so as of 2018, and there's 4 years later now, 5 years later. There were 37 Spider-Man video games.
Wow.
Really?
37, yeah, since 1982.
Wow.
Oh my goodness. Yeah, I remember playing it on the Atari 2600.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're crying. We can't play just one. Like,
I know.
No doubt. And of course, we have the Incredible Hulk of this, aka the XS Gamer.
Ooh,
the prophet of Xbox.
Swami.
King of the statues, who demands nothing less than the previous Harold laughing. Previous experience. It is the leader of the fraud alert movement.
Ooh.
Beloved Lord King. How we doing, sir?
I'm doing amazing. I'm gonna tell you right now, I'm extremely stoked for our super guest that we have today.
Yes.
You guys are going to y'all in for a treat.
Yes.
What I've been playing this week.
What you playing?
So I've been, doing my little fighting game Odyssey. I didn't know I was still online. All right. So, and I was just it was bugging me out because everybody kept sending me invites. I'm like, what is going on?
You thinking you offline?
Because normally I'm offline hiding, right?
Yeah.
I'm like, how are they seeing this? Remember the last community stream? Well, I've been
you left it on.
Yeah.
And my inbox is getting nuts.
He's here. It's the king. He's like, I want all the smoke. Come on, all the smoke.
Yeah.
I was getting weird questions like, hey, King, I have a problem with my PC.
You doing tech support on Xbox?
Yeah, I'm like, I don't know that XL. Right? He's Master Race. So
I can't
quickly turn my stuff off because I was trying to play my Fortnite and my fighting games. But I was laying in bed the other night and I said, Dead Cells, the Castlevania thing, right? Tell me why I brought all the DLC but never purchased the main game. And I thought I did, but I was like, no, you didn't. It came into Game Pass.
That's what it was. Yeah.
I said, you idiot.
Yeah.
So could you imagine, like, it leaves Game Pass, but I got all the DLC, but I don't got the main game.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah.
That makes sense.
I was
yeah.
like, let me buy it now. Castlevania stuff is incredible. I just love what they do to that game and how they can just like plug in different DLC that changes the scenery and sometimes a little bit of the gameplay and the sounding. But the animations on that game, like a good game is always going to be a great game no matter what time you jump in. And this game is just like that. But let me jump onto Fortnite real quick.
What's up?
Yo, I had the ultimate loadout. I was doing so good. I was down to 7 people in the match, and I'm creeping. I got the nice suppressed AR. It's gold. I'm like, epic. I'm good. I'm gonna get this. This is gonna be the win. And I had my crown on me from a match that I won already. I saw a slurp truck, and inside the slurp truck, I was like, yo, let me go inside the back of the slurp truck, hit a little slurp sips, and so I could speed out. And I had a plan. I jumped into the truck, did not know that there was a guy that was sitting in the corner hiding out.
Yep.
He shot me in the chest, took my shields off with a shotgun, and I screamed out audibly, ah! My son was standing at the door watching the dog in the backyard, and I screamed out like somebody really accosted me. And he looked and said, "Daddy, you okay?" I said, "No." And I'm shooting with my SMG, and I know I'm gonna die. And I'm like, "Please, God, don't." And I'm trying to back up. And the guy shot me again. He took all my. I've never felt so heartbroken.
He violated.
He scared the life out of me for what? I'm talking about total. I was. You know how you going through the world, and I was like, I'm gonna get this win. I felt real confident, and he ripped it away from me. And I had to go on Game On Daily after that.
Shout out to guys.
My heart was broken. So you got a great show yesterday on Game On Daily because I got thoroughly ripped up in Fortnite, and I love that game so much. That game is probably gonna go down as probably one of the best multiplayer games of all time.
That set the battle royale culture on fire, no doubt. And of course, we have the gaming ninja himself, the Shinobi, LordCognito, spread that runners in the rum and ILP. Not telling you what you want to hear, but what you need to hear. Shout out to Mr. Matty Plays. Shout out to Friday Duke. Had a good one. She's talking about the upcoming showcases, Starfield, that good stuff. Shout out to Last Word. He brought this to Ty Guy Travis, talking about Destiny, the new raid content. There's a little debate going on in the community if it's too easy or not, which is kind of interesting. As far as games, got the did the day one raid, not the day one, but the raid after day one. So I got that finally completed. Root of Nightmares, solid raid. Diablo 4 beta, which we've discussed.
Where would you rate the
this one?
Yeah.
It's right upper middle. It's not.
Is it better than the Siva raid?
No. Oh, you talking about like all time, like from Destiny 1?
Yeah.
Oh no. This is
I like the Siva raid.
That's that. Yeah, you talking about Wrath of the Machine? Wrath of the Machine is better than this. Yeah, don't get me wrong. Like this is middle of the pack. It's solid. But it's what I would say, like a lot of extended jumping puzzles and ambiance as opposed to a lot of different encounters and stuff like that. But it's good. It's good.
So it's going to be frustrating for people that can't jump. But you got the Spider-Man thing. So
it's not that bad. It's not that bad. But it's just like a lot of space between the next encounter. All right, we're gonna really traverse to this next type of energy. Yeah. So we got that. But it was good. You learned some stuff. And I did Diablo, which we'll talk about, and then play a little bit of Guilty Gear Strive, which is on Game Pass. I thought it was really cool. Got that. And really quick, I know we got Harold. I want to be respectful of his time, but I would be remiss if I didn't mention rest in peace, LanceReddick. You know, this was a rough week. This was a rough week for me personally. You know, he's been like the soundtrack to a lot of my multimedia, whether it be like TV. I remember first seeing him remember Oz?
Yeah.
He was a character named Mo Bay. He's like an undercover detective kind of thing. And he was hitting that, he was crossing the line of undercover. Fantastic role. Obviously,
My joint
The
from
Wire.
him was The Wire.
The Wire.
The Wire.
Lieutenant Daniels, that character, just
Chuck Bodak.
oh man, we used to go
Well,
yeah.
Well, he's not Chuck Bodak from
No, he's not the
Resident
original
Evil.
Chuck
Okay,
Bodak.
okay.
Yeah.
Nah, he became Chuck Bodak.
Oh, hold on.
for me,
Harold got
from
something
The
for
Wire.
us.
Ooh.
Play it. I can't hear it. What is something? Harold's doing something. I can't hear it. Something's playing.
You hear
Back.
that?
I see him.
Yeah, I see it, but
But
I
we don't
can't
hear it, Harold. You got to.
You can't hear it?
No, we see him.
Yeah, man. So he was first a musician, right? So then he got back in his musician ways in the last few years, and you got to just look up LanceReddick musician and listen to some of his stuff because he is awesome. He went to some super amazing schools to learn to refine his music chops, and then it was only around like maybe age of 30 is when he started being an actor, right? So he's got chops. That's why I think Keanu liked him so much, is that he can do so many things, you know?
Yeah.
Oh man, what a loss! And then for the gaming community, obviously, he's been in. I think it was a Quantum Break. He was in Horizon Zero Dawn.
Yeah.
And then obviously, as a Destiny fan, the iconic Command and Zavala, which is probably one of his biggest roles. He truly loved Destiny. Make no mistake, he truly loved Destiny. And to see, it hit me today. Like it hit me this week because I was just playing Destiny, and then you see everyone surround his character, and they're all doing these salute emote. Very emotional stuff. Shout out to the Destiny community for coming together on that. Very. We all Titans this week because
he's a big part.
Yeah, he's a big part of it, man. Fringe, Lost, John Wick, the list.
Lost, yeah.
Oh, the list goes on. So again, sleep in peace, King. You are missed, and we definitely want to give our salute. I had to mention LanceReddick. So if you want to get the super chats, and then we set the rules of engagement for Harold.
Yeah, absolutely. So, I don't think we have Harold for that long a time. So, any questions or whatnot, or super chats will come after. Let me read these first ones that we got in, though. Gerald Mack, member for 2 years, $5 super chat. Shout out to the Lords and the best gaming podcast in the business. All hail the ILP. Thank you, brother. Appreciate it.
Salute.
And we got Hustle and Motivate in the building. $2 super chat. It's great to see everyone. Good to see you as well, my brother.
Hustle.
And we have Robert Kellett, $5 super chat. Blessed Sunday, Lords. May we help little Timmy get the $800 PS5 Pro so he can enjoy Spider-Man 2 at 120 FPS, 8K resolution.
Shout out to your kindness there.
Little Timmy needs it.
Then we have Robert Kellett again, $2 super chat. Giving Calvin Call of the Wild respect. It's Call of the Mountain, sir. Call of the Mountain.
Because Call of the Wild is wild crazy.
Yes.
Then we have Cedric H, member for 32 months, Lord Silver. Thank you, brother. Appreciate you. And
we got 300 people here watching. We only got a little bit of likes. Let's get together. And we're really a little bit more at 75% for the road to PAX. This is our last weekend before PAX. We leave on Wednesday. So if there's any time to donate, it's to donate now.
We're about to get out there.
Yeah, exactly. About to go do our thing. Shout out to Gerald Mack once again. Just gifted 5 ILP memberships. Thank you, brother. Appreciate that.
Oh, man. I got to talk to Dragonheart Yobi.
And we got Dragonheart Yobi, $5 super chat. Hashtag peace, love, life to you all, especially the Golden Child Addict.
Yes.
Put some respect on his name.
Oh, for sure.
I got to say thank you to Dragonheart Yobi. I jump on Fortnite, and he send me an emote of hitting the mitts, in Creed when he's hitting the mitts.
Yeah.
I mean, I love this guy. I was doing this all week long, just standing there hitting the mitts in the corner.
Salute.
Thank you, Dragon.
What else we got? So,
we got Harkeet Shani, $5 super chat. Another Sunday, another chance to hang out with the Lords virtually. Looking forward to hanging out in real life next weekend at PAX.
Yes, brother. See you Saturday night, most likely. Let us know what you're doing Saturday. We will figure it out, brother. We will be at PAX East. Come through, man. Always a pleasure hanging out with you, brother. You already know. So we are all caught up. Oh, another one.
Yes, sir. One more. We got Stitch, $2 super chat. Is Addict getting a new trench coat today?
Yeah. He had to drive a couple of. He's custom made, so he had to go pick that up.
Trench coat Addict. So we all good?
Yes, sir.
All right, let's get this thing going. So look, now that we Harold's been, I guess, been very patient through all our foolishness. So now that Harold, we done all the super chats and stuff, we got to talk about his legendary career, man. We got to start from the beginning. We got to switch our focus. His video game system history, his journey into journalism, of course, what led him to founding the New York Video Game Critics Circle and the New York Game Awards. So Lord Harold, let's start from the very beginning. What were some of the first video game systems you had, and what got you into gaming?
We got to even go back, man. We got to go before that because I started out as a music critic.
Okay.
And then a film critic, but music was my passion through college and probably to my mid-20s. I did a cover story for what was a big magazine at the time called Esquire about music.
Huge.
But yeah, man, as a young person, I think that music was, I was always looking for help in my direction in life, right? Where am I going to go? And so I was looking at musicians as, well, these guys are like music gods, right? These are the lords of music. So they probably have something important to tell me that I can pass on to readers at my local paper in Buffalo. Or at Playboy. I was at Playboy early on as well.
A lot of questions there. We're going to continue.
The articles are amazing.
We need to explore this aspect of Harold's life right now.
Yeah. We ain't going to just glaze over that, Harold.
So I was at, we would do interviews. My friend Michael Hopkins and I, he was like very into Black culture, Black comic books, Black this, Black that. He just taught me a lot of things. So we would do interviews together. So we interviewed Sun Ra together. Sun Ra. Yeah, so Sun Ra, I just remember like he's making the beauty of Sun Ra is they made one of the beauties of Sun Ra is like he pressed his own records. Right. So like we're sitting there and said, here, take this. How much is it? $10. So it was like his own pressing of Over the Rainbow, right? And that's still one of my favorite songs to this day because of like he goes out on it. It's just like, and then he brings it back. What amazing song. And then see who else, like Alberta Hunter. Not that many people know who Alberta Hunter is. She was an old blues singer who would play at this place in Manhattan called the Cookery. So I from Buffalo originally. Okay. So I got on the cheap bus and got into Manhattan. I talked to Alberta Hunter before she passed on. So she's like a blues legend, man. Salute. And then I don't know, man, like Beyonce later in life, and just a lot of good people who passed on some good interesting information to me. So
you
that was like
he slipped. Beyonce.
That was a casual flex.
I'm letting you know who you are talking to here. He slid past Hugh Hefner. Threw a little bit of Beyonce in here.
It's some legends.
Please listen up, brothers.
Listen, this class is in session. Harold talking. Let's go.
The interesting thing about that Beyonce thing was this was later when this was Destiny's Child, right? So much later in my music writing career. And I just didn't say that much to her, but it was a Christmas concert Destiny's Child was doing for BBC. And so we were invited. And so we're just hanging out. I said a few words to Beyonce. So I wouldn't say it's a proper interview, but I call it an interview nonetheless because she answered a couple questions.
That's right.
And so all of a sudden the stage was just some studio somewhere in Manhattan. There's a light on the stage, and the light got too close to the curtain, and so the whole stage starts going up in flames.
Oh,
right?
Wow, this is different.
Yeah. So obviously you didn't see that in the concert that BBC streamed, but they had to shorten the show because of the fire in the theater. right.
That's a story, Harold. That's a story.
Yeah. I'm sure Beyonce remembers that because things don't go up in flames every day. Especially now, that's a very controlled concert atmosphere.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely. So then you go there. Obviously, again, this tremendous, music background and just being so close to that. So then, like, how did these other lanes kind of merge for you when it gets?
I still have to talk about music, man.
Oh no, please.
One
Please
more, Miles Davis.
Oh!
Davis
Oh, my
was my
goodness.
favorite interview. So there was this there used to be a club here in New York called the Tunnel.
Wait,
Yes, sir.
Harold, you was that at the tunnel. Wait, hold on. This is super gangster. Like this is.
I told y'all don't know who y'all messing with.
Whoa. Harold, all right, for proper context in the chat,
The
in the
most
room.
dangerous club in New York.
This is the wildest club in New York. Like it was popping. A lot of your favorite artists go there, but it was.
Flex.
Kid, would you say it goes down at the tunnel?
It goes down at
It
the
goes
tunnel.
down.
But listen, okay. I can give you more context.
Yes, please.
All right.
Set the story.
The kid from the South Bronx, when we go to the tunnel, now this is not a safe environment,
Yes.
right? Because when you get to the tunnel is dark. The tunnel is so hood. But this is the place you want to be because I mean thugs, gangsters, pimps, and stuff is there. This is it. This is the
environment.
place right
It's an
here.
environment.
The gang environment is there, but it's respect.
Yes.
It's respect there, right? Don't bring no trouble. There won't,
Right.
There's no trouble.
Mm-hmm.
But this is
Yeah.
high of the high.
Yes.
It's there, right? I'm talking about who's who.
The who's
And
who.
a lot of you
Yeah.
guys want to know who New York City influential people are of the night is there.
Yes.
Yeah.
Now, Harold brought up the tunnel. Sir,
Woo.
I mean, you got my respect. With
Yeah, off
you
rep.
got
Off rep.
my respect
Off
with you,
rep.
Harold.
Yeah.
The Beyonce thing. But this thing,
The tunnel took
Harold,
us. The tunnel took us there.
you gotta know how tall Harold is.
Yes. Yes.
This
Roll
one
up-
makes it even more gangster.
The
Yes.
story is a good one, man. So,
Go ahead.
so
Get it,
there's-
Harold. Go.
So I was at a magazine and I get this invite in the mail and it says, and I forget the designer's name. It's a Japanese dude, but come see Miles Davis and Andy Warhol
Wow.
dress up in this guy's clothes. And I said, I can't even wrap my mind around Andy Warhol and Miles Davis. The same thing.
Same spot.
So and Miles is there. He's got this guy's trench coat on. He looks like something out of Matrix. and he's got his trumpet. He blows two notes, like the two best notes ever. And there's Andy Warhol there. So I know that the people at that magazine I was working for know Andy Warhol really well. So I said, well, I'm gonna go talk to Miles, man, because he looks like he's there. And so we had the best. Like it just kept going on, hour and a half. He gave me his phone number. It just was like the best talk. It wasn't an interview. It was just a conversation. And at the time, so Wynton Marsalis was coming up, and then that's why I'm 100.
You can't just be dropping these names like that.
So, and I had talked to Wynton back when I was still in Buffalo, and he was awesome, and he knew how he had to talk about music.
Yes.
But there was the press had made this rivalry up of Wynton versus Miles, right?
Oh, that was
And
an underground joint. Okay.
And so I said, like, there's all the the magazines are saying that there's this big rivalry between you and Wynton, and he says, no, there's that's just they're making it up, man. They're making it up. And like his so, and then I had read about that Miles had a bad reputation with people he didn't like. So I was like, I'm like, dude is just a person, man. He's just we're sitting here talking for like an hour and a half about everything, not just music, everything else in the world. And it was like one of my favorite conversations ever. It's Miles Davis. So man, yeah, I mean that was
amazing.
That's the beauty, I think, of being a journalist. And the same thing in games. Just like you get to meet people that have perspective on life and are legendary people, man. They are legendary people. Like I get chills when I talk about the Miles Davis.
That's a moment, bro.
Yeah, it was a moment. So I just feel like I was a poor kid from Buffalo. I grew up sick. My mom was a waitress and a single mom, and to me, my way out was writing, and then my way of giving back is writing too.
Mm-hmm. No, that's awesome. That's awesome. And if you kind of like channel your craft, you get there, you're doing, a lot of stuff in the music scene. You're seeing all these amazing people, these luminaries, so to speak, right? And you're crossing paths with that. And then, obviously, you also have background with entertainment, and then you also have the background with gaming. So I just wanted to know, like, how did the switch happen? Because I mean, that sounds like an amazing career right there. If you would have stayed in that lane, Harold, right? So, like,
I didn't like the critics, man. The critics were bugging me. That you don't want critics to think that they are as legendary as the legends you're writing.
As the artist.
Oh, they're feeling themselves.
Yeah, a little too much. So, when computers like the Pentium computer, I had the first Pentium computer. I saved up my money. I bought a Pentium computer. The CD-ROMs were the big thing at that point. So this was like 90s. Let's go. And I'm like, this is crazy. This stuff is crazy, but I don't have, I want everything, and I can't afford everything. So, I can't remember how this happened, but the Wall Street Journal had a magazine called Smart Money. I don't think it's published anymore, but they gave me a gig, and they said, write about all these CD-ROMs and games. And they gave me like 3 pages to do, which was a lot in that magazine. They were paying like $3 a word. So I was happy to make that money. Yeah. And at that, so then you basically the same with my Esquire story, like that got me to Entertainment Weekly, where I was a critic there for many years, and that's that started the ball rolling. So I didn't really write for many industry publications. It was like me and I don't know. There's a guy named N-Guy Kroll. So N-Guy was writing for Newsweek, and there weren't that many people who were writing for consumer magazines. Who were in the game scene. So I would hang with N-Guy and a couple of other people who did that sort of writing. And, we try to say, well, how are we going to present X to, wider audience, right? So that's what we did. But so that's how it started. I had written a book, this is an old book, but it sold like 400,000 copies. So I wrote this book with Dr. Helen Morrison. There I am at the bottom.
The Life of a Serial.
My Life Among the Serial Killers.
Yes, a very interesting book there.
Yeah. So that book sold like 400,000 copies. So I'm trying to figure out what am I going to do next? And my agent said, well, you should write a video game book. And I said, no, because everyone's writing a game book. What am I going to say? I don't know if I have anything to offer. But he said, yeah, you should do it. So then I wrote this, All Your Bases Belong to Us.
Yes.
How 50 years of video games conquered pop culture. And so that was based on 200 interviews. And the good thing about that book is that it's the only time the Hauser brothers ever were interviewed for a book or for pretty much anything. Like Sam Hauser never talked to anybody.
Oh wow!
I was the only person he talked to in the world.
Yeah.
So that
they don't come outside. Yeah, the Hausers don't come outside.
They don't come outside Rockstar. So and even today, they really don't come outside that much. But so those 2 chapters on Rockstar were really interesting because. It was kind of like I went through almost like a job interview to get those interviews. So I sent them My Life Among the Serial Killers to Sam and Dan, and then Jen Colby, who kind of runs a company right now, called me up and said, what do you want to do with how are you going to take? So I had coffee with her, and then I had coffee with her again, and then months went by, and my deadline for the book went by, and I said to my editor, we have to wait for these guys.
Yeah, this is.
It's not a book without them. And so one morning I got a call. Said, we're sending a car for you. Sam's coming in by bicycle. Just you're gonna sit down in the offices and have your talk with Sam. So we talked for 8 hours.
Wow.
Yeah, so those tapes are valuable, man. At some point.
Let me stop you for a second because I don't want you to gloss over that book.
Yeah.
It's pretty much like 50 years of how video games, in your words, and I agree, conquered pop culture. Where now video games are that de facto form, and you see the growth, and you have basically all these extensive interviews from all these great innovators, all these games, GTA, Madden, King's Quest, like this whole, like, how difficult was that to put together? That sounds like a very enormous task. Then you're talking, Rockstar, which again is not easy to get access to, and Super Mario Brothers. You're talking about like the who's who of gaming, and then how this transformed into this huge art form and be dominant in pop culture. Like, how difficult was that?
It wasn't easy. Mr. Miyamoto was hard to get for Nintendo as well. But he told me some amazing stories. Like,
give me a Miyamoto story real quick. Give me
one Miyamoto story is that Legend of Zelda was inspired by him being in the Boy Scouts, Japanese Boy Scouts. And so they're on like a field trip one day, and they're climbing a mountain near his hometown. And it opens, this forest, and it opens up to like a cave and a lake. And that stuck with him. So, after he did Mario, he had this idea for Zelda, and that vista inspired the first Legend of Zelda.
Wow, that's awesome. That's awesome.
It's amazing.
That is amazing. I'm sorry, Saul, you were saying something?
No. It's just amazing, because it is to get. A lot of these guys just don't talk, and they don't, to this day, they don't talk to people. So to get those interviews, and again, to have it in that format where you're seeing this sort of evolution of gaming as this niche thing to, again, like you said, conquering pop culture, where it is now this thing that's ubiquitous and it's everywhere. And, everybody's gaming in some way, shape, or form, whether you know it or not. And it's not, there are books that have come out. Obviously, Jason Schreier has had a couple of books, in the past couple of years, talking about specific aspects of the industry, behind the scenes stuff, and that's great too. But this one is great because it really just is a timeline of how we got to where we are. And
and one of the interesting things is that when the game industry began, they wanted to be like Hollywood. Now Hollywood wants to be like the game industry. I mean, I remember, I was at an E3 with, and one of the Sony reps said, why don't you just talk to this guy? And the guy's, I'm tired and he's tired. And, we both sat on the floor at E3, and so like on the side of the Sony booth, we're just like sitting on the floor. And I had the best conversation with this guy, again, talking about everything, not just games. Neil Druckmann, man.
Wow.
That was Neil. Neil is just a dude, and he's got great ideas. We talked about literature a lot. It was just, we still talk to this day.
Oh, that's awesome.
We need to pick your brain to get Neil, because I love Neil.
Yeah, we're a huge fan of Neil.
Neil's awesome, man. Neil's the best.
Also, it's a good transition, because I did want to ask you about your editor-in-chief days at Sony Online Entertainment. Like, how
you did some research.
Yes, sir.
A little bit, just a little bit in the realm. We gotta talk about the legends and all the accomplishments. But tell us about that experience.
So that was pretty awesome. I wasn't really looking for a gig, but I don't know where I found that. I think I saw a posting for that job somewhere. And it wasn't editor-in-chief at the beginning. Okay. It was like, and it was here in New York. And I said, I know the PlayStation people. I bet I would like that job. So I did a lot of interviewing for it, and they hired me as, I think, a senior editor or something like that. And it was primarily to do casual games. That was like when casual games were starting to be. So they had Jeopardy and stuff
like the board game stuff.
I'm sorry, man. I didn't mean to say crap.
No, that's allowed in the Lord's Day.
But
crap is good.
It was stuff, and I said, well, like if they just need me to write this stuff, I'm happy to do. But it was about to get big. Not the casual game stuff, but they had a game called EverQuest that they were about to buy, and so EverQuest turned out to be like one of the first MMOs, and it was like everyone in the office was playing it. People were hooking up because a lot
of relationships were formed.
Relationships were formed.
King would know.
So it was pretty cool. I did some writing for that. Also I found out that one of our members moved to LA to work on EverQuest 2. Scott Stein from CNET worked on EverQuest as well. But in any case, so I was doing a lot of work on that. I did some work on another game called Star Wars Galaxy that didn't do as well.
I remember that.
Yeah. So a couple months in, they said, Harold, we want you to do an online magazine, and we want it to be like the Vanity Fair of games. And I said, well, first I said, I can do that for you. I'm happy to do that. It's exciting. But that's above my pay level, man. So that's when they made me editor-in-chief. It wasn't much of a bump in pay because, but so, and I said, well, I'm going to do it right for you guys. So I reached out to everyone I knew. I like Bill Plimpton, the animator, was doing artwork for it.
Wait a second. I was about to say, wait a second. Bill.
He said Bill Clinton was in Sony Entertainment.
Yeah, I know Bill.
Was it Arkansas Bill?
Bill Plimpton. So he was Oscar nominated. He was at the New York Game Awards this year, right?
Yes.
He's awesome. And then who else do we have? John Saul. John Saul was an amazing horror writer. He sold 100 million books. He was maybe second or third under Stephen King.
Wow.
So he wrote something. David Byrne from Talking Heads wrote something.
Wow.
Michelle Williams, the actress, wrote something. So everyone I knew, I was bringing in, and they said money is no object. So I was spending Sony money.
We like that. We like that.
Money is no object.
We like that old Sony energy.
Yeah. Gus Van Sant did a piece. A lot of good people, but the topic was violence in video games.
They were coming for us.
They're trying to kill us.
That's what they try to get us out of here, Harold.
Yeah.
So they're like, so it go, and everyone is like, this is amazing, man. The art director had done some awesome work on it, and but it goes up to the president of SOE. And they're like, no, you can't do it. They pulled the plug out. You can't. They pulled the plug on the whole thing. So it's just you can't do it. If you're going to be like this, we're not going to publish it. So I was like, wow, this is not an appreciation of violence. It's more like, you need violence to tell a story sometimes. That's where a lot of these stories. So that's why we brought in Gus Van Sant, a famous director, right? To say that, violence is kind of key to, ever since Shakespeare, the violence. And you tell a story, there's ups and downs. So they pulled the plug on us. So
no, get that out of here.
Yeah. So onward and upward. Sony wanted me to move to West Coast to work more on EverQuest, and I was like, no, I'm not leaving my family. My mom is sick, so I can't do that. So I stayed here in New York. Sony gig ended. I was writing for a magazine called Talk. That ended, and then my editor said, well, what can we do for you? We're sorry that your gig everybody's gig is ending. I said, show me an agent, man.
Yeah,
you guys are hooked up, and so they gave me this awesome agent who did My Life Among the Serial Killers. Sold that for a lot of money in
got the bag.
48 hours, man. 48 hours he sold that. Yeah, so
that's what's up.
It was awesome because it's not like that all the time in the world of book publishing. So so then All Your Base
Belong to Us
came up. And that's based. I don't know if you guys ever all the listeners know why it's called.
Oh yeah,
I was going to
so
explain.
There's an old. It's the first internet name. It's All Your Base that belonged to us, and I wanted to call it that. You know, my editor said, like, if you think people are fine with it, but like I remember Evan Narcissus. So Evan
Narcissus,
Evan was in our group, and he says, "You really want to call it that because we're trying to, it's going to be niche and." We want, it's going to be a good book. I know it's going to be a good book. We want a wider audience. And I said, well, the subtitle says it. And so I stuck with it, but, it did well, but basically, Evan was partially right, as he always is, but it sold really well. And, All Your Base Are Belong to Us is a line from a game called Zero Wing, which was an arcade game, and I think was it Sega Saturn, something like that.
On Mega Drive, yeah.
Mega Drive, yeah. Mega Drive. So I pulled that out and called it, and it's still still selling to this day. It's still selling decently. It did pretty well, and NPR made me their video game historian for a couple of years after that, and Vanity Fair did excerpt it, so it did really well, man. It's you can see the heart in it. There's a lot of heart.
Put the links in the chat for those who want to learn. You know what I'm saying? All Your Base Belong to Us. Get some history, y'all. This is tremendous.
I kind of use that line, with Brad Smith. Use that line.
Salute, man. No, this is a tremendous accomplishment. I definitely want to celebrate that, and I definitely wanted to talk real quickly about, you have like a little chamber too with VH1 that I think is interesting, and like the television and the media, and it tell me about that chamber briefly if you can. When you were kind of doing stuff in that field.
So that was so everyone was blogging, right? And so I was working with AMC doing blogging about movies, and so then VH1 comes over and said, "Do you want to blog for us?" And I said, "No, because I hear you pay bad." Right.
That bag ain't good.
And they said, "Well, we'll give you a little more money." And I said, "Well, I'll tell you what. Why? But you're not going to hire me, right?" And they said, "No." The contract, because there were very few people at VH1 that were more than contractors. In fact, there was a walkout because they were all contractors and they were getting health insurance. So I said, "Look, you give me health insurance, and I'll do it, man. I'll do it." So they were kind enough to give me insurance, and that was great, man. I was totally happy with it. And I did my best for them. I did a lot of kind of casual games and indie games. They let me do what I wanted. And it was good.
Nice. I'm glad you talked about it. I definitely wanted to ask about that chamber real quick. Side note, in reference to journalism now, right? And what I would say, like the rise of the influencer, right? The rise of the YouTube, because like what many consider you as like the highly esteemed traditional, journalist. So like, what are your thoughts on that? Because we've had, Jason Schreier on from Bloomberg. We've had, Gene Park from Washington Post on. Yeah. And they both gave us kind of slightly different perspectives, on that. And I'm just curious, like, where do you stand on that?
I'm more scared of ChatGPT than any influencer.
That's right.
King is with you.
Yeah. Tell him, Harold. Yeah.
But I think there's room for everybody, and influencers work hard. They're not critics,
Right.
And I think what we do as writers is pretty invaluable. Jason's work, a lot of people's work in investigation is super important. Not being treated well at a game company is, people need to know about that. So things change, and they are changing. As far as influencers go, man, that's entertainment. People need to be entertained. A lot of what reviewers do, whether they think it's true or not, is kind of entertainment, right? So we are consumer guides to let people know if a game is worth their $7,500,
right?
and we do the best we can. They hire us for our opinions, and you know, some are nastier than others in their opinion. I try to be as balanced as I can, but there's some games that I've really dislike because they're not finished when they're put out, and then I will come down on that. But you know, with the consumer magazine also, I'm trying to like run that tightrope or consumer newspaper of like, this might be the first game that someone who reads the style section ever reads, or someone who reads the sports section ever reads. So I also want to explain a little bit of history. That's why, like, when I talked about that Spider-Man review, there were 30 or 40 Spider-Man games even before that Spider-Man game. People need to know about the history. I'm you know, I want people to know about history when they read my stuff. So, but as far as influencers go,
like, how do you feel about that?
As long as you're not racist and upsetting people and like calling people out and stirring things up, entertain us, do some let's plays, that's totally fine, man. There's insight there. There's insight in a let's play, I think.
Gotcha. No, I appreciate that. And like, it's funny, you said that because I think Gene kind of said the same thing as well, and Jason on some levels, which like they understand, you know, the shift that's going on, and at the same time, we still respect what they do and stuff like that. I think both can coexist, to be honest with you. You know what I'm saying? But I totally agree with your point on being respectful in your craft, and regardless to what, there's still human beings behind these things that create, even if we may dislike it. We could comment on the art of the work itself and maybe the quality of it, but the person is to make that separation. I wanted to kind of transition in reference to kind of like the Game Critics Circle and you know, your work there, and obviously, you know, the New York Game Awards, you know, obviously the Lords had the pleasure of going to our first, you know. They're
thanks for coming, man.
Absolutely,
that was great.
Absolutely. Very prestigious event. Loved what we saw. We had the legendary Phil Dominus Maximus Aurelius Spencer King, as we call him. Yes, was in the building, received the prestigious Andrew Yoon, you know, a Legend Award. So he was there for that. So I wanted to get your mindset. What was your mindset behind both founding the New York Video Games Critics Circle and then also say, hey, New York, we need a Game Awards? Like, tell me about that.
Yeah, it was ambitious.
Very.
I didn't really think about that when I started. So I started it as when All Your Base Are Belong to Us came out. There were ways for me to go. So one was Hollywood as a documentary, and I didn't trust the people really that I was talking to. Going back into games, so there were like gigs from Electronic Arts that would have paid like more than
EA was trying to get you a bag.
Yeah. So, but I thought like, well, maybe it's time to get back a little. And I said, well, there's no group for us here in New York because most people, except for Rockstar, is on the West Coast.
Yeah.
And so the one thing, you know, I show a slideshow to the kids we mentor, and it's like a bunch of white kids playing beer pong and acting bro-ish. And I said, you know, what went through my mind, and even as I wrote All Your Base Belong to Us, is like things are too white, especially back then. Even 12 years ago. So the first meeting was Evan Narcissus, who now was writing Spider-Man Miles Morales.
Yes.
And then Andrew Yoon, who unfortunately has left us, passed.
Yeah.
And then Tracy John, who strong Asian woman of color who now works at Netflix on their interactive movies, game type stuff. And Dan Ackerman at CNET, Russ Frushtick, who's now at Polygon. So we wanted to make sure, I wanted to make sure that it was welcoming to all people, and it wasn't going to work if it wasn't like that. And so that's how we started. We had a meeting at the Hotel Rivington in the lobby, and people were looking at us like, why aren't you buying expensive drinks? It's because we're critics, man. We don't have that money. so we had a good time, and I said, and then I think we had a dinner, and I think Jason Schreier had just started it was his first time as at a meeting. Jason was just in like a Stephen Totillo calls him like a force of nature. So he starts grilling Ed Guy Kroll about this and that. And I'm saying like, whoa, hold on.
He's like, chill out.
Your first meeting, man. But I said, should we have an awards? And Jason basically said, but like, well, how do we get a space? I'm like, if we do an awards, and Jason's, well, what about NYU? I can like help you guys get a space. And he did, and I talked to various people, and we had a nice space for the first one. Rockstar was there with a contingent. They're all been there every year.
Salute the Rockstar.
The first 2 years we had a panel discussion before, like a live panel discussion before, and I remember we brought Stu Horvath on from he runs Unwinnable, and Stu got so nervous I thought he was going to die, man. He was like not good, so we didn't have him do it again. But the first one, Logan Cunningham was the host.
Okay.
And Logan, obviously the voices of Hades and every Supergiant game.
Yeah.
So Logan did a great job, and it proceeded from there. I think we had like maybe 100 or 200 people on, I think it was called Ustream then.
Ustream, I remember Ustream,
And now we've had as many as 400,000 people watching. I mean, I wish more people would watch, honestly, because it's a good show.
It is a fantastic show.
But it's enough for me to fundraise around it and get money back to kids, which is why we did the show.
I saw that it was very important to me. Right. Well, my first interaction with Harold is, the New York City Games Awards. It's the last one that just passed. And, we're all there and we're gathering down in the lobby. We're getting ready to go upstairs. But I look over and I see this dapper man in the corner.
Smooth.
And, I mean, he stands out because he has this glow around him. And he has a smile. And he's looking over at everybody coming in, and as everybody else is, meeting each other and smiling and talking, Harold's smile is getting bigger, right? And I guess it's a culmination of bringing everyone together and having this. It was just a weird dynamic, this weird melting pot, from zero finances to the highest finances to the most known to the most unknown and everything in between. It was just all mixing up. And then we found out who Harold was, and I was like, it was a reason why he had that smile there, and he was so interesting. I heard the stuff that you was talking up there about. Then I'm listening to you, and it was something that was sprinkled there. I don't know why I saw you in that light, right? But I know now, like listening to everything that you're saying, all the people that you met, and you said movie critic and stuff like that, and it's just great to hear that you brought all of this together. Yes. And it's a fantastic place for gamers to be. So please just go ahead. I just wanted to get that off before
No, man, I'm easily moved these days, and what you're saying is kind of moving me. I apologize for that. It's hard work, man, because there's a small group of people that put the show on. John Azalona does all the graphics, but I write it, I produce it.
Yes.
I even do the guest list. So it's like we're exhausted after that show. But I had that suit on. I got that in New Orleans.
Yeah, I like that. I had to put the intro.
Yeah.
I was like, that was nice. I like that.
Yeah. So I got I made sure they gave me that Day of the Dead lining, and that it was like whoa. But everything. There's always something that surprises me at the New York Game Awards. And I'm not super smart when it comes to like being savvy and who you're going to pull in this year. I just like it really is like in my heart what feels right.
Right.
So Makita Byfield.
Yes.
We met, and she doesn't mind me saying this. When we were mentoring for 10 weeks at a homeless shelter called Bronxworks. And so, really in each class, everyone's good, but there's probably someone who really stands out. and Makita is there, and I'm blown away by everything she says when she interacts. So she became an intern, now she's a senior intern. She is like, we talk about Jason as a force of energy, Makita is a force of energy, and everyone that becomes a senior intern is that good at our group. But I had heard, so Makita interviewed Man Engage from Immortality, and it turns out that Makita had taken acting classes in high school. She's like now first or second year, I think, at Fordham, I believe. If I'm wrong, I apologize, Makita. But I said, well, I think Makita, and she had interviewed Reggie Fils-Aimé when his book came out.
Yes. And Reggie was in the building. Salute to Reggie.
And I'm like, so Reggie and I are working on a documentary and with this other producer, and after the Reggie interview, I'm like blown away by Makita. It's like, how did she get like this? Like, this is like God-given talent. Yeah. So I sent it to this, and I don't think Makita knows this. I sent this to like a guy who won an Oscar for producing, and I said to him, like, does she have acting chops? I mean, because I'm too close to it.
Yeah, trying to get that objective opinion from.
But he said she's awesome, and so so Makita is like going to be a community activist, so she wants to be a social worker. So, but I think if she ever wants to do acting proper, she can, and I would help her do that in any way I could. But I said she's going to be a great co-host. She would be a great co-host, and like Reggie and I are on the older side. Me being
a lot of OGs.
If you're 117, you're going to be a little more mellow on stage, right? A little more quiet. But Makita comes out and she starts it because I knew she would have the energy to start the show, and she was awesome, man. Like everyone's like, "Oh, she killed it! She killed it, man." So I said to Makita, I didn't want, because she was like all wound up afterwards. She just needed to be by herself for a while because she just feel like everyone was coming up to her saying how great she did. Awesome. So she went in the green room and just chilled for like an hour. She couldn't deal with any more people. But a few weeks later, I said to her, like, can you do it again? Do you want to do it next year? And she said yes. So she'll be
nice.
Next year.
Nice. So you want to talk about Makita real quick, because I know you.
Because we got a chance to talk to her and congratulate her afterwards when we were out in the lounge area, and just like you said, like she immediately, we just talked about like where she was from quickly and kind of her situation, and again, it's that humility and like she had no problem saying, hey, I'm happy that pretty soon my family is going to be we're going to have a place to stay, we're going to be out of a shelter, and it's like it was for her. It was this idea of, okay, this, I was in this situation. I have these amazing opportunities. I'm taking advantage of everything that comes my way, but it's all from a point of humility, like grateful that this is happening. And it just emanates from her, the energy, the humility, and just this ability to sort of light up a room. Because again, when I saw her up there initially when the show started, I'm like, they have this young girl up there.
Yeah, I'm like, who is this young girl?
I'm like, who is this person? I thought there was somebody like in the industry we didn't know of or whatever. Yeah. And then you look it up, and then you look up, the history of obviously we didn't know anything going into the show about your work in like the Bronx and with students and things of that nature. So it's funny because as the show is progressing and we literally get to know more about you, the organization, the show, the people involved. It's like, where was this when we were growing up? I can't believe this.
Yeah.
But it was really an amazing thing. And again, she is a perfect spokesperson and sort of face for the organization as well.
Yeah, no, she's going to be great doing it next year. We're going to probably give her a bigger role if she has time for it. But so we've been doing good nonprofit work for about 7-8 years now. So once we started the group, it was to advocate for ourselves. I did that advocating, and we're fine. Also, I want to say humility. If you're not humble, I will kick you from this group. This is not about one person. I've had to bump a few people because they'll all say like, "Oh, I'm going to start my own group." I said, "Go ahead, man.
You do that. You do that.
Yeah. It's not. I think it really is not easy to do this kind of thing. So no one has ever done.
No,
but in any case, someone says Catherine Soros, who's now our board secretary, said to Helen and me, go up to the Dreamyard Prep School in the Bronx.
True transition. I was about to ask you about this.
Yeah. So and go up there, and they need you they'll love to hear you talk about your career and Helen talk about her career. She's an awesome college professor who teaches writing for TV and film. So Helen is awesome. Nice. And so, but I could talk about games forever and I'd be happy about it. So I think the second time it came up was to tell kids how to help the kids write their college essay. And I sat down with this one young man who had just come from Nigeria, and he was like quiet, and he said to me, I'm like the outsider here. And the context is that everyone in that school is an outsider,
right?
Because at that time, that area of the Bronx was the congressional district that had the most poverty in the country.
Yeah, that's our borough.
So I said to him, I got moved because I felt like I was really sick as a kid, and I felt like the outsider in my school. And I said, look, high school is like this. High school is tough. And I think, he said, well, do you think I'll find my people in college? And I said, yes, I think so. That's the place you go to, you find your people, and they'll understand you better than they do here in high school. But I was really moved by this young man's words. And I went back to the group, which had grown by that time to maybe about 25, 30 people. And I said, look, is it all right? We've got like 800 years of knowledge here. Right. I counted it up. and it's like, do you mind, like, I want to shift. Let's do the New York Game Awards. We'll still have meetings and hang, but can we go up to the Bronx and teach a class there about journalism and writing? And so people were into it. Chris Bird came up. Chris was at the Washington Post for a long time as their main critic before Gene.
Before Gene. Okay. Pre-Gene.
Pre-Gene. And which is Gene is great.
She's awesome.
Then Dan Ackerman came and taught a class at CNET for like 25 kids. Nice. Cherie Smith would come up. Ab Samuel from Daily News would come up. So we would have guests, and then after 2 years of asking, Reggie came.
Oh, Reggie came outside.
So Reggie came up to the Bronx to Dreamyard School, and everyone showed up. Man, there were like 100 or so kids there, and our kids as well.
Nice.
And so then a few months later, Reggie writes me a note, and honestly, I've hung with Reggie. I had some dinners with him. He knew it was time, but I did not expect to get like an email from Reggie. But he said to me, I'm retiring, and you're one of the reasons I'm retiring. And I thought, like, what did I say?
He's like, what did I do? Reggie, get back in the game. Oh no.
No. Like, did I upset? How did I upset Reggie? And it was like, I want to give back. And I saw with your kids a way to give back. And I said, oh, that's great, Reggie. So I went back to the Dreamyard, and Kamari Rennis, who's one of our senior interns, she's now at NYU Game Center studying how to be a producer. She said, well, you got to get Reggie on your board, man. Because it's a long process to be a nonprofit, but we had just been, we had just gotten I had just gotten an awesome board together, including one guy, Ted Houghton, who specializes in working with underserved people. Like that's been his whole career. So Ted is like the Jeff Keighley of supportive housing.
No doubt, salute Ted.
And then Catherine Soros. Catherine comes from, she's a Soros, so she knows everybody on the West Coast, and her husband, Jeffrey, they do LA Media Fund. They've made awesome movies. So they were good people. And then Mark Mayer is a great lawyer who does video game law in Los Angeles. So, but I said, so Kamari said, get Reggie. So I said, Reggie, meet the board. And then I had to meet him again. And then Reggie finally said, you gonna invite me to be on this board or not?
Oh, Reggie Fils-Aimé had to ask you, how would you be in Hollywood?
I did not have the temerity to ask Reggie. I was too much in awe. But yeah, so Reggie came on board.
Dope.
And, it's been great. He comes to host the show now, so he has really helped us. We did that podcast together.
Yep.
Hopefully, this documentary will rock people's socks when we do it. And Reggie is the best, man. We're really close friends now, and I couldn't imagine doing this without Reggie.
Dude, that's an awesome story, and I wanted to really kind of give you your flowers on that, because I think we had the discussion after. I think King, you had left at that point. You had to go. You had to go at that because you had other things going on after the show. But me and Soft stayed a little bit after, and I think what moved us was kind of hearing the stories, obviously the Dream Yard project, and then, just seeing, again, all three of us, King, we come from the South Bronx, right? And it's very difficult. When we were coming up, there were no programs like that. There were no one coming out to go see anything about video games. Right. It was forgotten. Yeah. It's an underserved community. As you eloquently said, like when you found out, you were moved by how, as far as the disparity, what I'm saying, as far as the financial situation there, and to see, the presentations on the stage when we at the Game Awards and seeing in these communities that we come from, right? And it was just so heartwarming to see, because this is stuff that doesn't happen, especially for me personally, because, gaming was never considered something you should be doing. Yep. It's a dead end thing. Taboo. Why are you guys doing this? Like, the Lord, just so you know, Harold, like our whole foundation is from Saturdays, Mama Cognito I'm fighting with her to let me have people over to play games. Because the argument was like, hey, you don't want me in the street in these communities, but we're here just having fun playing games. And that's how I won her over. Right? To allow video games in the house and bring my friends together, get them off the street. So to see programs like this, to get into video games, to get into journalism, to do this stuff is really heartwarming to see. And I wanted to give you your flowers of that, because that's special, man. That's special. We need to see more
Thank
of that.
You, man.
Yeah, we need to see more of it. We need to see more people, having lanes and opportunities. And, you guys are giving out scholarships. Like, it was dope. Salute.
Yeah. Scholarships. I mean, there's various scholarships. Every class we teach, we give a scholarship out. But the thing is, not so. I mean, it'd be great if 1 million people watch the New York Game Awards. It'd be great if Epic. Hello, Epic.
I can make some calls. I know some people over there. Let me make some calls.
Epic.
What's up?
We're waiting for you to come on, man. It's been, how many years I've been knocking on Epic. But I think they'll come out. But it grows. Like, so Rudy Blanco at DreamYard, so he realized the power of it, of teaching kids with games. So now there's a Bronx Game Center. There's a physical space in the Bronx that you can go and hang out. And he's going to get a bigger space now. So that's good. So I'm on this committee with the mayor's office now. And so Mayor Adams and sits down and there's a lot of people there, and I said to him, look, we have to get them young. It's not, college is too old.
Yeah, we got to get younger,
because you look at the opportunities white kids have from right on the beginning, man. Right on the beginning, they can buy the consoles. There's programs in their schools already, but there aren't in the Bronx. So he agreed. And I basically said to him, look, I had this one class, and it was the last class. Reggie had come virtually to speak, and the last class we had was talking about bullying during online games. And I said to the mayor, I said, there's one kid, he's like 12 years old, he's playing Roblox. and someone calls him a disparaging racial term.
slur, yeah.
And I'm like, he's 12 now. I said, when did this happen? He said, I was 10. And a young woman gets up and she says, yes, someone did that to me, but they also said, it's hard for me to talk about.
Yeah.
They also said they're going to come kill me. And she's 12 years old. And she said, I ended up in the closet. I shut the door because I thought someone was going to kill me. She's 12 years old, man.
Yeah.
And I'm like, schools have to teach this now.
Right.
You know, this is like I think they have to talk about bullying, but and I think Roblox is a good game.
Yeah.
You know, I think most of the time Roblox is a good game. But I think that the schools need to teach it more than they're teaching it.
Yeah.
Right. So that's why I said to the mayor, I don't know if it went through. I talked about Makita as well. So I'm
playing with
hoping,
purpose.
you know, so that group is there. Like I think it's important for game companies to get tax breaks here in New York. Yes. But that's not why I'm there, man. I'm there to make sure kids get an education and kids get jobs in games and journalism.
I respect
All right,
that.
so the bigger question is, I mean, you guys are opening up in Brooklyn, right? And is the plan to hit all 5 boroughs to just like get a network going where we can like interchange with kids mixing between the boroughs? Because in the tunnel, all the boroughs came together, right?
Yeah.
And they did so in harmony. And usually from there, that's how you met people and you were able to go to Brooklyn. Like, because if you was from the Bronx, you didn't just go to Brooklyn, right? That was not a thing when I was growing up. But if you knew somebody in Brooklyn, and usually you met in one of these conjugal places, you go over there and you go to meet him over there. You go to Staten Island because you met that guy in the tunnel. It was okay to go over there. And that's how that guy was able to come to your projects in the Bronx. And it was just a network. And we came from each one, teach one. So I'm noticing that you guys are open up in Brooklyn. Is there any plans to go further? You know?
No, that is the hope. I mean, the actual hope is that, like, we put our curriculum online, which is a good one. We constantly tweak it, update it, and that everyone has access to it. So now that is kind of done at this point. We're just trying to figure out like the way to roll it out properly. So we'd like to have a partner like Nintendo or Xbox reach out to the schools that they have a network at. So it's, yes, we're here. I'm always going to be here in New York. We need to do more in the Bronx. We need to do outreach in Brooklyn, wherever it's needed here in the city, but it can be done around the country and around the world.
Absolutely.
Just take our class, take what you need, what you need from the curriculum. If you want to do one class on it, do it. You want to do 10 classes, we'll help you do that wherever you are. There's talk, Reggie wants to do something in Seattle eventually. There's people who want to do it in San Francisco eventually, but all that needs funding. We can't, and it's hard for me to do it on a small level. We need to hire more people. So that's the hope, man. It's hope to like serve New York City first and then spread it out.
Absolutely. I love the mindset. I think it's important. I think, one of the things to get the people who love gaming, they don't know what the lane is, especially in these underserved communities. Like, how do I get in it? And providing this, like you said, start with New York, but then from an online perspective, getting the message out there and then saying, okay, you could take these courses. This could get you on the path, right? And it's one of the things that kind of, with us at LordsOfGaming.net, we look at ourselves kind of almost like a feeder system, right? I'll say, hey, you don't have a lot of experience with writing, but we got the LordsOfGaming.net. We got some great editors, submit a piece, and then from there, we'll help you. Maybe we start you with little press releases, things like that. And then we kind of build you up. And then we've been fortunate, a couple of people have gotten, positions at Destructoid or positions at other outlets and stuff like that. We welcome that, because at the end of the day, we're nonprofit. We ain't paying nobody, but we're providing this service and trying to serve the community, give people a lane. So I think that's really important what you're doing to get the word out there. And I wanted to ask you, but as we get towards the end of this, you've got so many accolades. Like researching you was very interesting. I have to say that because like I'm like he's done so much. It's the who's who. It's iconic people, iconic moments, music, film, gaming. You know, with all of these things that you've kind of been a part of and experiences you've been privy to, like what are Lord Harold sort of some of your like most magic moments or things that you hold near and dear to you and you were like, this means a lot to me personally?
Yeah. So I think the Miles Davis interview,
Yes.
Hang was important to me as a music critic. Sam Hauser interviews were important to me because no one had done that, and I thought, Sam was really open and didn't stop at any question. Same thing with Dan Hauser when I did a story about Dan. He was pretty open, probably too open.
You tell a little too much.
Jason caught on to one line, and then a lot happened afterwards.
Okay,
but no, Jason did. It changed everything for the good. I think so. So those things. But I really do have to say that the nonprofit work with the Circle is way up there. As critics, we're kind of, certainly doing it as long as I have, and at 117, I'm probably the oldest.
You push it 200 there, sir.
The oldest of the game critics. So you become a little jaded. So. Selfishly, in a way, we feed off the kids when we go. We want to see their opinions. We want to see their eyes light up. We want to bring them beyond Call of Duty and Roblox and Fortnite to just open up their minds to show all the stories of the games that are out there, and just to see. They may not know who even Reggie is or Phil is, and just give them perspective, invite them to the New York Game Awards. Just if they have writing chops, bring them on as paid interns, and then try to get them an internship at Rockstar or give them, pathways to success. Right? We call it playing with purpose, and Rudy Blanco and I came up with that term, and that's what we do. It's like, look at what you're playing. And think about it. Could you do that? Maybe you can do that.
This is cool, man. I love it. I love to hear this kind of stuff. Again, the way you're serving the community is absolutely awesome, and it means near and dear for the hometown. You know what I'm saying? As a New Yorker, I was like, I have to be a part of this. Couple final questions. I know we respect your time.
We need. I just want to say, I believe that So we don't have hip hop community involved at this point.
Let's go. Now you
talking. I mean, from the top on down, man. Whoever you think is on top now.
Okay.
I would like everyone from Bad Bunny to.
Okay.
Let's go.
And it's like and if you don't overreach, if you don't think big like that, then you can't really do it, right? So people could say, I remember when I started the Circle, guys, like my boss at Sony said, don't do that. Everyone's doing that.
Really?
You can't give back. There's people in schools giving back already.
Don't give
do
back.
It.
Okay.
Yeah, there's too many people doing that already. What makes you special? What makes you special? It's like I don't need devil's advocate, man. Like don't bust my dream. It's like I haven't even started it. You're telling me not to do it. I haven't even tried yet. You're telling me
don't give back. There's other people giving.
They doing that already. Do something else. No.
Yeah. So that's the kind of stuff you do get. So I mean, John Batiste. I wrote about John Batiste for Washington Post about how he cares about games. John, we need you, man. So
let's go.
We need more people.
Let's go. Y'all, listen, we putting the call out right now. The legends in the building. Harold Gold, you know what I'm saying? Harold Goldberg. So
stop buying chains and let's support these games.
Yeah, let's support. And then a lot of these luminaries in we got to get people to support, man. This is important. This is important stuff. If you care about the culture, right? If you care about gaming.
Jay-Z, I read your book, man. I know you want to do it.
Hove, let's go. Let's do it for the town. Come on.
Listen, right? Could you imagine if we can get representatives from each borough? We have Wu-Tang from Staten Island. You have Jay-Z from Brooklyn. We got some of these Bronx
Fat
cats.
Joe, what's up? Fat Joe, what's up? Nas from Queens, what's up?
Fat Joe.
That's right.
I mean, we can do a hip hop summit. We can give back. Let's get to that point. I think hope is necessary because I go to the Bronx at least once or twice a week.
Yeah.
I'm from the Bronx, and it's unrecognizable to me at the moment. It feels like a third world country. And the conditions, like when you go from one place and you start to take away the conditions that was around you, and then you go back to those old conditions that you were living in, it's like a shock to the system. And I find that depression and low income reign supreme there, and we need to show that there's a way out of that environment to change. We got to give hope to the kids. Absolutely. And that's what I saw, with Makita. I saw hope. Saw hope when you were giving out scholarships to the young
gentleman, the young brother, Yamin, salute.
It's and the little kid, it was a little kid. I think he was a chess champ. 12 years old. That blew my mind, right? But
his father was so cool. I said, he didn't know me at all. I mean, and I said, look, would it be possible for Tani to come and present an award?
Yes.
He says, I don't really know who you are. He said, send me information. And I sent him some information, and they were there. They came, man. I said, I said, all I can give you guys is $100 from our coffers, but we will give you. And he had, Tani has a foundation, so I gave it to his foundation. But he was cool, man. That was awesome. If you're outside of chess, you don't know him, so you want to bring in more people in that are cool people.
That was so cool. Yeah, but like I said, him, he presented. The teacher, that was cool when he brought his student.
Yes.
Yeah, it was so many moments like that, man. Again, really, really dope stuff.
That group was very diverse.
Yes. Oh, absolutely. We saw all walks of life there. It was really cool. I did want to say, in reference to kind of like current gaming, and one question that comes up in the room is like, what's your take kind of on like the modern day climate? Obviously we got things going on as far as the Microsoft, Activision Blizzard King potential deal. So I guess the first question is like, how do you feel about that? And then another question that we got, shout out to Tyler in the chat, was in reference to kind of like gaming leaks and journalism. There's a little bit of a little bit of conflict. Is it ethical? Is it not? Some people say, hey, I have to make a living. If I come across this information, I put this out. Other people say, hey, maybe you're harming, people's work that, they didn't want to reveal just yet, so to speak. So let's break it down. 2 questions. One, current state, Activision, Blizzard, King, Microsoft, your thoughts on that. Second, journalism and leaks.
Well, first, if I had a crystal ball, it'd be a lot harder to walk.
Yo. Okay.
Well done, sir.
Well done.
Very good.
Well done. Fair enough.
But I mean, it's hard to parse, right? So game companies want to grow. They're obligated to have their stockholders be happy, right? Activision's been through some tough things, and rightly so. I don't know if Bobby should still be there, honestly. I talked to Bobby years ago for just after the book came out, and I said, do you want to do a piece? I won't say for which magazine with me. And he said no. And I wondered, and I said, why? Because, and then, of course, I would do research, right?
Yes.
And so maybe I can't speak for him, but maybe there was some stuff that he did not want to come out.
Gotcha.
I don't know.
Right.
Bobby created an empire, and you have to say, well, that's cool. But within the creation, within the growth, there were some bad apples, right?
Yeah.
Right.
So you got to get rid of all that. You have to honor your people,
Right.
and because if you don't, we're talking about from the lowest to the highest earlier, and everyone has to be treated with the same fairness.
Yes.
Right. And honesty and for want of a better word, love. Right. And so I don't want to get mushy about it, but that's how we treat people here. And that's how people should be treated at larger companies as well. I mean, I always felt treated pretty well at Sony. There were things I didn't agree with, but that's you're working hard. You're working not for yourself. You're not really, building your own brand when you're part of a big company. You kind of are, and you can get your next gig, but you can't you're not doing your independent thing, right? You're working for a team, so you should be compensated well for that, and you should be treated well for that. You should not be overworked for that. So that's how I feel about the game industry going forward. As far as mergers go, and does Sony have a case? Does Xbox have a case? Everybody has a case, right? The question is like what the judges are going to say.
Exactly.
And or the European Union is going to say, what's the UK going to say? I don't know how it's going to turn out. So it's I think Schreier would have a better insight to that in the sense that he is at all, when it comes down to it, he is a business writer, right? So he knows, he's in touch with his sources. He probably knows a bit better what may or may not happen. I'm a business writer. If I take a story on with Rockstar, I will say, they worked 100 hours, and it's for Jason to say, what he needs to say on it. But I want, I'm pretty even-handed in my feature stories. So as far as the future of in the next year, it's going to be tough for game companies because we're in this weird. We got really big during the pandemic because everyone was home.
Everybody was home.
Thousands and thousands of jobs were created because everyone thought this was going to last.
Everybody thought it was going to continue that boost.
It was going to continue. So
COVID.
This happens all the time, man. This is, every 10, 12, 15 years, there's a shrinkage, whether it's due to a recession or, 9/11 really had a number on New York City. The world, the country. So contractions do happen, and then it grows again. Would I say Facebook at 20,000 cuts is too much? Probably, but I think that everyone will ramp up again in a year, 18 months tops. So, and there's still, we still have a good amount of unemployment, but I do not know the ins and outs of business, man. I'm just a writer trying to write.
I feel you.
And give me a story. If someone comes and gives me a story, do the inside story of Activision, Blizzard. I'll do my best to find every detail possible. But from as an outsider, as a game fan, as a journalist, everyone needs to be treated well, and whether this merger is good for being treated well, I don't know.
Gotcha. No, you're being objective. That's just where you are right now. I did want to not let you get away from the inside leaking stuff.
Okay.
So we're gonna get back on that. So where are you at with that? Because this is a big contentious part in journalism right now. I've got friends on both sides. I won't name names.
So leaking footage from a game, do you mean?
Well,
or
let's
leaking stories?
Let's just use an example like Rockstar, right? Someone may know what the new title name is, or hey, the release. Someone may say, hey, I think this Grand Theft Auto 8 is going to take place here, and looking for a 2025 release. and then they put that out, and as on their platform, maybe they're consistent with that, versus the other side, which is like, hey, I don't think that's cool, and from a journalist standpoint. So where do you sit?
I sit on the side of investigative journalists.
Okay.
Right?
Okay.
Some dude sits somewhere and gets some information. I don't know if I could trust the guy or the woman who leaks it, but maybe I can.
Okay.
I think one thing I do know is that from when I started going to E3, everyone was accessible.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Like every person, they just wanted to be written up in Entertainment Weekly or Wired or something like that. It was like a joy for them. I mean, to have, Ken Levine, who was making BioShock in the New York Times, they're just really happy. Even though, I said one of the things I said to them they were very cagey about is like how much BioShock Infinite costs. Like, I can't say that. I can't say that. Well, I'm gonna find out, right? So whether you can say that or not, I'm gonna find out. So I did, but I think
all those leaks considered journalism. That's the argument.
Well, no. I just want to give the perspective of history here. So now you can't. Knocking on the door of Nintendo is harder than it was even 12, 15 years ago. Mm-hmm. Everyone's tighter-lipped now. Everyone wants to have their own stream and their own influencer, their social media coming from game companies, which is sometimes cool, right? You see trailers from Sony and Microsoft and Nintendo in their own streams. Mm-hmm. But I think that if you find a nugget that is important,
someone tell him.
It's not a bad thing.
Okay.
Ultimately, it's not a bad it's not a bad thing, and I think the game companies might come down on me for it. I don't like, because I know how many people work on it from the bottom on up. I don't like seeing game footage leaked.
I feel that.
Okay.
I just feel like it's not finished.
Yes.
It may not end up in the final game. It doesn't. I don't know if it serves fans well, right? And I'm not the person leaking it. Maybe the person has like the reason, wants the accolades, wants to be known, is maybe feels they are doing a service, but I don't like it. Now, if you're of the opinion that all media is good media, so maybe then it doesn't hurt in the long run. I mean, if a company puts out a AAA game and they know it's going to the top, it's going to sell $1 billion in within the first week. Probably not gonna, the leak is not gonna hurt it as much. It's a big problem for those marketing and PR folks, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
But I try to look at all sides. I'm a Libra, right, man? So I gotta balance it. But honestly, if you're I just go back to, like, if you're an investigative journalist and there's something bad happening at a company, you got to say it if it comes to you. Like, why are you going to hide that if someone is being abused at a company? You can't hide it.
No, I hear where you're coming from. I hear where you're coming from in reference to investigative journalism, in reference to leaks. And then I do like what you said about footage, because I think you kind of are in alignment here pretty much all the way. I think I'm okay with it for the most part, minus the footage. Because I do feel like you said, like sometimes it's just you don't get the full context, right? And then it deserves the actual people who worked on it, and then that it creates a narrative sometimes that are not fair to the game and the company. So I hear where you're coming from.
I don't like it at all, because it takes away the wonder. I like the wonder. And I don't want to know all about the script ahead of time. I don't want to know the plot ending at the end. Sometimes I even skip the trailers. I mean, but these big shows, I think they need our eyes on it as far as like E3 packs, stuff like that, and the award shows. Those need our eyes. But as far as the leaks go, I'm not a fan of that stuff.
No, I get you.
I like
I
the
mean,
one.
Yeah.
I will say this though. I will say that there are people. There, some of the biggest stories have come from people inside. Actually, the actual devs breaking the NDA because they want to Harold's point. They want people to know about some unfair stuff that's going on,
Okay,
or whatever. And sometimes that actually brings about a greater change. You know what I'm saying? Obviously, we'll see with certain things. So it's a tough one, but I'm glad the legend, indulged us with that one. You know what I mean? But
yeah, we got Tom Henderson in the chat.
Oh yeah, Tom's in there. I'll shout out to Tom.
Every leak comes from someone breaking NDA.
And he said he's never broken NDA. Salute to Tom, man. Appreciate you.
Shout out to Tom.
Appreciate you.
There are NDAs, man. There are NDAs. But if you're being sexually harassed, someone leaks that. So Jason is not. Jason gets a lot of credit and rightly so, but also a lot of abuse.
Yeah.
You have to find. Not that necessarily that one person, but you have to find it as 2 people, 3 people, 4 people, 5
right.
people.
Yep.
Get you
To be an honest, well-balanced journalist. Some people, I'm old school, man, so I still tend to look at things to give everyone a say, right? But there are a number of people in the group that say, well, no, you have to be an advocate as well. My advocacy is with the younger generation of America who are underserved and homeless. That's where I go for that.
Right.
That's where that's a heavy lift. But I want to make sure. So, what is it, like 2.5% of Black people in the game industry right now? So I'm doing in my little small way, trying to make a difference for a number of kids, and we've been lucky enough to make a difference for a lot of kids over the years, but we can't take on that many each year.
Right.
But that's the key to me, man. If you don't have a way out, we want to help.
Facts.
It's and the other stuff is important stuff, but that's not where my advocacy lies.
Salute. I love what you said about, again, underserved communities providing that opportunity. I'll be honest, what I'm saying, King. So I'm like, we didn't see a lot of people like us, what I mean, coming up in gaming, so it's refreshing to hear about that. And I speak to my brother hip hop gamer is one that one of the early ones we used to see, and I'm like, okay, he's doing content creation, stuff like that. Or when you see different developers, whether it be of color or anything, it's very heartwarming to see.
It's changing.
Yeah,
it's changing.
It's moving forward. It's progressing. I remember the first time when I saw Reggie at head of Nintendo. I think that was transformative because Nintendo was, if not number 1, number 2, and to have Reggie as the face, and I think that's when Nintendo really started turning the corner as far as being globally recognized. I thought that was huge, and to see him say, okay, I'm going to retire now, I'm going to give back. I think that's even greater. So we're moving forward to where we need to be. So.
Yeah, no doubt.
Yeah, and that what you said about hope is really important. You can't let it die, man. No matter what happens, you still have to hold on to it because there are folks out there that are willing to help.
No, absolutely.
And even if not, you just find it in yourself to keep going. That's what we do. That's why humans have evolved, right? Like we just keep on going as best we can, because what's the alternative, right?
Yeah.
Yep.
No, absolutely.
And then who better than you because of your accident? I mean, when you said your accident, and people, I think we have to approach that.
Let's get it.
Right. You see him right now. And you see him when he was on stage, and you have to explain your accident to the crowd if you would like to. And it felt like Rocky to me, like him coming back, type of thing, to get back to this space, to be even walking, like you said, you walk a little bit, it hurts a little bit, but please, in your own words, please explain to them.
Yeah. So Helen, my partner, got COVID, and when I was at Sony, I had a little extra money, and I bought a small place up in the Catskill Mountains just to chill.
Mm-hmm.
And she said, well, I'm sick, maybe you should go up there. So I went up, and I remember I had some small, there's a lot of cool small events that go on in small towns. I was going to go one to some art gallery opening to hang, and I said, oh man, I could do some work. It's like an hour and a half away. So I went and tried to do some work on the house's balcony, and I fell like about 14, 15 feet.
Woo.
And so it's there's nothing, there's no hospitals up there.
Yeah.
So I could not move, man. I didn't know what was up. Like I could move, I could crawl, and I went into the house and I tried to put weight on my right leg. I could not do it. And so I crawled back out because my phone was in the house, and I was gonna like try to call somebody. I was kind of in shock. And I saw someone going down the mountain. We're at the base of the mountain. And I was waving to the guy, and he's waving back like everything's cool. and then no, I'm going like, please. And so he said, are you hurt? And I said, yeah. So he called the local ambulance. They came, and they said, did you go out? Did you unconscious? I don't think so, man. Like when I hit, did you hit your head? And I said, I don't know, man. I saw like a brightness, but I don't really think I hit my head. They said, well, we've seen this before. You could be bleeding inside. So do you want to go we need to get you to Albany. And I said, what? And I said, I don't think I'm bleeding. The guy said, no, I think you're probably bleeding inside in some way. And if you go to Kingston Hospital, and that's in itself is like 45 minutes away. If you go to Kingston, they don't have a trauma unit.
Right.
You need to go to Albany. So what was cool is like, I think I mentioned on stage, it was like GGA or something, a helicopter.
They got the helicopter.
But it was kind of stupid. Like as they were putting me in the helicopter, they hit my head again.
Oh my God.
So like, they got me there, and it was not good, man. So my pelvis was broken in 3 places. My arm was like huge and black. I had a subdural hematoma, a concussion, multiple tears of muscles, and so it was. So I'm like, Helen is like, what's going on? And I said, I'm all right. They did a quick operation, but I wasn't all right. And it was, I said, well, what's going to happen with the circle? I was like, they're
your
giving
first
me
focus is the circle.
Well, what's going to happen? Well, first Helen, and then I was like, what's going to happen to these kids? Like, how bad else am I? But so a friend of ours from the Catskills drove me back home. I was a mess, man. I was, I was on a walker for like a long time, and Helen helped me like walk around outside a little bit. It's just, it's the things you go through. And then they found, so with, there are lots of CAT scans and MRIs and all this shit. I'm sorry.
It's a slip on allowed based on this experience.
And so I still have a torn shoulder, which is bugging me. And but it, so we were doing a virtual, kids from the Bronx were making these virtual twine games. So like within a week, I felt good enough. I still had the walker, but I could still sit and help the kids make twine games with this awesome intern we had from NYU. So I was back best I could. Reggie was on the phone with me like immediately. How you doing? So I was pretty scared, honestly, but it got better. So I'm rocking it now. So, but it just made me, honestly, it really, and it's just the cliche of people, and I pardon me for that, but you do look at, hope is even bigger than after something like that, and you do look at the world as like, oh, I'm still here, man. I'm so happy to look at things outside, and you just notice things that, a bit more than you do, and just happy that you're still kicking.
Oh no, absolutely. I mean, first of all, tremendous. When we found out, thank you, kid, for bringing it up, because when we found out, we were just blown away, and you were still doing the things you're doing, and just an appreciation of life, right? And you see that, and salute, man, because again, not only we're fortunate that you survived something as awful as that, the fact that you still, for the most part, have perspective and appreciation, and went right back to doing what you do, when easily you could have stopped and just focused on your health, which everybody understandably so would have had no issue with it. So definitely want to salute you on that. Real quick, I do want to break protocol with one thing as far as super chat saw on Michael Santiago.
Toon Medic.
Yes, Toon Medic. He said it was an absolute honor and pleasure to volunteer for Harold at the awards. What Harold does for the development of the youth in New York City is Herculean. So shout out to Toon Medic.
Shout out to Toon Medic.
Oh man, he was awesome, man. That I met that guy at another convention, and he was like, I want to help out, and he did everything, man. He went to like a Costco to get snacks and beer and everything. He just really went over above. Good dude. Yeah,
good dude. We also met him at Play NYC. Shout out to him. Shout out to legendary Dan Butchko, and we still support him as well. But it's tremendous, man. What I want to do, the final question that we ask all the guests in the realm. This is tradition, Harold. No pressure. But we have to ask you this. I need your top 5 video games or franchises of all time.
Oh, well,
any order.
Someone just actually. Let's see. Let me just look at this.
Let's go. He got it. He's ready.
I'm getting it for you.
He's just digging in the crates. Let's go.
Yeah. So
that goat talk.
So, and this is as of now, right?
That's as of now. Where we
so I can go 10 really quickly.
Woo!
So Red Dead Redemption 2, I love that.
Let's go.
I can't,
you're welcome here, anytime you want, sir.
So you see the shirt? See how ready? See how ready Harold was?
Ready.
Let's go.
And Elden Ring, man, I have to, because I did not expect how good that was. I mean, I hate, From Software killed me, so I did not want to play another From Software game. It was like I'm at least at level 100 now. BioShock for the narrative. First BioShock. Zelda Breath of the Wild.
Harold, my man. Yes.
Last of Us both, but it's part 2, definitely.
King, do you agree?
Right.
Thank you.
Okay.
Soul Calibur 3, because of
Let's
fighting games.
go.
FGC's in there. Okay.
Yeah.
Goat list.
What about 3 specifically?
Yeah, what about 3?
Well, because it was for the Dreamcast, and the Dreamcast was an awesome machine.
Yep.
It allowed you to move around the platform in almost a circular motion, so it wasn't 3D, but it kind of felt 3D. So it was awesome, and then mainly the myth behind each character. It's just awesome, man. Nightmare Forever.
Nightmare.
Okay. You a Nightmare guy. You not a Siegfried guy? You a Nightmare guy?
Nightmare.
All right, Harold. You showing me the dark side of Harold now.
Nah, listen. When Harold said Studio 54.
Yeah, he was outside. Yeah, I should have known. When he said the tunnel, I should have known. I should have had the dark side. Continue.
Right. Tetris, I think.
I wish Attic was here.
Shout out to Attic.
Shout out to Attic.
NBA Jam, man, because Big Head. Like, who didn't love Big Head mode?
Yeah, Big Head mode, right?
He's on fire.
Joyful, man.
He's heating up.
Yeah, he's from downtown.
From downtown. Let's go.
Hades, just because Logan did.
Let's go.
And I think, just more of appreciation, because I did a book about it, League of Legends, just because it did change things. Riot's got some problems; they're working out some problems, but League of Legends, and also that I saw one of the things with League of Legends I saw, and then no one talked about. Now they're starting to talk about, is that when League of Legends started, they had like some dude or woman in the back writing narrative for each character, and you had to really search to find that. So I found that, and like there were all this like Timo was meeting like some iconic big character. Like everyone hates Tebow, but like somehow this guy's meeting, like it's almost like Game of Thrones or something. And I was like, no one's talking about that. And that's what kind of like got one of the things that got me hooked into that game while I was playing it and writing the book.
Nice.
And so yeah, League of Legends is on that.
Nice.
All right.
Man, he had his 10 ready. Like
Yeah,
I was ready. Like he's the
Right,
first
right.
guest ever. He had 10 off rip. He's like, all right, let's go.
Well, I'm
through
glad God, whatchamacallit came in at Last of Us 2.
Oh yeah, I know.
Yeah, that was top. That was top.
Yeah, we noticed what he said first, though, right?
We know the red dig. We
Hey,
know.
listen,
We
listen,
respect
he's not
it.
biased. You know,
Red Dead,
that
yeah.
list may change.
We'll see what happens with Last of Us 3.
We'll see what happens with
Yeah,
Last of
right?
Us 3.
Yeah.
And
Shout
the
out
final
to
question
Neil.
we asked for all the guests in the realm. Favorite console of all time and why?
Oh.
Let's go.
Gotta pick amongst your kids.
Yeah. Man, it's a toss-up between PlayStation 2 and 360.
Ooh. That's good.
And
That's good.
360 for the rise of indie games.
Yes.
And
Xbox Live Arcade.
PlayStation 2, which like changed everything. Like Sam Hauser told me they would not have Grand Theft Auto 3 without PlayStation 2.
Really?
Right, because of that, the processor allowed them to do that open world thing.
Mm.
So I have, and just even that blue light, the glow of that blue light, man, at the in night.
At nighttime, little.
Yeah, I would have to say PlayStation 2. So yeah.
Tremendous.
Yeah.
That PS2 action again, the legendary, absolute pleasure to have the legendary, iconic Harold Goldberg in the realm of the Lords, and absolute a man of his word too, because Saul, sometimes we run down on people.
Yeah,
You know what I'm
yeah.
saying? We do run down and they give us the spiel. Harold was so 100% and transparent, and he was like, "Cog, I'm there." And it meant so much to have you here, to listen to your journey, to listen to your story, to listen to what you're doing for gaming culture, the community, education, serving underserved communities. And then just, again, also celebrating others, celebrating peers in the industry, the developers. I mean, we could talk stories. The music stories, I could have talked all day. I wanted to hear more about the Tunnel and Miles and more stuff and who else.
Yeah.
Bro, we didn't even get to the Playboy channel.
Yeah, I know. I'm sure you have a couple of Limelight stories as well.
Oh, the Limelight!
Oh, that's
Yes.
true.
There's some New York stories we could have definitely got into, and I know obviously you're always welcome back.
Cool.
Tremendous, man, tremendous story. So again, tell the people what you got going on, where they can find you. You know what I'm saying, and things that we could do to maybe support some of the things that you and the movements that you got going on.
Yeah. So like NYGameCritics.com is 95% written by underserved kids, students, and then you can find a link there to donate.
Yep, putting in the chat right now.
And then I'm at Harold Goldberg on Twitter. Link to donate there as well. Link to all your base if you want to buy that is there.
Yeah, we gotta get that book.
And that's you can find me anywhere because social media is our I would care less about social media, but it's our way of like telling our story and the story of the kids that we help serve. So you'll be hearing about our foray into Brooklyn next week and the week after. And that's, with Sheree Smith is going to do a great job with that. Sheree, the editor-in-chief of Laptop, Isaac Espinoza, Ronald Gordon, associate mentors. So yeah, we're gonna do it. And then one last thing, I have a novel coming out called The Skinny.
Oh,
nice.
And that is in the fall, so you'll hear more about that. I worked really hard on that.
We'll have you back right then.
Yeah.
We gotta have you back for The Skinny.
Yes.
But there's some. It's a mystery novel about 1990s New York City. On the Lower East Side.
I definitely want to hear about that.
Lower East
We was
Side.
outside on Lower East Side 90s. Let's go.
Yeah. And there's some game inspiration and also a little bit of inspiration of some mystery novels that I really like Devil in the Blue Dress.
Let's go. Salute to the legend, Lord Saul. Outros for the legend. What do you want to say to the man that blessed us today in the realm?
I think, Harold, that in listening to like this breakdown of your career and your life and these accolades that you have, the most striking and most important thing that I've gleaned from this is just the human being that you are, above and beyond anything else. I still live in the Bronx, and I pride myself on being someone that is from that environment, but not of that environment. And I'm lucky in that way, right? I'm lucky in that I grew up around people who felt the same way about, hey, we're from here, but this doesn't define us, and this isn't what we're going to be. And when I talk about that, I mean, like, looking at, as someone who still lives here, but doesn't sort of engage with what you see day in and day out. The level, when we were young growing up, you knew you were poor, but there was joy still. There was joy. It wasn't the same. Today, life is hard. Life is hard. And it's so easy to take the joy out of a child's life at such an early age and never find a way back. And to feel hopelessness at a very early age and never find a way back because you're just so inundated in negativity, and just poverty and things of that nature every single day. And I'm grateful that, that wasn't my path. That wasn't Cog's path. That wasn't King's path. But I'm doubly grateful that someone like you, who didn't grow up in that, but saw the need. And I think that's what makes New York special, right? When you really talk about New York as a melting pot. You grew up in New York, your ideas of what racism is and sort of looking at people differently isn't quite the same thing as maybe in other parts of the country, because every single day you walk out of the door, you're seeing people with different races, creeds, colors. It doesn't matter. And that's a special thing that I don't think you see in all parts of the country or the world. And so for somebody to see that and see that need still within these communities and create a space for these kids who, I look at my nephew and his love of Pokemon and all things Pokemon is so pure. And for that to ever be taken away from him because of what he sees around him would be heartbreaking to me. And my sister does a great job of every single day making sure, no, you're going to study, you're going to do this, you're going to do that. But not enough of that happens. So to see what you guys are doing in the city, to give, you can't save everybody, right? Because, it'd be great to be that idealistic and to be able to be able to do that, but that's just not the reality. But every single kid that you can get to look at a video game and say, hey, I love that, whether it's the storytelling, the gameplay, the curiosity of figuring out, how does that get made? Or I want to just talk about them or write about them. That's all it takes, that one moment to change you for the rest of your life and make you a person that understands and comes from an environment, but not continue to be of it. And I'm so grateful for the opportunity to go to the award show this year, get to meet you, get to understand what your organization is doing, and hopefully in the future be able to help in some way, shape, or form. Because again, born and raised in the Bronx, I heard the Bronx got brought up like 10 times during that night. And I'm like, wait a minute, what is this? Where did I exactly? Bro. Where am I? So I just very excited to see what's going on moving forward. What you were talking about with the committee with the mayor's office, and how the plans to even start to implement sort of gaming related things into summer youth programs.
Could you imagine all of us? But see, the thing is that, and I was going to touch on that, but I'll let you finish.
But again, thank you, Harold. I truly appreciate and respect the work that you're doing. Thanks, you,
man. Thanks, man. Well said, man. Thank you.
No doubt. Lord King, outros for the legend, Harold Goldberg.
All right. So I'm super happy. My wife knew I was so happy for today because I was like, yo, we got Harold on this Sunday. And she was like, the guy that you were talking about, because after meeting you, I saw your aura standing there, and I'm like, I didn't know who you were, right? But I was like, yo, he has a magical aura around him, right? All right. And then you get up on stage, and then I find out who you are. And yesterday I did an interview last night, and the guy said, man, you're the most interesting guy. That commercial, the most interesting guy in the world. And I stopped him. I was like, no. I said, we're having the most interesting
tomorrow in the realm
tomorrow.
yeah.
Iron Lords at 1 p.m.
Thanks.
Please tune in. And I don't think this 2 hours that we had with you, or hour that we had with you, doesn't really give us a chance to encapsulate who Harold is.
Oh, facts.
Right? Now, when I grew up younger, I'm a little bit older than these guys here.
Yeah.
And I grew up in the Bronx, and I grew up in Melrose Projects. And in the Melrose Projects, in every projects in New York City, there used to be a community center. In the community centers, it also was the PBA, the Police Association, was there. You had housing police. And they always worked hand in hand, right? So you always got a chance to see police presence, and you also had the community centers that would serve the community, especially that project, right? So there you would have summer youth programs, you will have daycares, you will have after school centers, and you will have things that would give kids an outlet, because a lot of our children was latchkey children. This is the time where video games really started coming up. So sometimes if a parent was still at work, they would have a console, and usually that one television would be there. You know, it's just your time. You know, you do your homework, you play your video games before your parents get home, and then they come home, and then, you know, they take over the TV. That's kind of pretty much what it was. But I only said this because I grew up in the community center programs, and it helped me get a job there. So I started off with summer youth, and having jobs with the community center and working with children. And then I was working for New York City Housing Authority. And I became the youngest New York City Housing Authority director in New York City history. Made the papers for that. It was a great thing, right? And what I would do is I would bring my consoles. I was like always on the forefront. I would go down to
you used to do that, kid. We got to give kid his flowers. So you used to do that for them kids. I forgot. Yo, you taking that.
I would bring my Famicom there, with Super Mario Brothers and Street Fighters and all the stuff. And I would have video game time with the kids, right? So the kids that didn't have a console, couldn't get a console or whatever, you know, we had a 32-inch television. Let's sit down and let's play. And this is our interactive time during that period of time. So and I would do that across going to different community centers. And then I noticed that other community center directors started implementing that going forward, right? Now, sadly, community centers are no longer in New York City. Right? They removed them out of the projects, and children do not have that outlet and do not have those abilities to show that, you know, video games can be something constructive than rather destructive. So when Harold and his organization was, you know, in the Bronx, giving hope and showing video games and giving journalism to children, I said, this is the most interesting man in the world, because he's doing something that was removed from New York City. And I thought that was at a detriment. And he's doing it in a positive manner, and it's going to grow from there. And hear that you're going to Brooklyn. I'm trying to do this really quickly.
Get your balls off.
But when I tweeted at you, and I was like, I hope to have you in the realm. And you tweeted back, I almost had a heart attack. And you was like, sure. And I swear to God, I screenshotted it. I ran to the chat. I was like, please, somebody talk to Harold.
He's like, can't get him. I'm like, all right, I'm on it. I said, we did talk in person, but, you know, I wanted to see it. He kept his word. You know, he kept his word, because a lot of times we, you know, the realm wants us to get, you know, guests like that. And for King to be that passionate, you know what I'm saying, about it, I knew it meant a lot. And I'm glad you brought that up, Kate, because again, you know, I remember those times, you know, the community center, and these are rough projects that Kate was talking about. We talk about Harlem, we talk about certain aspects, and I remember going there. He would be like, "Cog, yo," because we used to get some of the import games early, or we get games early. He's like, "Hey, bring them to the community center. The kids might want to see that." And it was a cool environment, and you could see the kids really appreciated that time. And video game, look, I'm not ashamed. Like, video games saved our life. It took us out of bad situations that we could have been involved in. And I think people are losing that aspect of how important it is. And creative, you learn through video games. So again, salute to you on that and your journey. You have a friend in the Lords. The Lords will be there to support. And of course, the Game Awards and all that good stuff. Much appreciated. The legendary Harold Goldberg.
Thank you, guys. Man, this is honestly, truly the best podcast I've ever done.
Oh, wow.
Thank you.
This was, you guys understand what we're trying to do, and hopefully we'll continue to do it. And King, just one last thing, I hope you don't mind, is you are right that it's those community centers in the Bronx, that sounds like it was so important. There was a community center here on the Lower East Side, and kids there were supposedly, they told us that, well, these kids may be dropouts. They may go the wrong path. So, this is what you're going into. So that was tough, but I think we made a difference. One kid basically, he and his brother were twins. They were quiet for like 5 weeks, and I said, guys, come sit with me. We need you to write your review. So one of them came up, and he hadn't talked. The reason he hadn't talked is that I asked him what his favorite game was, and I think he said it was like a Call of Duty or Modern Warfare. Right. And I said, well, why is that? And he said, that's the game I played on the day our father walked out. And he said, I played that, and then I would cry. And then my mother came in, and we both play that, and we would cry again. We played it all night, and that's why this is the most important game to me. And so, but they didn't ask us back, and I feel bad because I think we could have made a continual difference. I mean, that kid did become an intern with us, but I think we could have made a difference, more of a difference here on the Lower East Side. But we're still trying, and we're growing every day to new classes. And thank you so much for taking the time to let me tell my story, for sure, and for understanding what we're doing.
For sure. But for the chat, again, I just want to put your information in there. We got obviously the website, and obviously the Critics Circle, and of course the book as well. So I'm just going to put that information in chat. So again, so people know where they can go and how they can reach you to support all these fantastic things you're doing for gaming and supporting the culture of gaming, the art form of gaming. Because we are arts, and we are the biggest in pop culture. I will say that. They're following us now. It's cool to be a gamer now, but we, Harold and us, we were outside before. It wasn't cool. But again, brother, thank you again for your time. Enjoy your Sunday. The legendary Harold Goldberg. Thank you so much, brother. Much.
Thank you, man.
Get him back when the skinny drops.
Oh yeah, with the skinny, yes. I'll definitely hit you up. We might have to talk
All right,
again.
man. That's definitely, man. We'll do it.
Appreciate you, brother. Enjoy your Sunday.
Thanks so much. You guys as well. Thank you.
Right. You are welcome.
All right.
So, you want to get the super chats?
Get the super chats. Let me see. Okay, we already read Michael Santiago. Thank you, brother. Appreciate that. We got Suicide Kings, member for 2 years, $5 super chat. Put my dollars in the collection plate and passed it to the left. Thank you, brother. Much appreciate that. Appreciate that. And we got David Hotright, member for 1 year, $50 super chat. Go give PAX that business. Thank you, brother. We're gonna be out there.
Right now, my suitcase is getting packed up this evening.
Yeah, I'm running late on that. I need to.
Yeah, I got some packing, bro. I'm
usually the earliest on that.
And what sucks is that Saturday, Caleb Plant fights David Benavidez. I was supposed to do a combat talk with the King. I gotta be watching it there, so I'm gonna give you a fresh pre and post. Post, I'll probably be toast, but
exactly. Yes, Saab will be there, so he might interject.
Together, baby.
That's right.
Let me see. Suicide Kings, once again, member for 28 months, Lord Bronze. I know we're a gaming podcast, but can we get this gentleman back to speak on his music stories? He's chatted with legends. And just asking for a friend.
Listen, I wanted to get into his movie critic stuff.
He got so much.
He's so much. Listen, guys, this is a condensed version of Harold that you got.
I'm glad. Thank you for saying that. Thank you for saying that. Because I'll be honest, I pride myself in trying to prep. He was probably one of the hardest people to prep for ever.
You got to pick and choose because what accolades you're going to talk
about. We have that hour and a half, and it's just like, what do I focus on? Like, there's so much to it, right? So it's just like, like King said, I'd love to have him back because
we never really got to his video game.
We didn't even get to we had to skip gaming history.
You could tell how important the music aspect.
Yes, he wanted to get. So I said, you know what? Let him go because this is a chapter a lot of people don't know about. Sounds like
The
let him
music
cook.
aspect of
Yeah, the
it,
music. Now you
we
talking.
knew that from the award show when he had the guy. Remember the guy up there doing the Halo?
Yeah.
So and you could tell that he's jazzed out, like he was in that scene. That jazzed, but he said the tunnel, baby.
Bro,
The
he said
tunnel.
the tunnel.
Yo, y'all don't know, but see the tunnel. The tunnel was. There was an intersection of all of New York there. Like you had nights where it was like you had, you know, the club kids, as you call them, and it was like really wild psychedelic stuff. And then there was nights that it was hood, straight hood stuff.
Oh, factual.
And it was just like, much like the Limelight, it was a place where people from all over the city
But
came.
the Limelight was soft. The Limelight was a party thing. You know, that was for recreation.
Are you implying that certain activities?
Listen, I'm gonna tell you. Okay, so the Limelight was if you were going to, you know, get medicinal
to partake.
You were partaking.
To partake or facilitate medicinal situations.
I remember one time at the Limelight.
You talking about with Shaq?
Yeah.
Shaq is in the spot?
Yo,
Shaq had a birthday. It wasn't the Limelight though. That was
tell us all.
Yeah.
This wasn't the Limelight story. Shaq was someplace else. I can't remember the damn club name.
Shaq was that was the Palladium.
Palladium.
Palladium. Yeah.
So we go.
Is the other building.
Yeah. We went to Shaq's birthday party at Palladium, and you know we get in and we walk in and we would dap out. King and I right after work that day went out and spent our whole check to go to look dapper.
That's that New York club scene.
King had a derby on.
Yes. Wait, just to y'all took the picture? Y'all took y'all was fly as hell. I was mad I missed out. That picture y'all took was ill. Go ahead, continue.
And that club scene was crazy. You go to Palladium, Palladium has literally like grandstand seating where you could sit, you could watch like whatever crazy anime they had on screen. They had people dancing in cages. They had all kinds of wild stuff. And Shaq just had his birthday party there. And we rolled up on Shaq, happy birthday, buddy. He said, no doubt, thanks for coming, y'all. You know, much love, whatever. Love. And that's the time before cell phones, so nobody had a camera to
take. That's what celebrities could be low back in the day.
Sitting there, me and Saul sitting at the table, and we having a good time. We have bottles and doing what we doing. Shaq got up from his table and came and sat at our table. It was like, your table looked like your table was having more fun.
It was more fun.
Oh, word?
Yeah, man. It was just one of those things like when you go to the club.
112 downstairs.
Wait, 112 was in the spot?
112. There was remember that Southern group Crucial Conflict was there. Yeah, and it was you know, I have my bathroom stories always. When you go to the bathroom at the Palladium, it's unisex. It's unisex.
So it might jump off.
Emphasis on the sex.
With the emphasis on.
Wow.
There you go. Yes. There you go.
Yeah, it was a fun time. So I know Harold has some stories to back it.
Harold
got story. He definitely.
All right. So you heard how fun the Palladium is, right?
Yes.
And the Limelight is, you know, for purveyors of situations.
Now
the tunnel. There's no security checking what you're going in
factual.
with. So everybody in there is like have armed security. If you understand what I'm saying. And the fact that Harold is there. Harold is demonstrative in size. He's not a giant dude, but Harold is there moving and shaking with the element is thug element.
Yeah, bro.
And he's moving through New York City. So I'm telling you, who he is shows you how layered and diverse he is.
Yes.
We need him back because we only gave you a small.
Those are just, that ain't even a full spectrum. Like, there's so much to him that we didn't get a chance to touch. But, man, salute to him on that. Salute to that story. That was ill.
All right, we got Zip Davis, $5 super chat.
We got a few songs that the old man Bladder could take a little.
Go ahead, but only got a couple, buddy. Go ahead, man. You gotta do what you gotta do. Got Zip Davis, $5 super chat. That progress bar on the screen isn't for Paxies, it's for little Timmy's operation. Please save him.
Hopefully little Timmy can make it.
Little Timmy became a thing last week. It was out there in the
it was funny,
in the Twitters. Then we got Slow Mo Backslap member for 2 years, $5 super chat. Out of respect for Lance, the Destiny truth bombs will be at a minimum.
Yo, that was kind of, it was, oh man, that was weird, man.
I can't even, 60 years old. Have they said what happened?
No, man, but I look back at it and I was like, man, I love this man's career. You know, he's in John Wick, he's over here, he's over there, and he just became a very small, integral part of everything that we kind of did as far as, you know, HBO The Wire.
Yes.
You know, Den to Destiny type of stuff. It was just, he was there in little aspects for us.
And the thing is that he was like, he's not that dude that you like, he disappears into a role. Yeah. You hear the voice, dude. That's LanceReddick. He's LanceReddick in every role. Zavala. It's LanceReddick as Zavala. No, it's just LanceReddick as LanceReddick. But that was the charm of him. It was like, you know, that voice. And it doesn't matter, even like when he did it with an accent in the John Wick movies. Like it doesn't. It's LanceReddick.
I like him in Quantum Break.
Yes, I remember.
Yeah. People don't know. Your man has some spots that he's in.
He's been in a lot of games. Yeah.
Good games too.
I just 60 years old, brother.
Yeah,
that's right.
Oh, that's too young.
We got to take care of ourselves, man, for sure. All right. Then we have Joe Repko, aka Flame, LOGNET's finest, member for 29 months, Lord Bronze. Good afternoon, fellas. Hope you're all doing well this weekend. My heart still aches over the loss of LanceReddick. Gone too soon. Rest in peace to the legend. Absolutely.
Absolutely. Salute the Flame on that. No, Nick said now we need a weekly podcast featuring King and Saul discussing their clubbing adventures.
No, you don't.
Yo, what that? Yeah, let's get that. Yo, what that R&R with the Lord? That one?
I have no desire to be in divorce court again. Thank you.
You don't want to. We don't want to hear about the OG.
Nah, B. Hey, yo, no snitching, man.
Yeah, stop snitching.
Keep it quiet.
The real Mike want to hear about those days.
Shush.
Yeah, we can give general anecdotes that don't involve us. I'll do that. Woo, good Lord. Robert Kellett, $2 super chat. Amazing interview, Lords. Harold is a legend. Yeah, he is kind of beyond a legend. Like he's
icon.
Yeah, that's it. Okay, we are caught up.
Oh, cool. Did you get no?
Oh, we got Dad Mod Gaming, $5 super chat. Happy Sunday, Lords. About to sit down to Sunday dinner with the fam. We'll catch this episode later tonight. Have a great Sunday run. Thank you.
Yeah, salute Dad Mod. We was able to get one of your questions in to the to Harold, so we was able to get that off. I think it was in.
Yeah, we got 460.
Yeah, let's hit that like. Let's hit that like.
Those likes. Those likes.
Yeah, man. We got to get into it. Let's get it out before we get into the actual next time. We got the poll. We
had a poll, and we have something else. If you want to do it now, you want to do it later.
Yeah, let's do it now.
Okay, let's do it now. So, guys, you don't have to answer this. Please don't answer this. How do you feel when you get a deal? Do you feel smart? Do you feel lucky? Do you feel excited? I tend to feel all of these things: smart, lucky, excited, because I always feel like I'm getting over a little bit. And in the world where we have a lot of inflation, any little help is important. So that's why today's episode is sponsored by Honey, the easy way to save when shopping on your iPhone or your computer. Thanks to Honey, manually searching for coupon codes is a thing of the past. Honey is the free shopping tool that scours the internet for promo codes and applies the best one it finds to your cart. Let me tell you how it works. So imagine that you're shopping at one of your favorite sites. You go to checkout, the Honey button appears, and all you have to do is click apply coupons. You wait a couple of seconds as Honey searches for coupons that it can find for your site. If it finds a working coupon, you watch the prices drop. It is that simple. That is it. So for me, a couple of weeks back, I said I like to use it when I purchase food on the weekends because there is no cooking in my house on the weekends. The past couple of weeks, though, I've been using it to purchase little nicks and knacks that I need for our trip to PAX East. Now, as the Lords know, PAX East is one of those places where it is imperative that you have comfortable sneakers to walk around in because you're going to be on your feet for a very long time. So I needed a new pair of comfortable sneakers. I went, found what I needed, put it in the checkout box, And immediately Honey jumped in and said, hey, we found a couple of coupons that can work for your purchase. I saved almost $18 on my sneaker purchase. And now I'm going to be comfortable at PAX and knowing that I saved some money on it. So that, to me, and it's the easiest thing in the world to use. It really is. It just pops up. You have it installed, and that's all it is. Once you shop for anything online, it will find some sort of discount for you. That is awesome. So let me tell you some things you might not know about Honey. So it just doesn't work on your desktop, right? It works on your iPhone too. All you have to do is go in, activate it on Safari, and you save on the go, and that's it, right? So the truth of the matter is, if you don't already have Honey, you could be straight up missing out. And by getting it, you're going to be doing yourself a solid as well as supporting your favorite podcast. So in order to show support, I need you guys to go to Get PayPal Honey for free and go to joinhoney.com/ironlords. I repeat, that is joinhoney.com/ironlords.
Yo, I'm sorry. It was okay. Someone said, "Oh, hey, Sam, do you use Honey or let us play with each other?" Yo, I can't with y'all. Y'all messy. Link is in the description.
Yeah, the link is in the chat. Thank you very much. You can use Honey for whatever you need. Thank you very much.
Exactly. Link is in the description, y'all. Please follow that. You know what I'm saying? As we pay the bills, you know what I'm saying?
Shout out to Honey.
Shout out to Honey. You already know. Select to the cops right now going by us. It's very, very active. Yo, the chat is wild funny. It's like, so why you ain't use the soft voice? Why you ain't say
no soft voice? We can't, people, So the soft voice was a little bit too low for the mic last time.
No doubt. So anyway, let's get into last week's poll. The poll results are in. The people have spoken with the latest delay of Starfield falling out of the next 12 months decree from Xbox and Bethesda 2022 showcase. Which to you is most important? The winner of our three-way ILP poll at 56% of the vote was the Soft Talk Sunday Lords. Starfield's quality and polish should be #1 priority as Xbox's most important exclusive since Halo grew. Coming in at second place with 33% of the vote was the Gangsta List Lords. Xbox, stop over-promising and under-delivering. Your word should mean something, group. King Camera turned on as soon as I said that. and in last place with 10% of the vote was I don't care. God, how it gotta save little Timmy. So shout out to all those who wrote in the vote. King, the Soft Talk Lords outside. Thoughts?
I was at the urinal.
Wow. TMI.
Well, when he said he was going to go up for a urinal break, nobody said TMI. So
he didn't specify the orifice.
Yeah, the orifice of the egg.
Well, obviously, he wasn't going in the corner.
Oh, my Lord.
He said, can he take a pee break? I said, do you want me to be as blunt as this? All right. So you said the Soft Talk dudes won?
Yes, Soft Talk dudes won.
So could you recap what the Soft Talk dudes won real quick? Sorry.
All right. So the Soft Talk dudes said 56% of the vote was Starfield's quality and polish should be #1 priority as Xbox's most important exclusive since Halo.
Right. All right. So listen, you guys that keep coming for me, I'm not saying that that's not the priority. Mm-hmm. Yes, that is the priority. I'm talking about the letter of the law, dudes. Like, people don't understand that me holding them accountable for having 30 games there and only 10 of these games did not ship or has a date. And those are the 10 most 10 wanted games, right? So that means that your show should have been a 2, to be honest with you. And then the fact that you over-promising and under-delivering, that is not my fault. And I should not say, I should not have to choose quality over shipping time, right? Shouldn't have never boxed yourself in that corner. Y'all gonna get this work because that's what y'all did. But again, quality of the game is of the utmost importance. that is probably the most important aspect of it. So yeah, if you have to push it back to September, no, I don't care. You could push it back to September all you like. My thing is, you should have never gave yourself that date anyway to block yourself in, right? And then you're not gonna have me tell you how you guys gave yourself an L. This was unnecessary. That's like walking in a room and saying, you know what, I feel like stubbing my toe today, and just slam your toe into the wall. You don't need to do these things, but you did it to yourself, and you're gonna get the smoke. Now, had you not said anything and the game came out in September, we all would be happy, right? But now you got some undue criticism that you didn't need to have, and now you got it. But the game is of the utmost importance, and it does look 60 frames now opposed to that 30 when it was Todd ready.
It was Todd ready.
Don't do that.
Don't
do that. But now I'm impressed, King. Impressed with your analysis on that. I think we're on the same page.
I agree with that though. It's just the unnecessary rake, because you put limitations on yourself that you don't necessarily have control over. That's the thing. Like if you have ultimate control over something and it's gonna come out when you say it's gonna come out, cool. But you don't have that control, and know what. And the thing is, Xbox is not in a position where they have enough goodwill
to do that,
to do that, and keep getting away with it without negative narratives being sort of the prominent talking. And it's just like, don't do it to yourself. Just don't do it to yourself. But whatever. Again, we'll see about September. We'll see.
Couple more super chats.
You of the mind that September it might slip.
It could very well happen.
Yeah, he's on.
Wow.
See, y'all not really hearing him when he talks, because I heard him when he said, "I'm not even confident in that September 6th." And me, it wasn't even about them shipping then. It was just really about the blatant lies that was on stage.
Yeah, don't do that.
Don't do it. Just stop it, and then you put Sarah Bond there, right? So now when anybody goes back, she's the front man on this, right? Probably, she didn't probably want to go along with that, but 12 months was a great estimate for certain things to happen. But you're not in control of a lot of moving parts, right? As far as, Stalker 2, that game not shipping, and the things that was behind that. You're not in control of these things.
Which that's a good point.
Why don't you say, these are the games for the foreseeable future,
right?
And you gave yourself a lockdown of 12 months. That's not good. Little Timmy didn't make it, bro.
Yeah, and to be fair, a lot of those games have made it, and a few more will make it before whatever the June deadline they put on themselves.
Yeah,
but the important this is where optics matter. The important thing is that at this point, at least one of your games isn't making it, and maybe two, right? And that's where, again,
absolutely fair.
No need.
No doubt. We have beaten it to death, but we got through. We got a couple more super chats that came in.
Yeah, we got a couple more. Okay, so we got Black Boxing Kings, $5 super chat. Salute to the Iron Lords podcast. I got Caleb Plant over David Benavides.
Okay.
All right. Okay. Being that I'm not going to do a combat talk that day, but me and Saul probably do. That'd be dope. Me and Saul can be able to do something for you guys. We'll probably record it right there. Listen, there's a possibility that Caleb Plant can beat him. Caleb Plant has the ability, the boxing ability, the movement of footwork, and hand speed. The problem with Caleb Plant is he dips to his left and he leaves his head exposed. David Benavides is a tall, orthodox fighter. He will jab his way in, and he's not afraid to let his hands go. At the detriment of his defense, but his offense is so superior, and he's so bigger and stronger than Caleb Plant that the overhand right will be coming down. If he gets hit with the overhand right at least 2 times in a round, you can see a concussion state will happen, and he will be able to knock out Caleb Plant. Now, I'm going to say this. Anytime you take in a bigger man versus a smaller man and they both have comparable skill sets, the bigger man always wins, unless the smaller guy is Floyd.
Yeah.
I got David Benavides probably by late round knockout by 11th round. Hopefully it doesn't happen. My heart wants Caleb Plant, but betting man always told me, never bet with your heart, always bet with your head.
Absolutely.
We have Lord Metroid, $2 super chat. The Palladium Toilets podcast with King and Sal.
Super lit.
Boy, there's some stuff down in them bathrooms.
And bruh.
lot of bathroom conversations, bro. Remember when we went to the vinyl? That club that it was 4 levels high, and each floor had a different thing. One was house,
one was hip hop, one was what was it? Exactly.
I'm not lying, yo.
Yeah, it was some real headbanger stuff going on there.
And you had to get through. You had to get through that to get to your next floor, to get to the next floor. You had to walk through the madness to get to
it was like Bruce Lee Game of Death. Like
it was like fight your way through. It's like seafood.
Yeah, I can't.
Yeah,
I can't.
Yeah, it was again. This could definitely be a Patreon.
Yo, y'all club stories is ill.
Yeah, you gotta have to pay for that.
Yeah. All right, who else do we have here? We got Dingo McThickens, $5 super chat. Wait, something seems off. I can't quite put my finger on it. I think the cream is missing from all the black coffee.
Yo,
Addict, where you at, bro?
Yo, why he had to put it like that? Yo, he could have just said, "Yo, I miss my bro, Addict." You know what I'm saying? Why he had to put it like that? That seemed different, man.
Yeah,
I don't know how I felt about that. The way you formally phrased that.
Yeah, very 112 peaches and cream.
Yo. Salute the Addict. He's missed.
Yes, sir. Addict making sure he's not single when he comes back from PAX. That's what he got
to do.
And we got Clutch Man on $2 super chat. How deserves the industry icon award at the VGAs for sure. That would be amazing.
And by the way, Jeff Keighley was in the building, but we was there.
Yes, in a hoodie.
In a hoodie. Jeff was low, but he was there at the New York Game Awards. He was there.
Who?
Yeah, it was the who's who and what was what. You know what I'm saying?
Harold knows all.
Yeah,
a lot of people. Yeah, we had to talk to him because we need him to squeeze the arm of a certain other Bronx. Bronx.
Oh no, selling Bronx. But that Bronx, I ran down on him. On him, and I was just like, yo, you know what I mean? He's probable to discussion, but he's a busy man. But
he is a busy man.
I will. I've run down on him a few times. But
anytime he wants to, we have a record button as well.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Hell yeah, for sure.
Listen, all y'all watching right now thinking, I just give him the excuse I can't do it on Sunday. We have a record button,
but it can be used at whatever day you need.
I.e., high on life. We have a record button.
Salute to him though.
All right. Then we have Dingo McThickens once again. $2 super chat. I always use my head, King.
Whoa,
always.
What's going on? What's happening?
Well, pause. That was
pause.
That was from
time worthy.
He uses his heart. He uses his head in the betting. But
okay. I didn't get the context. Okay.
Obviously, that's a double entendre.
Yeah. I know. I was like, why he directed that the head part?
Not to me.
We gonna leave that alone.
He was just letting you know.
Your name.
He was letting you know.
He wanted to explain that to you.
My name ain't King.
My name ain't King, so I just want to make sure.
He was trying to let y'all understand.
It might have had something to do with how I read it too.
He was doing it.
No doubt. Now that we got to understand it. Continue.
I understood.
Yo, we have Black Boxing Kings, $2 super chat. Pernell 305. Sweet Pea, baby.
Sweet Pea. You already know.
Rest in peace, man. That's a good friend too.
Yeah, man.
This is me. So man. Diablo. First of all, real quick. Anybody?
You gotta say it like Jez Corden.
Oh yeah,
you gotta say it.
Diablo 4.
Diablo 4.
Diablo 4.
Nah. I have not played it, but if anybody want to gift that to me,
King David
OTW on
Xbox, I just downloaded it and it was late, so I couldn't do it. I actually got Addict the code though. So King, if you need a code, I will. I don't know how much time you have today to play it, but
no, I have a code. Please send it. Send it. I got time.
I have ways.
We got ways. Oh,
send that code.
That sound like that master race talk.
But we going to gift it to the King. It's King David OTW on Xbox. That's my game tag.
Well, no, I'll have to. It's a general code, and you have to figure that part out.
Okay, no problem.
Fair enough. So look, I'll get into it. So yeah, beta's out. Had about 5 hours in it. I didn't get a chance. And what's funny is I didn't get a chance to do everything I wanted to do.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, man, it really surprised me. It really surprised me. Atmosphere, absolutely amazing. It's real dark. Like Diablo's always dark, but like one thing that impressed me was like the atmosphere, but the voice acting with the atmosphere. And it was just like the accents, the townspeople, just it was very like I ain't gonna spoil so, but the game started off in such a way that I was like, yo, Diablo, like we got a story now. Like we doing this
that
now?
opening cinematic.
Bro, that opening
Whoa.
cinematic is
Jesus.
wild. Then it was just like there was just one part where I was like, okay, the game got me. Like you do something. And the townspeople was like, yeah, you know what I'm saying? I'm going to do that for you. We got you. And I'm not going to spoil it. But something happened. And I was like, hey, yo, I know this game ain't going to do this to me. But it was such a dark, cool thing. And I was just like, yo, this game is going there with just wild
This is
stuff.
your first time at Diablo?
Nah, I'm a newcomer. Obviously 3. I've seen 2, but I didn't really play it. 3 I played. I played a lot. You know what I'm saying? I really like it. But like the thing about this one that I like is that they actually, in my opinion, because look, I played them before, but I never really cared about Diablo's story. You know what I'm saying? Okay. It was just, all right, it's demons, it's craziness, it's you know what I'm saying? Like this,
excuse me, you just went in for the loot.
Yeah, I'm here for your looter, your co-op, the addiction, the fun, the builds. Okay, I get this piece of this chest with synergized with this power, and then I'm there for the skill trees and the world. I'm for the gameplay.
So you never really listened to whatever the story.
No, it just when it
Not
came
even the
through,
necromancing one.
It just, I don't know what it was. Their story just never connected with me. I was just like, all right, I'm just here. Just tell me who to kill next, and we gonna keep it pushing. This joint, yeah. Shout out to people. I did miss out on Diablo 2, and a lot of people did say Diablo 2 was where it was at. So this, to me, if Diablo 2 feel like that, then this is definitely that energy. Like this world is brooding. It is very depressing. It is, you got the super very cold area. You got, you know what I'm saying, the dank caves, the evil church. Like it is such atmosphere and personality. So I started off, I went sorcerer for the first time. I usually don't go sorcerer in these type of games. So I said, let me see what the sorcerer looks like. Normally I pick barbarian, you know what I'm saying? Or, you know, I might pick a ninja rogue type situation. But I said, let me pick the sorcerer. So I had my little, like this electric, this lightning whip joint up close that are kind of stun characters. And then I picked another power where it's like these freeze arrows, so I could get my little distance. I had like a short range, and I had my distance. Yo, skill tree is very expansive. You know what I'm saying? I really have it. Assault will appreciate this based on other conversations we've had recently. Skill trees, very expansive, and the nuance, the minutia of synergizing things. The loot, really excellent. You know what I'm saying? I really like the little, I mean, Diablo's always had this, but I always appreciate the little touches when it's like you put on the armor, your character, you see it change. You know what I'm saying? You see your joint, you know, kind of thing. Black people hair rating, probably 3 out of 5 though. You know,
but he's really small. I mean, the characters are really small. I'm weird on that.
No, I don't care too much on. I mean, I was just happy I saw dreads. I was like, all right, we got dreads. There's an option. There's better than nothing. But this is, you don't play this game for the character creator. Like, it's not really that. But I mean, salute to them. They got the voice acting. So I thought the voice actor for the main, what you call protagonist, I thought was interesting. But yeah, the strongest surprise was definitely the story. I highly advise people to stay after the bar scene. I would highly advise that. As far as like the beta itself, obviously we know people had a lot of issues, you know, kind of getting into it. You know, I heard it was really rough. What was it, Friday? When it dropped.
Everybody was playing, I think.
Yeah, so I didn't get a chance to jump on. Some of the stories I heard of the wait times were like crazy. So I didn't jump on.
Let me get this.
Yeah, please.
Because I'm hearing it piece by piece.
Yeah.
And I really didn't get a chance to play with anybody this week post. But so this is always online?
Yeah, we're gonna talk about that when we get to my nitpicks. Yeah, this is always on.
Hells to the no.
Yeah, because this is my thing, right? I get it from a cooperative standpoint, right? The thing that bothered me is I remember I'm like, all right, I think my food came or something like, I think I ordered Uber Eats or something. So I'm like, all right, let me just, and I'm looking for pause. And I'm like, wait a minute, because I'm confused. I'm thinking it's a standard single player. I could just, no, and I see my enemies.
And it's Elden Ring.
Yeah, they my character's screaming, and I had an NPC with me. He's like, yeah, brother, they're fighting me. I'm like, what is going on? So I had to go save my character, then move him into like a house that nobody could bother him for a little bit. So yeah, I didn't like that, especially for the single player. I was like, why is that part online? So yeah, that always online joint. Another nitpick is, all right, so the camera's kind of zoomed in a little closer than most Diablos, and it looks good, don't get me wrong, but sometimes like you're questing and then like they'll have the yellow little star and they tell you, you know, that's where you got to go for your next objective kind of thing. And then like I just wish sometimes you could pull back the camera a little bit. I didn't see the option to pull back the camera a little bit to kind of search, and then the mini map ain't really helping that in that respect. So basically what you got to do, what I was doing is like, all right, let me hit select, so to speak, go to map. All right, where I got to go to kind of find, you know what I'm saying, where I got to, you know, kind of where that objective is. So again, that was just a little nitpick.
So it's not as far away as Diablo 2. Diablo 3 style is a little bit closer than
it
those
felt
two?
a little closer to me. Now graphically it looks good because of that, and you really see more details, and then they'll switch a little camera angle sometimes when they're doing more narrative and stuff like that, and a couple of little bitty, you know, in-game kind of cinematic stuff. But I just felt like there were times where I did need, like, I'm traversing through a big town, right? And I could tell there's steps leading to a castle. There's a part of me which like, can I pull back a little bit so I can see where I'm going, what's ahead of me? You know what I'm saying, kind of thing? And I didn't feel they had that. But again, you know, maybe it's debated. Hopefully they have an option.
When you pair up with more people, that does do a scale back so you can see the whole group?
Yeah, I got to see it because, Captain Luke said I'm going to like that camera during PvP. Maybe so. You know what I'm saying? I just felt like they do, I feel there's just a little bit of issues with it, just so pulled in. You know what I mean, graphically looks nice, but sometimes I do want it to pull out. And the mini map didn't really help that. So that was that. Connection-wise, I actually had a fairly good experience most of the time I played. Only had one time where I just got completely booted out. And I was like, damn. And then it kind of remembered what was the last checkpoint I had to do. So I had to do like one mini thing over. It was like a small little quest item. It wasn't really too crazy, but I could see how that could get annoying. You know what I'm saying? If, you know, there's consistent errors there. I saw the world tier joint. So probably like a level 8 to 10 or something like that. They had the clan setup system. You could do that. I want to do it my next session, which hopefully today, I want to do it with people. So if King, you get down, let me know.
I'm always ready.
Yeah, because I definitely want to try it. Once the Iron Bank approves the situation, I would definitely like to try it with people to see the traditional experience. But listen, it feels good. I have to admit, overall, the game feels.
I might have to hold my Iron Bank choice for that Resident Evil 4.
Oh no! Look, you got to make a decision.
I don't know because my back is against the wall because I'm with
res.
I need the ABK deal to go through.
Yeah, no, I feel you go hold on. Yeah.
I mean, again, like I said, I can get you the beta code.
Yes, I'm down right there. Yeah,
nigga's a beta boy.
I mean, he said it. He said, for what I like, I'm a hypocrite.
I gotta be a beta boy for the stuff I like. I gotta be discerning. First of all, well, contrary to what you people might believe, we're not rolling in the cash.
Boy, are we not?
my choice from the Iron Bank will have to be very discernible. So it's based on a couple of criteria, and ABK seems to be making it over to Microsoft. So in turn, that game might be inside.
So are you forecasting what Phil Dominus Maximus Aurelius said that we would love to have games like Diablo?
Absolutely.
Call of Duty inside Game Pass if the deal goes through.
Like Rod Ferguson just could not say anything. You can't say
the building.
Rod is sitting there on the side. So I'll be waiting for this.
Okay, I see what we do. But look, I will say, thoroughly impressed, and the addiction started. And I'm like, there's a part of me, so I'm like, thank God, Starfield ain't true, because I would have had to make a tough decision. Like, it is really good. They taking it back to the essence. Again, good narrative, good story. The gameplay loop feels there. I want to blast that out. I want to get to level 25. I'm thinking they said the some progress or some stuff does take over, and I want to test out. Apparently, there's like a world boss thing going on that's super hard that I want to see if I can get a part of on that.
So,
but yeah,
do you think that this always online stuff is for the PC dudes for their DRM?
I don't know.
I don't know. Like, I mean, this is the first time that Diablo's coming out on all platforms at the same time, right? So again, it's trying to keep. I mean, it's the reality of a game in this day and age. Like, it was always going to be that. As long as they don't have that storefront stuff that they were messing up with Diablo 3 again, that's my biggest worry. Always online stuff again. Yeah, it doesn't make a whole lot of sense to me that if you just can't have a fully offline experience and do that. But I mean, I get it. I kind of get it. But I mean, this should be Diablo's biggest launch ever. I mean, as big as Diablo 2 was, as much as people like Diablo 3 as well. The idea of going back to a Diablo 2-esque experience, darker, with all like the modern sort of bells and whistles that you would hope an improvement over Diablo 3 is. I think this game's gonna be big. Bro.
So
it feels
do you think that Starfield was ready for June, and being because I see 60 frames per second in this latest trailer, so
thank God they got more time.
Yeah. I don't think that 2 months is gonna do anything.
But 2 months not gonna do anything.
I will stress once again. It seems 60. But I mean, if it was always going to be, it's always going to be 60 on PC. There's no way you're going to give a PC player a 30 FPS game, right? And it just felt like they were still playing on PC. Like if you show me to me, if you have 60 running on console, you make sure to show that this is a console.
You might get that at the show.
I hope so.
But I'm just saying. Again, let me get my point
across. Get your buzz off.
That Diablo seems to have kicked a certain guy across the rooms because they've given him 2 months to breathe. Do you think that is it more so than anything else with Starfield? Because it doesn't make any sense. But if you say we're going to let because y'all was coming at me talking about Diablo King, and I'm like, the hell with Diablo. but if we get in Diablo and it's in Game Pass, that's a huge boon. I mean, I don't know, guys. Please help me, enlighten me.
I mean, sorry, you got to. I was gonna jump in.
Yeah, go ahead, jump in.
No, I mean, look, third-party partners are part of the game, right? Third-party partnerships are the game, so they want to be respectful of their partners, no doubt. I don't know in this case, you know what I'm saying? It's like, I will give you this. It is tricky because even though, Rod's in the other building, right? So he got to talk from a Blizzard perspective, a separate. So when he makes statements saying, hey, we have no plans on this in Game Pass, that's what you're supposed to say as a separate company when you had no intentions of a deal happening, right? But then on the same token, you have Phil when they talk to him about, okay, future of Activision Blizzard King, if the deal goes through, this is a game. Diablo will be a targeted game that we would put into, Game Pass kind of thing. So I look at it as that, I just look at it as a Todd, with Starfield, I look at it as a Todd Howard fluid situation thing. You let us know how much time you need. When it's ready, you let us know. And hey, if it's in June, great. If not, it's going to be September. So that's pretty much how I take it. I do feel ultimately, though, it does benefit both games in that sense because it gives Diablo it's going to be a huge release. Like, let's just say hypothetically, if the deal was done, could you imagine if the deal gets done, Diablo in Game Pass is arguably bigger than anything since Call of Duty. Like it is the perfect Game Pass game.
Yep.
4-player co-op. Then it's not. It's graphical, but think about you can have multiple platforms and the cross-platform and cross-play aspects just intermingling easily, right? Then they have you play the game. They got all these little social features to be able to talk to people without talking to people and stuff like that. So, yeah, I mean, this is a huge release for Xbox. Microsoft paid close attention to this. Make no mistake. But so, what do you think? In reference to the King's question. You muted, sir.
Sorry.
Yes.
I always go back to 2021 and, the decision to kind of drop the Halo multiplayer right when, Forza is just having its moment. And, my thinking at the time was like, nah, it's all Game Pass. It's all additive. The crossover isn't as big. Like, yeah, you could do it. And the fact of the matter is that it doesn't matter if it's in the service or not. It's not always additive. These games need their time to breathe. They need their moment in the sun. They just do, right? So to the point of, it possibly being a thing where, listen, let's move over, let this game breathe so that you have your time to breathe as well, because we do think this deal is going to go through and it's going to be a real consideration that we have to make. That's a possibility. But I always go back to, a BGS game can always use more work. Like, it's just a fact. It's just the fact you say, hey man, like if you want to push it down the line a couple of more months to add extra polish, the option is there. Cool. If I'm tired, I'm taking them. Yeah, bet. You know what? Yeah, why not? Regardless of the state the game is in, because it's just the nature of that type of game. Like it's so many systems, so much to think about. And Diablo is that. When you look at Starfield, right? Starfield still is the single player, selfish, RPG. Diablo is something that on its own is a movement. You put it in Game Pass, 4-player co-op. You put across Game Pass console and Game Pass PC. In addition to every other platform it's coming onto.
Massive.
Yeah, it's massive, and it's going to have the zeitgeist moment for a while. So you don't want to have that overlap with Starfield possibly taking some of that thunder, or the hopefully not the situation where Starfield comes in and is underwhelming compared to a Diablo 4, and then we have a different narrative that in and of itself would be unfair as well, right? Yeah. So give him the time. Give him the time, even if it's a business decision, if it's just the way it happened to happen, or if it's none of those things and it just needed more time. I think the idea of stacking stuff in Game Pass, though I believed in it before, I don't think it flies, because I think the zeitgeist moment still exists. People only have so much bandwidth to play, X amount of games at the same time. So even if they do feel like they're different types of games, you'd be surprised how much overlap there is between, gamers and the types of games they like to play.
I gotta break protocol.
I got it. Robert Kellett, $2 in the chat. So we blame Diablo for little Timmy's death.
Look, man.
Diablo killed little Timmy.
Little Timmy got something on his way out, though, man. He got something. You know what I mean? Look, man, June was a tough month for Timmy, but he smiled with that one. He's smiling with that one.
He goes out with a smile on his face.
But it's not in Game Pass,
True. It's not in Game Pass. It's not in
Game Pass. Little Timmy dying in vain.
But he got something. He got something to play. Yeah, man.
Timmy spent all his money in Game Pass. He don't got no money now.
It is interesting. I'm noticing a little debate in the chat. Just how y'all feel about the whole. When I mentioned that the single player appears to be online. To my knowledge right now. How do you guys feel about that? See, some people like, yo, it's no excuse. Where y'all at with that?
I don't like that.
Yeah, I don't like it at all. I don't like it. I get it. When a game that big, when you look at past launches of Diablo games, like there's a lot of stuff going to be broken, and just on server side stuff, right? Because like we've seen in the beta test, servers get clogged up quick because people want to play this.
Yeah.
And you have to already be prepping for that, right? The beta test, apart from being a beta test for the gameplay itself, and whatever the systems, it is. Pause. It's to see how much. How large a load you can bear.
you gotta stress that load.
Stress that load. Pause.
So what you're saying is they trying to fill it up to see how much y'all can take?
Oh, oh man. That's one way to put it.
That's one way to put it. That's one way to put it.
They're trying to break it.
Oh man, they put pressure. They put pressure on. Continue.
Yeah, so that's it to me. It's as much testing the servers as that. Yeah, that's hilarious.
Yo, Tom said the Beta Boys is testing that load.
Yo, let me give y'all a little side anecdote, which is hilarious.
Here we go.
Here we go. In high school, I was in the choir, right? And me and my roommate were in the choir.
Mm-hmm.
And so, we were singing these songs or whatever. And there's one particular song that we could never get through without dying laughing. And the choir director hated us for it because we sang pretty well. We had decent voices, but it was just like we always, it was always a pause moment, right? So this song, this is how it went. I open my mouth to the Lord and I won't turn back. I will go. I shall go to see what the end is going to be. When we had to sing that for a performance, we would mouth it and not sing. We couldn't sing it because we would laugh.
Yo, that's the Bronx in you. Nah, B, I ain't opening my mouth.
You ain't giving it up to the
I
Lord?
ain't trying to see the back end of that.
Open your
Bro. Yeah. Oh, man.
Wow.
He said, nah, man, I'm not cool with your lyrics. Who wrote this? R. Kelly?
Yo! So they won't give it up to the Lord like that.
Nah,
that was too much.
It's too much.
He wasn't down with the Illuminati. He said the Rock is in the building.
Anyway, moving on. Continue.
Yeah, so that was it, man. To me, they're testing servers as well. So, and this is just going to be the nature of it. If you want, this is the thing. If you really want an experience across all platforms that is going to be easily sort of updated and bug fixes and stuff like that, you need this, right?
Yeah.
You need this. You can't really have bespoke systems. You have to have a pipeline that works across all versions of the game. So to me, it makes sense for as big as this game is going to be. So I get it. I'd rather just be able to not be online and play by myself or whatever, but whatever. You can play by yourself and still be online. And that's the nature. This isn't 2013 when, Xbox is saying, always online, whatever, constantly being checked. Your Connect is watching you, whatever. It's just the nature of the business at this point. So whatever, it is what it is.
Yeah, no, like I said, again, it's unfortunate. Yes, I would definitely love a dedicated single player mode, but why are you laughing? What happened now? What?
I'm reading the super chat.
Oh, the super chats as well. We gonna get it.
Dude, I already know.
Oh, it's back. Oh, okay. We gonna get it. But no, I just thought that just in conclusion. Like I said, I think they got a banger. I think they definitely got it. It's Lilith. She's I think the daughter of Mephisto. You know what I'm saying? And then like the classes look dope. I think they didn't let us play all the classes. Let me play Sorcerer. They got some Druid joint that they don't let me play. I wanted to pick the Druid. I wanted to see what he had, like this wolf joint. He had the two wolves with him. He looked ill. He had a joint. They had the Sorceress, which I picked. The Necromancer was available, but they let you pick it in the beta. And I think so. Barbarian, Rogue, and Sorcerer was available.
Yeah.
Right. And the other two were not for the beta. But it got that vibe. It got that energy. I think it's gonna be a smash. Once they're gonna figure out more of the server issues. But again, my issues from Saturday, I was getting in. Now people are talking about on PC. There's some desync. I heard it's different beasts but on Series X on console. For the most part, it was smooth. I just had one disconnect. So, all this is the stress testing, all that beta boy talk,
right?
You know what I'm saying, kind of thing. But that's what I got on that. I did want to touch briefly on the addicts topic, which he had about Castlevania.
You want to just get
get super chat. Please.
We got Galveston with the $20 super chat. I have a feeling that the always online is because of the console players. In D3, where they don't have always online for consoles, there's massive cheats. For season play, trading is allowed on PC only. Wishing you well at PAX. Thanks, brother. Appreciate that. That is true. That is another consideration about the PC, the shystiness of the PC community and whatever.
And I think they need to be monitored. I don't trust those groups. I think
Agreed.
they're the shady underbelly when it comes to video games. The PC master race. Because they're a fascist group.
They are fascists. They are we are absolutely fascists.
They're trying to take over our communities, so we have to shun them.
Then we have Lord Metroid $2 super chat. Beta boys were testing their joystick pressure.
Whoa.
When I read that,
Whoa. Sir.
The first thing that popped in my mind was
Back to you.
Yeah. And follow me because I didn't call pause when I said I mouthed it. Pause.
I got you.
You good. We gave you a premature one.
Damn, we knew this was good. We knew.
Here we go.
Happen. Let's play with each other's joysticks. $10 super chat. I'm late, but here's my petition for a solo Saab podcast about his unisex restroom adventures. Hopefully, me and Saab have our own restroom adventures.
Whoa! But look at the end of this.
I always use my head. Always.
Wow! Yo, this is different. This is
surprise.
This is different.
Surprise!
Woo! Yeah. Someone's really excited about those stories.
Oh my goodness. Whew.
I want to let y'all guys know we are closer to that goal than you guys think because we have to add in the Valari pillows. A shout out to all you dudes that went out and purchased those Valari pillows.
The link up.
A lot of you guys in the chat talking about you're definitely down. I say I can't wait. Valari is going to be at PAX.
Woo!
Thing going on with them. So these pillows are shipping out now. So we add that total to that. I think we're closer to 75, 80% at the moment, to be honest with you. So anything that we can push. This is our last podcast, except for R&R with the Lords on Tuesday. Hopefully we get that done. Addict Show won't be this week because Wednesday we will be at PAX.
Yes.
This Sunday won't be a thing, but
that's right. No ILP next Sunday.
Yeah, no ILP next Sunday. So there's no chance to help us get to PAX. But if whatever super chats happen today, and hopefully super chats will happen on Tuesday, that will definitely go to that. Anybody that's in the PAX area, we encourage you guys to come out, say what's up, shake hands, kiss babies, all that great stuff. Let's just
let me take care of this. It's like, where the pillow at, bro? You ain't see the tweet? I'm putting it to you right now. Valari put the tweet out. You seeing them constructed, you seeing them made. So right now, April is looking good. We will get you the exact dates.
This is a long process. It's a long process, and finally, shout out to Valari for that making of video. Love that.
I love that. Yeah, the realm needed to see that. Obviously, we appreciate the trust that you guys give us to support. And
the patience.
It's not a nursing pillow. I see you guys put comments on the Facebook joint on the materials that this thing is made out of.
Facts.
This is no cap. I'm telling you. Like, this is a premium situation. It's different textures from here to here. The stitching is completely different.
Yeah.
And again, the embroidering is different. The clip on in the back when it goes around your waist is different. It's ILP here. This is a different thing, and it doesn't lose that cushion. Like, I'm using it, and it doesn't lose it. So definitely check it out. I'm telling you, you will love it. And if you got one already, get one for your girlfriend.
No, for sure.
You're going to steal this one from me.
100%.
As we'll put in the chat again, use Lord 15. A lot of people are picking them up. They're not using the Lord's discount. So make sure use Lord 15. I put that in there. You know what I'm saying? So make sure y'all use that when y'all picking them up. But y'all can see it. I put also the link in the description for Valari themselves, showing the making of it. You already know what's going on.
And check out LordsOfGaming.net from Wednesday on.
Yes.
Well, no, Thursday on. Really Thursday. It pop off.
No, actually Wednesday on. Wednesday on. There's some things.
There's some things. Yeah. You got some things cooking.
What are you talking about?
Wait.
You got us on a drop-in day? All right, guys. You guys Wednesday on, because normally we don't do this on our drop-in day.
There is some pre-recorded things.
Okay.
Yes,
Sorry.
other things. You are good on content, sir. You relax. You can enjoy day before PAX. Relax.
Get the hell out of me.
He like,
He said, I'm not recording nothing on Wednesday.
He thought we put him to work.
I'm like, yo, I just got in. My feet ain't even touched the ground.
Shit.
The
No,
LordCognito.net
Yes.
definitely from Wednesday on to Saturday is going to be packed with information. And let me tell you, little known secret, other people aren't there. So we are tuned into us. Leave IGN alone.
Yeah.
Wow, disrespectful. Anyway,
Exactly.
moving on. But I just want to get this real quick from because this is technically part of the same topic. It's not technically the move on topic. But we want to get the super chats and then.
No, if it's part of the same topic.
Well, it's kind of because even though it's Diablo, Addict's topic was Castlevania.
Was Castlevania, yeah,
I just
definitely.
wanted to get his bars off on Castlevania. So there is a rumor. Shout out to Video Game Chronicle on this one. It says new Konami trademark could refer to Castlevania. So they said that Konami has filed a trademark. It said, which is for the phrase Project Zircon. Was applied for last week and published. The trademark was sought for use in a large number of fields, including software for commercial video game machines, and is noted by Jamitsu that Zircon may be referenced to an item found in the Castlevania series. Zircon is a jewel that is found in several Castlevania games and first made its appearance in Castlevania Symphony of the Night. So yeah, this is a rumor going on. It could be, could not be. Where you at now, Sav? You are a huge Symphony of the Night. You and your brother, Lord Kai. Talk to me. Like, how do you feel? Do you, something on the horizon? Would you welcome it? How you feel about this news?
I'm excited that it's coming back, right? And hopefully in sort of multiple iterations. From the Netflix show, I was just like, man, Castlevania is so good. It deserves to be back, as a game where it began. And seeing this Dead Cells Castlevania add-on is just really, again, gave me the itch. I recently, not too long ago, got the Castlevania Advance Collection on Switch. That it put together all the Game Boy Advance games, which are amazing games, in one package. So yeah, I'm a Castlevania stan, and when you start talking, in the vein of one of the GOATs of all time, Symphony of the Night is a game that today is still perfect because, the art style, everything about it, doesn't really age. It's one of those things that ages like fine wine. You don't need to really necessarily improve it. Maybe you can make it a little prettier, but it's already pretty enough. So, to see it come back is exciting. My worry. It's just I don't know what kind of development capacity Konami proper has anymore, right? Are these deals with with other development studios to get games off the ground, or are they doing some of this internally? Is it a little bit of both, right? But I'm excited that they care about it again and they're coming back to the table. We're hearing that some of the stuff could be actually like a reboot of the whole series. Is it going to be a reboot in the 2D vein? Are they going to try to go back to the well with sort of Lords of Shadow and try to do a 3D thing as well? So it's just exciting. They're talking Castlevania again. And, to me, I love both. So Lords of Shadow 1 was a really good game, right? It tried to take the best of 2D Castlevania and implement it in the 3D space. It wasn't always successful, but it was better than Castlevania 64 and stuff like that. The other sort of 3D iteration. So to me, this is exciting to see. I would love to know internally at Konami, since they have kind of stopped making games. What is their development capacity internally, or are they just sort of licensing this stuff out to hopefully to great studios to get these games made? So exciting nonetheless.
Shout out to Big Pepito Fangu. I think he bet Solve you should play Bloodstained Ritual of the Night.
Oh yeah, of course I played that.
Yeah.
Okay. Iga, baby, I played that.
Make sure he was just checking your credentials.
And the 8-bit versions too. Those of the
No doubt.
Lord
King, person who's introduced me to many a Castlevania. I remember going to the crib. One of the
graphics.
Yeah.
Rondo of Blood. Oh my God, that soundtrack.
Greatest,
oh my God.
Castlevania ever.
You're right. I do want to interrupt you one quick second though. Even though this Castlevania is not lauded as one of the best, one of my favorite memories from you is being introduced to Super Castlevania.
Oh my God.
And I remember the whip and the way the scaling, the thing
Mechanics.
would rotate. I
Yeah,
remember the
the
music.
Mode 7.
Mode 7.
Mode 7.
I was like, yo, that's when you. I think that was part of that whole Super Nintendo rollout, Super Famicom rollout you did. And I looked at my Genesis so sideways when I came back from your project.
remember when Genesis tried to do their Castlevania?
Nah, that's a great Castlevania, but it is
Bloodlines. Nah, buddy. Anytime you do a sideshow, no, okay.
Nah.
I'm not gonna lie.
It isn't the showpiece that Castlevania 4 is. But as a game,
the game looks
nah.
Yeah, the music wasn't on par.
That's the Genesis thing.
But that's Genesis' problem. Yo, they gave you Steve, the other Belmont that you never heard from the Bronx.
Steve Belmont.
Steve Belmont. His whip was flat. I was like, yo, I am never gonna forget this. I came from greatness. I came from the Super Nintendo Castlevania.
Yeah.
That sound chip was banging. What? Yo, when it kicked in,
that first beat was crazy.
I said, I said the battle's over. Yo, and then came Genesis with the they always had that tingy, ting, 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 ting.
They sound chip was exposed at that time. That's when we
definitely
saw the
exposed.
difference.
It didn't look good. His kneecaps wasn't right.
I remember the crackly Hadouken when I played Championship Street Fighter.
I ain't gonna front some. You're right. That was the first, like Genesis. That's when you see it start to show his age. Super Nintendo came out after, but I remember like Hadouken was a little rough.
It was
gravelly. Yeah, they sound. You started because Super Nintendo felt like orchestra music.
Yeah,
you were like,
but I found out TurboGrafx can hang with them.
Yes.
So my joint was Ravando of
oh my god,
Blood
Turbo Duo. Oh my god,
that literally took it to the next level. All right, so
let's go.
Castlevania being an IP, I really don't want it to go 2D, right? I like the 3D tries. I thought that they gave up on it because the 3D space that we had at that time isn't mature, right? But I think now it is. After playing some of the Darksiders, those games, and using the whip in that space, hopefully the new Indiana Jones that's coming out uses the whip in a good space. I think we are at a mature state when it comes to 3D gaming, and I would like for them to like go back to it. You could have elements of the 2D board with the 3D worlds looking like, because before our thing was parallax scrolling.
Oh yeah.
Seeing the multi-levels of the clouds and stuff in the background moving at the same time the foreground is moving to give you a 3D type feel, a 2D, 3D feel. So hopefully they can encapsulate all of that. Like Saab said, maybe they have a good developer using it because we haven't heard really too much from Konami proper. We felt that as soon as this guy left the company, it really he really took to galvanize most of the talent going with him. So hopefully this is being done well. Hopefully it's also not PlayStation exclusive.
Yeah, that's another thing. There is there is that relationship. That,
the last thing I heard with the Metal Gear stuff was that these are things that PlayStation sapped up. And now maybe they're suppressing them now because of the ABK deal that's looming in the background in the courtrooms, and Microsoft holding games off of the PlayStation. When in reality, this Castlevania being brought up is one of the titles, along with that Metal Gear remake that is supposed to be locked behind the PlayStation wall garden. Being that this is probably a 4-year-old talk, a conversation, a rumor, now they TM this thing, it might be closer to release. I think, honestly, it could be still a PlayStation thing. I think that's kind of why we don't have full disclosure on what's going on with it or what it looks like.
Okay. Yeah, we got to see. Hey, I'm always down. You know what I'm saying? For another Castlevania, regardless, to see it still kicking, and just want to see what type of iteration it'll come.
You want
back
it
in.
2D or 3D? What do you want?
I mean, not bad either way, to be honest. I mean, because I know the purists solve.
No, because since again, the first Lords of Shadow was really good. I enjoyed it. You can do both.
Yeah.
You can do both. Just bring it back.
Just bring it back. That's just where I'm at. I'm open to wherever they want to go with it. Just bring it back. It's a very iconic franchise, and I like to see it still continue, live on. And I need my trademark music. I need the good battles and all that good stuff. See where give me that darkness. Give me that. Give me that vibe. Yeah.
I would really love the thing about bringing it back in 2D. Right? Is like you really need. You need people that are skilled at 2D art, sprite work, right? Like the ideal thing is to make it not, again, Bloodstain was great, but it had like a look to it where it was like, kind of 2D a little bit. It's kind of 2D with 3D, polygons. And I would really love, somebody just to take the time and the effort and hand-drawn sprites and really that would be amazing.
Okay.
But I know that's maybe they don't think it's worth it, but bro, that my God.
That'd be ill.
That'd be crazy.
No doubt. But that's what I got.
32-bit style, 16-bit.
Oh, okay. I see where you're going.
32-bit?
Because
Symphony. See, that's the thing, though.
Yeah,
when you really
is really our jam, like.
But then you see what they did with Symphony of the Night, where it took that right and added the horsepower of the PlayStation behind it.
Yeah.
To really, it was still hand drawn. It wasn't 3D. Like, yeah, give me that Symphony though. Give me that Symphony. Give me that level of sprite work.
Yeah.
With all the bells and whistles of the music, or whatever, give me some crazy powers.
Remember
Take some
time
risks.
Alucard just did the first back shuffle, and
I was like, and you saw the
yo,
and you saw the multiple, the multiple versions of him. Oh my,
that's
God.
when we was throwing our hands in the air for that PlayStation.
Yeah, shout out to Lord Metroid. He said Vanillaware does that 2D sprite work is kind of crazy. Odin Sphere and stuff like that. Yes.
That was ill.
Yeah, man, it's just exciting that it's coming back. I'm glad. And at this point, we know that it is. It's kind of that open secret that it's coming back. So we'll see.
Doubt. So we see trademarks is being filed, all that good stuff. So we got to get the super chats before we move on to the next joint.
Yeah. Okay. So we have which one in the library? Okay, we have One Bad Mother, $20 super chat. I've gained more perspective about the gaming industry, whether it be game development or content creation through ILP. That's in addition to the laughs I need on Monday evening. Great guest today. Love all that you guys do. Thank you, brother. Appreciate you.
Love.
Man.
Salute.
And we got Let's Play with Each Other's Joysticks. $2 super chat. King, you're welcome to join us. I won't say no.
Yeah, y'all got the bathroom stories.
No, what it is that's y'all thing. and what I'll do is I'll see my way out there.
You don't want to partake?
No. This is me leaving.
And now.
Then we have Robert Kelly, $2 super chat. Didn't know joystick was God. Bless you, son.
Whoa. Okay. All right.
I gotta do that.
Back.
Then we got Captain Chats, £5 super chat. It's not a lot, but a little towards your goal. A little thanks for keeping me entertained. Love you guys. Thank you, brother. Much appreciated.
Everything counts.
Everything counts.
It's a little, but
Facts.
Listen, everything counts.
Yep. Facts. Everything we get, we take for the community goes right back into the podcast.
Y'all see you next week.
Y'all go see. Y'all go see. Mm-hmm.
Then we have Let's Play with Each Other's Joysticks once again. $5 super chat. I see Sav is a fan of Castlevania. I'm also into whips and biting. Maybe me and Saab have more in common than he thought.
Whoa.
There you go. That's Rondo of blood right there.
That's
the Rondo blood.
Yeah, Castlevania bloodlines. Right? Yeah, he liked
Man
that
broke
song.
the series down into something else.
Yeah, he loved that Symphony of the Night.
Wow, that's a different symphony he tried with Saul. Woo! All right, so it's got it. The chat got hot, so we got excited. Anyway, yeah. So we're gonna move on. Is that the last word, sir?
That was the last one for now. Yes. Thank you.
Okay, all right. So
Let's go.
as things have heated up in the realm, we're gonna move on. Saul, this is you, man. PlayStation 5 Pro. Like, what's happening?
Yeah. So, and shout out to Tom Henderson, who from Insider Gaming, who was in the chat earlier. Maybe he's still around. Yeah, new report from Tom Henderson indicating that Sony is doing a mid-gen refresh PlayStation upgrade, aka the PS5 Pro, and that it's currently in development, and that we already had news that it was possible that this coming year we were going to be getting a detached PS5 disc drive, right? And they were going to start making the PS5 digital only, with the option to buy a separate disc drive if you wanted to have disc-based games, right? And this, we thought about this, and it's like, in a world where everything is going more digital, where you can see the sales of the digital games going up, exponentially, and especially as compared to disc-based games. So this is something that we expected, but we never really talked about the possibilities of this mid-gen refresh that we saw that were absolutely necessary last generation, I think. But this is kind of weird to see now, to be honest with you. I did not expect this, because both of these machines, and I know King has other things to say about this, both of these machines seem like they're more than capable to carry a Gen 5, 6, maybe even 7 years. So what do you guys think about this? Like, if obviously coming from Tom Henderson, this is a very reliable source. I have no reason to believe this is not the truth. So what do you guys feel about a mid-gen refresh? I mean, and do you guys feel that Xbox has one in the works as well and just hasn't said anything yet? Kind of seeing it once this becomes true and we actually get an announcement of something, which if it's if it's true that it's sometime in 2020, end of 2024, 2025, maybe we don't hear about this for quite some time, but is it something that gamers are going to react positively to or negatively to? And do you think that Xbox also has something in the works?
Start with King. Where you at with this?
Okay, you gave me a lot there. Pause.
Yeah, it's a lot.
All right, so as far as the digital and detachable thing goes, that's an option. Definitely, I think PlayStation sees more that the digital sales are going, that they can get more money, opposed to giving out physical copies where they have to pay a percentage to the distributor and going to their partners, like Walmart and stuff like that. But then, if Walmart sees them only putting digital consoles out, that kind of reduces the add-on purchase buys, right? Because they get more money by the more stuff that you add to your purchase as you're walking out the door. If you get a PlayStation, you get a controller, you get some wires. They make more money off the wires, to be honest with you, the HDMI wires and stuff like that. And then you purchase a television or you purchase more games. The more stuff that you purchase, the better off it is for the retailer, right? Now, if you sell a digital console, that means you're eliminating the add-on purchase of video games, because those video games will be purchased directly through the store that's on the box itself. So you don't want to anger them. You give an add-on attachment, right? So now you get the +1 sale with the add-on attachment for those individuals, and then they can probably get some physical games as well. So I believe that's how they sold it to them. That's a possibility. Now let's put that to the side. You in research and development, they're worrying about researching and development the PlayStation 5 Pro. I think it's kind of redundant, and I don't think it happens. But it has to happen, and it makes more sense for Sony. The PlayStation 4 will always be the lowest common denominator that they will always skew to. They will always make games for it. So all these games of services that are coming out, PlayStation already told you that those games will be on the PlayStation 4. So how would they be designed? Would they be designed around the PlayStation 4 and scaled up to the PlayStation 5? And then you have the PlayStation 5 Pro. That console will never, ever show its true potential because they always will be held back by the PlayStation 4 till they can cut that generation off. And then they will never show the true potential of the PlayStation 5 Pro because that will always be held back from the base PlayStation 5. So these consoles that are coming out is just really to show you a different narrative, to just have a different price point. You can't have a peripheral in the store, which is the PlayStation 2 VR, at a higher price point than the console itself, because it gives you the false thought that the peripheral is worth more than the actual console. So you need to have a console that's in the store that has a higher price tag than the peripheral that's outside. So there shows the significance and the power when it comes to purchasing eyes. I think it comes out. I think you never see the true potential of this thing because of the PlayStation 4. And I think it only comes out to push the importance of console over peripheral because they're not going to drop the price on the PlayStation 2 VR.
Okay. So question, do you think bringing out another mid-gen refresh, though, elevates what the lowest common denominator is, finally eliminating the PS4, right?
Yes, I think the PlayStation 4 has to go, but if you're doing that, then your games or services that are tailored to that crowd, they're never going to leave that 125 million people behind without giving them an avenue to get into these service-based games. This is how Fortnite is playable on PlayStation 4 all the way up to PlayStation 5. Right, you need to have it accessible in order for you to get that group. Now, this makes no sense for Microsoft because the Series S literally pigeonholes you in a spot where you can't escape from. Right, as brilliant as the Series S is, you can't do a mid-gen refresh because one, your Series X is not being utilized at all. Right? Now you put out a Series X Pro. What happens to little man? Do you put out a Series S Pro?
Yeah,
right? So you put yourself in a box where you can't do any pros, right? Because you eliminate your what happens to the Xbox Series S base owners?
Well, that's the thing, right? Because the Series S, if you think about it, would they ever upgrade the Series S to be as powerful as the Series X and then the X go up? No, it doesn't make a whole lot of sense, right? So it would still be a middle ground between where the S and the X are, and that doesn't feel like a significant enough jump, right? Yeah, they're in a position where they kind of can't do one.
They can't do anything. They can't. So this is why I tell you, and I tell everybody, the PlayStation 5 will have a Pro because they will try to put it on par with the Series X. But that's not it because they're competing without even worrying about it, right? The thing is more so they can't have a peripheral in the store that costs more than a console. I think that's really more their optics. Right? And also, they're still going by old metrics where console sales means more to Sony than it means to Xbox. So having a new console in the store, reigniting the whole thirst for getting a PlayStation at that point in time pushes console sales so they can actually put those numbers in front of the public because they use the old metrics. Again, I still don't think it's going to be a PlayStation 6 nor a next generation Xbox. And I know that's contrary to whatever Phil Dominus Maximus Aurelius has said or whatever Sony says. Yeah, they're going to have research and development. But these consoles are held back by 3 years, right? Because of COVID. Now we're going to finally start seeing games taking advantage of our generation now. So now the generation starts now, right? And then you go 7 years from that point. That's a 10-year generation. 10 years, 7 years from now, you are not going to be interacting with your consoles in the same manner because your level of tolerance will not be the same. You're not going to stand for any type of loading times. Our Wi-Fi and our internet structure will be stronger and more robust. Therefore, not needing the facilitation of a device. You will have input straight across. They will be apps. Both of these guys. So I don't think, the PlayStation 5 will probably be, the Pro will probably be the last iteration of a console.
Interesting. Insider Gaming understands that the next generation of PlayStation PS6 is unlikely to release until at least 2028. That will put the current generation console release schedule in line with its predecessors. Salute to Tom on this one. This is interesting. So off the back, it do feel, I see both sides to it, because off the bat it do feel weird because it feel like we ain't even really get cooking on this gen yet.
Nothing start yet.
Like, so it do feel weird. Shit, you know, the chip shortages, how hard it was to find a console and stuff like that. And now salute to Tom on this one. I do want to give credit to the home team though.
Thank you.
I want to give credit to the home team. LordsOfGaming.net was on this. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to my man Mods Gaming. We did have this on about a patent suggesting that a PS5 Pro could be in the making. At the time, we got dragged. For this, and it was pretty much the patent was called Scalable Game Console CPU GPU Design for Home Console and, to King's point, Cloud Gaming. The patent describes technology that would allow multiple SoC chips, system on chip, to be connected with high-speed coherent buses, forming even bigger chips. This technology could then be used for creating a light version of the console, which would be like a base PS5, and a high-end version using multiple chips with greater processing and storage capability. This could suggest a PS5 Pro. So LordsOfGaming.net was on this as well. So look, yes, I think it's potentially going to be happening. You know, obviously what Inside Gaming and Tom is saying as far as the patent by Mark Cerny, looking to accelerate ray tracing in games. Here's my thing. Like, I see the pushback, but I ain't going to lie to y'all. If there's a better version of something that is literally my hobby and what I play, and I am literally the guy, King, you know this. We are literally the guys that every 2 years, the Ultra 23 4 is out, yo. You know what I'm saying? So I could sit here and say, it's too early, right? We ain't really whatever. But the data showed there's a market for it, There's a market for Elite controllers. There's a market.
$699 though,
right.
B.
And if we look at history, remember when this is history repeating itself in a way, because PlayStation 4 Pro, we was like, who need that? Why is that? Why they doing that?
I needed it.
We all got it.
We all got it.
I needed it.
As soon as you see the Digital Foundry joint, and then, this is doing the ray tracing.
I need it.
You know what I'm saying? This one doing 120, and you're like, man. And the game industry, it's a lot of FOMO. Let's be real. If you see a significant performance on one particular platform or one particular mid-generation refresh, and you see the tangible, visible difference. Yeah. Like, this is hitting that 60 consistently. This got the ray tracing. This got all the bells and whistles of your beloved game. And then you see the other version that you currently have. This is sub 30. Your VRR ain't kicking in. Let's set with your VRR. Then it is what it is. So look, I am definitely the target audience.
So you think this one to have a full RDNA too?
Well, there was 8K on the box.
Listen, I forgot about the 8K on the box.
Hey, so do you think this one, they'll finally put the fast SSD in this box?
We will discuss the SSD.
My SSD is normal over here.
We will discuss the SSD. Nah, it is interesting. I mean, like, I will say this, PlayStation get that puts them in a very good position, King, in the terms of...
To do what?
In terms of
to what?
that was so disrespectful.
It puts them in a good position to do what?
I'm just saying. Listen,
what
you
they
know,
gonna do? They not getting rid of PlayStation. The real problem is the PlayStation 4. Let's keep it a buck. He's holding us back, me.
No, I get that, and that comes down to game design, right? Game design is held back with the base. These base systems, we know that. I agree.
No, it comes down to a decision to cutting somebody off.
Right, at some point, right? There's also going to be a cutoff at some point once there's enough PS5s.
Window, because they said 2025 though.
Yeah, I don't know. You're right.
Superman, when James Gunn dropped Superman, that's when they're going to drop the PlayStation 4, man.
Look, I hear you. You know what I'm saying? So the question then becomes, you know, they dropped that. I will say this though, King. If you're seeing Miles Morales and you seeing Wolverine on a PlayStation 5 Pro looking substantially crazier.
Oh, yeah, I ain't saying that there's not a market for that.
Right. That's all I'm just talking about because I'm not even arguing with you. I'm talking about I'm seeing comments like, who needs this? Why? And I get it because people are like, yo, the generation didn't even cook yet. But I am of the mindset that when you see it and it's a tangible difference,
buy it.
The gamers going to have that FOMO and they are going to buy this.
To get it. Now, to be fair though, the Pro never really sold like the base copy, right?
True.
It never really sold. I think if we look at it, how well did the Series X? I mean, not the Series X, does Scorpio
Xbox
sell?
One X.
The One X. Sorry.
I don't know. But
I know it's sold better than that wooden box Xbox that we had. I know. The first time we had actual 4K 60 frames per second in the Forza, you know, that was a tangible thing. Listen, it's gonna sell, and it's gonna sell to the fools like ourselves.
Yeah, I'm the target audience.
Yeah. Listen, I need my Destiny running at 60 with the ray tracing on. I need these things. My thing is, you're never ever going to see what you think you're going to see from the upper end of these consoles.
Oh, okay, because you talk about the older being the base, the lowest common denominator.
There is always going to be that tether to the lowest common denominator, and people want to look over and blame the little s. What about you guys, right? What about you guys?
You talking about the PS4, right?
Yeah, you know, because they have their own little man. He's smaller than the little man we got. Like your little homie is definitely pulling up the rear of my little homie. He hold my little homie bags, and that dude is really holding your homie back, right? So when are y'all gonna really wake up? I mean, fine, buy the PlayStation 5 Pro, but when you purchasing on the application at the bottom, tell them to kick that little man to the side so you can actually see greatness.
But that base is strong, bro. Like that's you see, they still. You know, co-developers. Yeah, we heard when we talked about IO. What was it? The Last of Us, right? We were talking about the factions potentially having a PS4, you know, the multiplayer, that kind of bit. So they're in an interesting position because there's still a lot of PS4s out there and stuff. But the question I gotta ask is what kind of like Solve alluded to, which is like, what does Xbox do? Because here's the thing, you know what I'm saying? Like you said, you know, if history repeats itself, PS4 Pro was out, and then Xbox One X Scorpio came out like a year after, right? So do we see a situation where Microsoft feels the need to respond? Because let's be honest, if the Digital Foundry start coming out and that PS5 Pro is smashing Xbox, you going to sit there and tell me Jason Ronald and the team ain't been cooking?
Yeah, Phil made it clear, like, that's not a narrative we're going to lose again.
Exactly. Like, you know the dominants do not like that power talk. Since his regime has come, King, he's always said we will never be the butt of the joke on the power ever again. That's your man.
And I think he'll hold true to his word. This is the problem where you run into. And I'm pretty sure that Jason Ronald and the team is looking at it from this aspect. Fine, it's no problem to do a Series X Pro.
Okay.
Boom, you do it. Right? So you made your Series X irrelevant that you've never even utilized.
Series XXX Ultra.
Yeah, you know.
Ultra combo?
Series XXL.
But check it out though. Do you at that point
upgrade Little Man.
Does the regular Series X become the new Little Man, and Little Man
That's
goes
what I'm
away?
saying. Because think about this. Finish.
Oh, but that's the thing, though, right? But I think we saw that last day too. The same thing, where it was like the 1S is what stayed.
Yes.
Right. And the big box VCR went away.
Yes. The VCR went away.
It was already an improvement. It was smaller. It cost less. I don't know. Yeah, it could be a thing where the Series X is what goes away and Little Man stays. And maybe
what about this? Let me give y'all another scenario.
I don't know. Why don't you just upgrade Little Man?
So if you upgrade Little Man to Series S Ultra, so do you do a dual screw mid-console generation refresh?
They have no choice. They have to do it that way. They pigeonhole themselves to a manner that you have to phase out the regular Series S and the regular Series X. Phase those two out. Have that regular, the X Ultra.
We call
and
it
you
Ultra.
have the Series S Ultra, right? You have to kill off those two SKUs.
You gotta kill them. So, but the Series S is
and
like
how mad would the world be? I got 3 of them. I'm going to be upset to a level. Yo,
all right.
You know what they need? They need memory, right?
Yeah.
This is the problem. These weak consoles, and they're weak memory wise. They need memory, right? Because the Series S is held back by its constraints in the memory and the RAM. Let's say you fix those things. Now he's on par with your X, right? And you got to phase out the X because now Little Man.
But hold on, shout out to Lords and Game down there.
Shout out to
G made a good point.
That's
he said, if you phase out both. See you. We're gonna see you in Impacts, brother. He said, if you phase out both, that's a new generation.
Yeah,
it ain't a mid-gen refresh. You're starting new.
You're starting a new generation if you're Xbox. If you do that,
and then if you do that, you run the risk of Dreamcasting yourself.
Yes,
and being caught in the middle when the next when the PS6 comes out.
When it does come out, I know we're gonna get up for that. But my question, King, let me ask you this: why can't a scenario exist where Little Man still stays there? He's the lowest common denominator.
What he gonna do? He gonna do what? He gonna give you cloud gaming?
They are
stream his way through the
Azure is in the build. It's a digital console.
So you gonna force people? This is here.
Let's go. Let's get it. Let's get it.
Go, Mega Mind. You gonna force people to stream?
They all not already.
Little Man gave you options of streaming.
Little Man ain't got no disc. Little Man ain't got no disc. He expected your internet to be lit.
The games to the box.
Okay.
All right. So you download. Little Man won't be able to handle anything. if we go upwards and beyond, crazy. Shout out to Microsoft for actually leaving a generation behind. They left Xbox One behind. But right now, Little Man is at the precipice. So if you bring out a double XL Series S, Little Man is stuck. Like you took away the gap there, right? So you got these high-end games, and Little Man's like, I can't do that. And then what? Little Man has to stream it?
I mean, you are the
You're forcing streaming
you
on
are
people,
the
though.
Azure company. You are the person that told the Xbox One generation, if you can't play these robust games, you can stream them bigger.
But I do think at that point, if you sort of eliminate, if you eliminate the option of Little Man realistically being able to play these games locally, at that point, what do you drop that price to? Because at that point, it goes back to that piece of hardware, that got sort of put on the shelf where, they were talking about just the streaming box. Right. Yeah. So it's
Little Man become Lockhart.
It really does have to become Lockhart.
Little Man need to be $100 then.
Yeah, it needs to be $100 at that point. So with the controller.
All right, so let's keep it a buck though. Let's keep it a beat.
Does Little Man become Lockhart? He is Lockhart.
He is Lockhart away.
Yeah,
but does he become that? And then here's the question. Remember when Scorpio came out? They was talking, and 1S will still exist, but as Addict, as a 1S, my brother Addict had that 1S. We remember how rough some of them ports was. He was talking about playing Gears of War. He was like, my level wasn't loaded as fast as everybody else. And then eventually, do you think it's a slow phase out? And then Series X becomes the new Little Man. and what you call it, Pro or XL, or what we call it.
I don't think they abandoned the Series S people though.
Okay.
I think we're too early on. If we had a proper trajectory and we were really into the third year of these consoles, third or fourth year, into these consoles that we have right now, then I would say yeah. But we haven't even seen these consoles reach anywhere. Like they haven't. We are really playing last generation games now.
Right.
You know, we haven't really cracked that. Let's get to the next level. Let's crack this mold. I think those games are starting to come this year and on. I think with Starfield, ushers us into this generation what it's supposed to be, right? And I think the scale from that way, how Starfield performs, as ambitious as it is, I think it's only able to be done on current generation hardware. And I think we start to see games from Sony that utilize current generation hardware assets and stuff that we need now. So we start to live this year, and we ain't have any time with it. I think Little Man is at a huge disadvantage because of COVID, even though COVID helped Little Man be the way he's at. So I think Little Man is the odd man out.
I mean, it's interesting. Let me ask you this before I was going to ask you, like, we kind of, I don't say we going at Little Man, but we're thinking if this mid-generation stuff applies to Xbox. I mean, but we have to admit too, Little Man still has RDNA 2. He has all these
things. It's the GP. It's the like he said, like King said, it's less RAM and a less powerful GPU. Right?
Okay,
that's it.
Yeah. So do you think? But here's the flip side. This is a successful console for them.
That's the problem,
right? So. Again, is a scenario where you really can cut him out because they even made headway in Japan on some level, right? You know, in different regions. And now, can you realistically cut him out? Can the idea of Little Man still existing and coexisting with the bigger model of an XL? Can you see that scenario?
I can see a scenario where, you mean current Little Man?
Current existing. Little Man existing with a mid-generation.
That's tough because the thing about it is that the disparity is going to be bigger, right? If you already seeing the complaints, right, and warranted or not, right? The thing about it is the devs that are complaining about this are either don't have the bandwidth to put the time and effort they need to get those versions up to snuff, right? Or it really is more work than they think it's worth, right? And if this thinking is prevalent throughout the industry and we're not really hearing that, then they're going to be excited to see a Little Man go right. Now at the same time, you replace current Little Man, you need to replace it with a product that's better at the same price point, minimum better at the same price point. I don't know, but I don't know if you just don't take the L on dropping the Series XL as bringing it down to
Little Man price,
being the new Little Man, and Little Man gone.
Phase out. You do
the soft phase out where we're giving you much more power than you had before for the same price that you were getting. And then you have the Series X Pro, whatever the hell that is.
So we have a Series X only games.
Yes. I think,
and you bring the baseline up,
right? So then you gonna hit Little Man. You hit Little Man with cloud only. Then, like I said,
I can hit you with this.
Okay, let's go.
Right, and this is the only way it happens, and this is the only way you save face. You turn Little Man into, and I think that internally, this is the reason why we never saw that streaming device.
Oh,
right.
Okay,
because you can internally, by default, turn Little Man into
Lockhart
into the streaming device, right? And ship them with a controller, sell them for $150, and put
100.
Well,
Phil said he like 100.
Let me explain why.
Let me stop interrupting. Sorry.
Yeah, explain why.
Let me shut up.
You say digital only for some games, and you put it on the box, and downloadable for some games, right? So it has the flexibility to do both. So all the old games you was able to download before and play locally off the drive is great. All the other games that you have, indie games and stuff like that comes in under a couple of 1 gig or whatever, that's great. You don't have to do any alterations to Little Man. All your alterations that you do is to make sure that the Series Double XL is the more powerful console, right?
Double XL,
more powerful version, right? Then little man in that lower price point will continue to sell how he's supposed to sell.
He's selling.
And
He's selling.
you don't alienate the initial crowd that purchases them, because you will have a riot for those people that purchase Little Man and not getting the value out of Little Man. You phase Little Man out. You just actually transform Little Man into that streaming box that's capable to do so. You already have the infrastructure for that. And that's the only way you can combat Sony doing a PlayStation 5 Pro, because they remember their digital and their PlayStation 4 with the disc drive. The only difference is the fact that it's no disc drive. So they're not losing when they put out a PlayStation 5 Pro. They just really just have a PlayStation 5 and a PlayStation 5 Pro. The digital thing, I think they're going to go digital anyway with the disc drive opposed to that. I think maybe the PlayStation 5 Pro is that machine that has the detachable disc drive as well.
I mean, according to Tom said there's two. That's just a revision, like the disc drive. But he said the PS5 Pro is still a separate SKU.
Yeah, no, I know about that. I got this basic same information. It's but there's also research and development, and sometimes it comes down to what makes sense where, right? So does it make sense for us to introduce two different hardware iterations at the same time or within 6 to 7 months of each other? Makes absolutely no sense. Is a way that we can combine these things to make it more impactful to the consumer. I think Series S, continuing to say exactly what it is, but get phased off to a digital streaming console only, is the way for Microsoft to be flexible in its approach later on. Because if they don't, and they try to give you two different SKUs while phasing out the other SKUs, just like you said, they are restarting their generation to another generation. So I think you're right.
Yeah, but I think we have to also just look at the fact that these two, apart from the VR thing where Sony's doing their own thing, these two kind of do things hand in hand all the time. They launch around the same time when they drop new generation. They know what each other are doing. So it does kind of feel like, if this is real from Sony, and I have no reason to believe it's not, that it will be a situation where Microsoft will match it, just because, again, they're the two that are in the same lane, right? So
and we've had Jason on, Lord Jason, you know, they were designing Little Man and Series X. You know, these things are set in motion years and years, and they're already working on the next stuff. You know, Phil has also said that kind of stuff. But it is interesting because they had taken the dual SKU approach this gen, how they handle it, right? That's the fun part. Like, what do they do with that? So it'll be interesting. But yeah, I do think there will be a response. I think the question is it in line? I guess my only question is it in line timing-wise, in proximity with PS5 Pro, or do they take the Scorpio approach where they let PS4 Pro rock out first, see what they did, and then came behind them, like, was it like a year later or something like that? Because it wasn't the same year. I remember
it was the following year.
It was the following year we got the Scorpio. So yeah, it'll be interesting, man. It's a different time. I do think to King's point, because everyone's kind of coming at Little Man, whatever, a little bit. But to King's point, PlayStation is in a similar situation because there's still the PS4 out there.
Yeah, they act like PS4.
Yeah, the PS4 is out there, right? So it's like, we're talking about Last of Us factions that still have not come out, but we know now, at least the rumors suggest, that there is a PS4 factions mode. So I
just find it funny that they're being held up. Factions is never going to be what y'all expect it to be, right? It's supposed to be this grandiose thing, this PlayStation 5 thing. No, it's a PlayStation 4 thing. It's just like God of War Ragnarok, right? It's the ultimate PlayStation 4 game that's playable on your PlayStation 5. That's exactly what's going to happen to Factions. And I don't care what anybody says. People can sit there and say, oh, that's great. I'll deal with that. If it has that same quality, I'm all the way live with that. No, fool. you are getting a game that could have been so much more, but it's not. It's being held back. But you're saying it's held back and it looks great. Imagine what it could have looked like if it wasn't held back. Yeah. So Factions will be held back and it will have a ceiling on its head. It's going to look great, but it's the best PlayStation 4 game.
It's a good point. You know, it's a good point. And it's funny. He came to my mind right now. Rest in peace, Optimus Code. You know, these are the kind of discussions we would have. About game design and game design being held back. And you see, you know, on both sides, on some level, what King is saying is true. You know what I'm saying? What he's saying is true, which is that, you know, there's always that lowest common denominator. And again, these things get like PC, we get it. You know what I mean? But at the same time, you know, what could have been, and maybe this is just a new era we're in right now because of the way the SKUs are and things are. I want to shout out Tom Henderson. He said by the time he's actually in the chat, salute the legend. He said by the time PS5 Pro releases, he said if it is holiday 2024, he says PS5 sales will be on par with how the PS4 sales were when the PS4 Pro releases. And then we'd even talk about that with the sales and then chip availability. So it does make sense. It does line up. The sources do line up, man. With ours, Tom. I got to give us the home team at LordsGaming.net some credit.
$699.
Yeah. So that's the price?
Yeah, $699.
Oh, come on, kid.
I'll put it right now. I'll tell you right now.
Kid.
It's $5. It's gonna be $5.
Don't listen to this dude.
Don't
listen to this dude. Don't listen to him. I told you how much that VR was gonna be. It was exactly like I said. This is gonna be $699. You know, they not slashing no price on no regular PlayStation 5.
So, King, when you say the PS5 Pro gonna be $699,
get down and lay down. If you enter,
what is it doing for that?
Well, it's gonna do what you said. 120 frames. We might have ray tracing. Hey, that AK on the box really means AK on the box.
$700
that's coming out. Yo, you $699. You want it or not? Do you? Why are you looking in my window if your pockets ain't calling for
that's PS3 energy?
$699. Yo, okay. Question: how much is PlayStation VR with that game?
All right, the VR by itself was what, $5?
No, with the game,
it's $6. It's $6.
Add an extra $100, and you got a Pro. Stop acting like the price ain't there. The price
Pro. What was the Pro? Let's do the kick.
The Pro was $4.
Yo, we got
what you call it? Inflation. True. The PlayStation was $300, and then the Pro was $4.
It'll be $5. It'll be $5.
Okay. Hey, man, what's
up?
It?
The Pro was $4, right?
Okay.
And the Scorpio was $5, wasn't it?
How's your knees?
Scorpio was $5. Oh, we doing this? We gonna do it?
How's your knees doing these days? I'm really animate on this one.
On this one? Then it's gonna be $6. It's gonna be $6.
$699.
Oh, but you say $7. You say $7.
I say $699. And yo, I'm so good with $699. Listen, I'm not out of pocket because I ain't selling it.
$700 for a PlayStation 5 Pro.
Listen, $649 is your PlayStation VR 2.
It's not $6.
It's not $699.
You said it's what?
Yeah, it's like $550, isn't it? What is it? How much I paid? I forgot how much I paid.
It comes to $6. It's $550, right? So it's $50 above the retail price, right?
Wait. So it's $550. That's with the Call of the Wild.
No, $6 with Call of the Mountain.
Call of the Wild.
All right, so it's $599 with Call of the Wild.
Let's look at the price. It's $500. It's $550 without a game, right? And it's $600 with Call of the Mountain. $600 with Call of the Mountain. Yes.
All right, so that's $600, right?
Yes.
Okay, good. I'm good with $699. I'm gonna stick with that, Jim.
Wow.
$699. You know why? It's $100 more. I can see.
Gene is with
Alec
you.
will be salivating right now.
Gene is with you. Gene is with you. He said he's so with you, King. He said that it's so they gonna have. So y'all feel so they gonna get out there with this PS5 Pro and they gonna say or they gonna show you all the features and they gonna drop that price off and then
$699. And you know what? If you don't want to buy it. Right now, available all
across
America. We have
we go down metric. If you don't like it, we got a console for you.
PlayStation 5. It's not necessary. You don't need these pro features. Like if you don't have a lot of these TCL.
Tom Henderson says $700, $699 with Wolverine.
That's right.
I ain't going front. As much as I think you ridiculous with this price,
Yes.
If they drop Wolverine in the box with
In the
PlayStation 5
box?
Pro, dudes is gonna pay that $700 with no problem. And they say Wolverine is out now. Hey, Bob.
Wolverine ain't gonna be
Hey,
out
Bob,
now.
we 700 thing.
But Tom, what you gonna do is you're gonna get Astroland 2. you're gonna get Sackboy 12.
So what we do? We taking this one, or we go cash out. We crashing out on it.
I'm taking his knees.
Oh,
I'm taking
So
his
Sam,
knees.
what is the PlayStation 5 Pro price?
$5 to $550.
Mm.
$5 to $550.
This guy is bonkers. You
$5 to
I'm so happy. I'm so
I wish
happy
Attic was
for
here.
these today. I'm gonna buy.
$550, and it'll be 6 with a game if they put
6
a game.
with a game, 5 So, all right, but Saul, let me scare you a little bit.
I'm here to
Let's
take
say,
you-
let me scare you. By
take
that
you to
time,
the world.
Wolverine will be ready, right?
Why is
So,
Wolverine
but-
got to be a
so- but I'm-
$150 game?
But G, shout out to G Loads again. What if they got a custom PS5 Pro yellow with the claws on it and the packet limited edition Wolverine?
Let's write
Bub
down that
edition.
exact terminology
Yes,
for
yes.
King's Fight of the Bet.
Yeah, let's go.
It's got to have all those exact things on it.
You gotta have all that. It's gonna
Listen.
have the adamantium scratches.
Yeah.
It's gonna be
It's gonna
all
be the
yellow.
adamantium PS5 Pro.
Listen, I
Get
don't
down
care
and
about
lay
none
down,
of that.
Bob.
What I care about is that price tag says $699. and yo, when they say it, because you know how I know they so high on life what they self right now. I love this. I love that they feeling they self right now. That they even got this talk out there and you guys are mixing it up. Yes. $699 is not gonna hurt you. Why? Because that Call of the Wild and that box.
Call of the Wild.
Listen, and then and they always have this $100, $200 price gap for the lowest common denominator. The PlayStation 5 will be the regular one, will be that little man for y'all to get in.
I would enjoy Saul because I think it's a slam dunk. I am worried about Sony's hubris with this.
Yes, I think
I
they
am worried
feel
about
they
Sony's.
said it.
Wow,
I am
bro.
only
They snitching right
I know,
now?
Saul, it's ridiculous for even me. I am doing soft talk Sunday. Right? I'm being scared. It's a part of me that is like they could pull it off. Not that I agree. I think it's a
remember the
ridiculous
PlayStation 3. Remember how much
True.
I paid for it.
And they haven't made that mistake since.
Yeah, but then they do.
They lost
right
the generation.
now.
They low key lost the generation doing that.
Doing that. Like they haven't done
They
it
are
since.
due right now. This
They
is
do,
it.
they do for a slip
This
up.
is it, right? They
All right,
do-
but here's
they
the thing,
do for
King.
the
Does
price.
it count?
Dude,
Do
said
you?
it's
Does it
7
count
beans.
when you win and a bend the knee if there's a bundle that got
I
that
don't care
versus the
about that.
core?
If
But
they
if the
got
core,
anything, listen,
the-
if they got anything that remotely says $699,
Nah,
I don't
I'm
care
not
how
going for
they
that.
put it
Nah.
together.
If you know how
What
they're gonna
you-
try to do, it's gonna be like 2 controllers,
yeah,
3
two
games.
controllers, he control, then he gonna say he won.
Nah.
I'm not talking about GameStop joint.
No,
I'm not
they-
talking
they-
about Best Buy. I'm talking about official Sony $699 tag, right? And I don't care what they put in the box. They could put little children for you to stand up your console and hold it on their backs. I don't care. But what I say is, if they drop anything that say $699, your niece is mine, and I don't care how they get to that number.
But see that, but that gives you so much leeway, though.
That's their
Like,
problem, and that's your problem.
It's not that much leeway because, all right, shout out to Tom Henderson. He's saying $699 could make sense in a bundle with the
the
DualSense
second
Edge.
DualSense Edge, the
The
Pro
premium.
joint, Wolverine, yellow console, admate.
Yes. I don't care how you rationalize it.
If Attic were here, he'd be salivating.
Alec would
right
take
now.
this. Alec would take this. No, yeah. I wish he was here for this one. We gotta see, bro. What y'all think? I mean,
Grab the torch.
I'm taking that one.
put some prices in the chat, y'all. I'll take the Attic roll. What y'all think a PS5 Pro would be?
I remember when you dudes were like, the PlayStation VR gonna be $300. I said, nah. I said, that joint gonna be $599. Y'all dudes is like, man, they will never do that. Surprise! Surprise! I was so right. And I'm gonna tell you right now, y'all keep on hoping.
Hold on. Well, the chat is more with Saul. Wet Choice, 600. Tim
Yeah,
Purr,
go for that.
650. Stitch, 650. Loki, 600.
Yeah,
C1 with you,
699.
600. Z Black. Oh, Z Black Rider said 800.
Jesus.
Jesus. Oh, he really covered it. Nick, $5.99.94. Why 94 cents though? Charlie, 600. Don Sicario, 669. PS5 Fuzzy says 600. Supremacy, 600. Nam, 600. Pixel Bit, kind of with King, 650 to 7. Tara is 600. J Surge, 700. 600. Corey Tidewell, 800. Stitch, as the parent PS5 is 550. Okay, Tom, 800, 650. It's all over the place, though. It's not really consistent. More 600s than everything. Zong, Epon, 7. K Asante, what you got? 600 to 650 with no games. Okay. PS5, Hoggy Shadi, PS5 roll will be 650. Since the average price of the PS5 is 550, King is likely right. 700. Bodman, 700 pounds, but you talk British, we got to see how that transfer rate is. 650. Wow, this is all over, but some people are saying 700 too. This is all over the place. Insane. Wow, this is going to be interesting.
Sony done taught y'all right. y'all isn't because I remember
AKW $1,000.
I remember when y'all was yelling out that PlayStation VR, and I told y'all start the cap. They were coming for you too.
All right, let me hear the legendary. We got Slow Mo 600. We got our Break Protocol Super Chat Gerald Mack because you just put it in right now 649. But now Tom Henderson 500 as digital, 600 will it drive. I'm going with Tom. I think Tom put out his prediction. He put out his prediction.
I have a feeling Tom knows.
Yeah, I'm going with Tom's prediction.
Tom, you know, and I know, the retail department ain't going with what's on that white sheet, right? So we know who wins all the time. When they're going right there and they're saying, well, what's the pricing structure? Financial dudes don't care about none of the stuff that you're talking about. Market trend said you guys will initially pony up $6.99. So
how about you said, Saul, was your drink? I'll put up the poll.
Mine was 5 to 550, 6 with a
lock
game
in
in
a price.
box.
Lock in a single base price.
Doing all types
let's
of
lock in a base price so I can put this poll for you. Come on.
Let's get a base price off.
A base price?
Base. One number.
Say 600 off. Say it.
Since they were willing to go 550 with the headset, 550.
Oh, okay. So you said 550. Okay. So basically, you have the PS5 Pro. Okay. All right. So we putting it up right now. We're gonna see. All right. Hit the votes. Hope I did this right. Hit the vote. Yeah, it's up. Hit the votes. We're gonna see by the end of the chat where this is at. This is a fun one. I don't know. Chat is all over the place. Oh, now don't back away now, Tom. Disclaimer, no inside info. No. Your word is gospel. Your word, Tom Henderson. Where's Idle Sloth at? So we can put it out. Idle Sloth, put it out. Sloth, Tom Henderson. Tom Henderson said he know officially. He said it on Iron Law Podcast. Make sure we get our credit. That he said the 500 PS5 is digital, 600 with a job. Thank you, Tom Henderson, for your fantastic investigative reporting. You are a gentleman and a scholar for breaking this world-renowned news on Iron Law Podcast. It's gonna be a fun one, y'all. It's gonna be a fun one. He's laughing. You know,
it's gonna be fun for a lot of people. They see that 699.
King, that's bold.
Yo, I've seen it. I've seen Neo.
What's the last console?
I say 3DOs.
What was PS3? What was PS3?
$6.99.
It wasn't. It was $5.99.
No, it wasn't. It was $6.99 for the whatchamacallit, for the whole remember the big robust pack? You remember that?
What, the Foreman
I remember because I paid it.
Foreman Grill, what?
Yeah, Foreman
Grill was $6, right?
$6. And that's what Homie said, you got to get a second.
Yeah. Remember, it was $5.99, right? But then when you $600, when you, and then this tax, right? And then you had to get the other game. You got the other. I'm 700. I was walking. I paid $720 something with that console and one game.
But they paid for that, and they haven't made that mistake.
No, we don't
since.
care about what they paid for. That was a whole regime that was doing some other stuff. We got this regime right now that need to stab on that they need to hurt themselves.
Oh, you tried it. Okay, I see what you doing.
This is time. This is they're in it right now. One, they launched a peripheral that nobody was really asking for except for like probably 5 or 6 PlayStation 1 VR fans. All right, so they got it out there right now, right? And they say maybe, and remember the last PlayStation 4 Pro came out because the PlayStation 4 needed more power to run the VR. Now, this could be the same scenario in history repeating itself, right? PlayStation 5 Pro is more VR friendly. $600, right, is the console price now. They need to show it's a little bit more superior. This is a premium product.
I will say, if they can showcase, if Sony get out there,
I think they can.
When they start talking about them ears and they start,
I think they can.
He starts showcasing power, and regardless of whatever the price is, gamers are going to be moved.
I think they will
showcase a difference.
Yeah, y'all forgetting history is repeating itself. And we had all these same conversations last time. And a month before, when they announced it, everybody was like, of course it was 5. Of course it's 5.
I'm looking at the poll, 152 votes. King is
everybody's crazy. Everybody's crazy. Yeah, because everybody wants to fly close to the sun like Icarus. And Icarus fell and died.
What you're not remembering is we had the same conversation with the PlayStation VR 2. And you guys said they will be absolutely crazy and this will be suicidal if they launch that console higher than $350.
I understand, but not 7.
You dudes, it was going to be $600. Y'all looked at me and said, you are nuts. I told you it was going to be $1,200 to $1,300 combined with a PlayStation 5. And y'all said, King, you are bugging. Well, the King is right. And I'm telling you now, $699 is gonna be your bane. When y'all see it, when they say it, don't be surprised, because this is gonna be the best knees that I laugh at, because I told y'all gotta act like y'all don't know this dude's a snake. Like, nah, he's a cute little teddy bear. He is not a cute little teddy bear. This is a snake, and he's gonna bite you. When the price come out, and y'all see the price, and they're gonna tell you. How's it gonna go? 8K, 120 frames per second, haptic feedback, super fast SSD with more RAM.
Super fast SSD.
Ray tracing, ray tracing got to be on the joint.
Yeah, yes, everything is ray tracing butters. This is fantastic. And then they're gonna walk off the stage, and Jim Dance Moves Ryan gonna say $699, and all you're gonna hear the crowd go, oh no. And you're gonna hear me in the background doing this with the other team. Yeah, you stupid. So you can say whatever you want to say. I know they like money, and they got you because y'all really want this. And y'all gonna get it. $699. Sony, go get them.
Stupid.
What's the Evermore quote? Charge me more.
Yeah,
charge them more.
Make them pay more.
Oh man, this is funny. Shout out to the chat. Yeah, 173 votes currently in. 80% agree with King. $700.
They can do it, and they gonna get it.
Look at the choir that he's preaching to. Like,
they easily influenced by King shenanigans. They just like King. That's a King popularity poll.
Listen,
that's a King popularity. Don't get gas, King.
This is the only dudes that can do it and get away with it.
That is true.
That's a fact. True. That is
and
fact.
Y'all ain't gonna say nothing. Y'all gonna be like, yeah, it is worth that. I can't wait.
That is 100% true. They are the only dudes that can get away with it.
Microsoft cannot gonna be no protest on the box. But these dudes can put $700 on the box. And I'm gonna tell you this. The day they're gonna do it, they're gonna put it out and they're gonna say 700. Microsoft is gonna come right behind them like an hour or two later. Oh, Series X, XXL, that'd be 550. Payback.
We gotta see.
And it's more powerful. See you later.
Look, man, generation refreshes could be here. We will be staying tuned.
I can't wait.
This is going. So, is it official? King, I mean, Soft, are you taking this company, or are you not even messing with this?
I'm taking it. I'm taking it. I'm taking it.
He can't help it.
It's been a while.
It's been a while. We need a fun one. So again, for the record,
you know this is 2 years out.
All right, now we got it because King, you better be on your square because Saul will record you.
Listen,
he's been known.
I'm fine. What's going to be unfine is when they do it. They had a state of play, and when after Mark Cerny do his spiel, and Jim walks off the stage, and the number gonna come up.
I'm gonna send myself a text right now to remind me what episode. What episode is this, Kyle?
ILP, I believe 296.
Send yourself a text.
I believe 296.
Put yourself in the future too, and put
yourself in the future because you know how you like to go back in.
Put
cut.
the wet wipes right now.
ILP
296.
296.
Yes. It's the Harold Goldberg / Tom Henderson episode.
Where King slaughtered my legs
Knees.
and my kneecaps was forfeit.
$699 PS5 Pro.
Yo, I hope Sony use a wooden blade on your knees.
So Saul, for the record, the bend the knee is $550 for a PlayStation 5 Pro, and for the record, King 700.
Nah.
Right.
For the 9-9.
All right, we gonna see. It has been announced. I heard it here first.
We rolling.
All right, we gotta move on. So let's get to super chats and then we finish up with the last topic.
Yeah, hold on. So damn, we always get a couple right at the end. Hold on a second. Let me get the ones that I copy pasted already. Let me see. Hold on, so I gotta run
votes.
Yeah, you know how they love stuff like this.
$6.99.
We got Andy Cruz, $2 super chat, best podcast in the biz. Keep doing your thing. Thank you, brother. Appreciate that.
Salute.
Then we got Robert Kellett, $2 super chat. Greed Station asking for our kidneys, fam.
That's right. It's gonna come with a free NFT.
Yo. That's it.
Then shout out to Hargeet Sadiq, member for 1 year, $20 super chat. Forget the PS5 Pro, play on PC, Steam. And we got a bunch of codes. He gave a Returnal code, Spider-Man code, a Miles Morales code, a God of War code, Days Gone, and Uncharted, The Lost Legacy. Legacy of Thieves. Sorry, Legacy.
All on PC.
Thank you, brother. Appreciate that. Master Race in the building.
Yeah. Oh God.
Then we got Muhammad Ismail, £10 super chat. Keep up the good work, guys. Always cracks me up on a Sunday from a new subscriber from London. Thank you.
Oh, blessings. Thank you.
Appreciate you, man. Then we got Corey Tidwell, $5 super chat. The upgraded consoles will aim for full ray tracing at higher frame rates. That alone makes a huge difference. It's for enthusiasts.
Yep,
we said the same thing about the PS4 Pro. We said the same thing about the Scorpio.
Yep, you're gonna be enthused with that price.
So let me ask you: was the PS5 and the Series X not for enthusiasts?
Yeah, we was enthusiastic about it too, but y'all gonna be crazy about this.
Someone just tweeted us the PlayStation 3 press conference with the actual pricing with the 60, and they had it by SKUs. So the 20 gig one was $500. Then they said a 60 gig one was $600.
No, it was $600.
$599. That's mine.
Go get a second job. Mr. Benjamin, $20 super chat. I see Series S as an entry. Series X will be for casual, and Series Ultra is for the hardcore. They all take $100 hit. So you don't eliminate any of the other SKUs, you just add a SKU. No.
We gotta see.
And we got Raiden Blade, member for 2 years, £2 super chat. Series S consoles not in cloud that yes or no?
Say it again.
That's what it says. Consoles not in cloud, not in cloud that, yes or no.
I believe that Series S at some point in time will be the cloud console.
Yeah, you can try to download stuff on it, but it'll depend. Things it's going to be depending on how that's going to run.
Once those servers actually get to the point where it's just not Series X's that's inside the servers completely, and we don't know, what's the percentage of that yet. But once that happens, and then the Ultra comes out, they're going to be removing those blades and putting Ultra blades in there. Then where does that leave the Series S? Gaming.
Then we have the Rubber Knob, $10 super chat, member for 2 years. I can see Xbox doing what Nintendo did with the 64 one. Release an upgrade pack for the current Series S to catch it up, an upgrade pack to catch it up to the new model, or they release a Series R. What upgrade pack? Like a RAM pack or something like that?
Pack? Yeah, but that was something that was physical, and then you split the demographic. Yeah. Even though the RAM pack was necessary for other games, it looked fantastic. It actually really probably doomed the console.
It did, because not everybody had it.
Right.
Yeah,
not everybody even knew what they were going to do with
segment
it.
The base.
Yeah.
Exactly. We got JD Gamer, member for 2 years, $20 super chat. Good day to all the lords. I believe the little man will probably remain the base because the new Nintendo Switch will essentially be at the same power levels, guaranteeing that games are programmed for that level. Yeah. Never know.
I don't know. From what we heard and them having problems with the back compatibility of it, I don't know what the power levels is going to be. In the new series.
They may decide not to go Tegra. Which, I mean, I don't know, because they have a long deal with NVIDIA, right? It's like 10 years or something like that. So we got My Name is Mud, $5 super chat.
That's dope.
PS5 Pro will be $500 with the disc drive optional.
Yeah, okay. Yo, you guys, y'all act like y'all have never been beat up by Sony. Y'all guys really have goldfish memory. Like, that dude ain't never punched you in your face. And he just punched you in your face just 2 weeks ago with that PlayStation VR. You thought you was going to get the $300 VR. He punched you square in your mouth. And I told you it was going to happen. He fitting to do it again. He winding up the fist right now in front of your face. And you just sitting there like, nah, he ain't going to punch me. He going to knock you out.
We got My Name is Mud again, $5 super chat. PS5 Pro 500, PS5 Slim 400. Disc drive will be optional for both.
This guy's new. You knew to getting beat up. Yo, I'm gonna tell you, when bullies beat you up, they don't care, son. They don't care about your feelings. Your feelings was in the numbers. You was hoping in those numbers. Yeah, I hope you learn how to duck and weave.
Yeah, we got Corey Tidwell, $2 in the chat. Sav is high. For $500 is coming with no memory. See, this is what happens when you try to fly too close to the sun. You gotta be rational about these things. You can't be irrational.
He said he's gonna get a shell of a PlayStation 5.
Messy.
Then we got Joe Mac. You know how they sell the box for $500 and you don't read the fine print and you get a PlayStation 5 box from eBay?
Yes, from eBay. You get me.
Then we got Joe Mac member for 2 years, $2 super chat, $649.99. That's his prediction. $649.99.
Yeah, that's pretty cool. You know, with taxes, $700.
Ridiculous.
Welcome to my realm.
Then we got Corey Tidwell, $200, $2 super chat, $800 because of the super duper SSD.
New SSD gonna be
That's
lit.
super duper SSD.
I can't.
And then we got the Pixel Bit G member for 2 years, $2 super chat. When is the price drop for the currently hot PS5?
It ain't gonna drop.
It ain't coming down.
Nah, now when the scalpers paying them prices, baby.
Then we got My Name is Mud. Once again, $2 super chat. Icarus died just like little Timmy did.
No doubt.
Then we got Hargeet Sadiq, $5 super chat. Prophet Sav, you might be right, but would you have predicted console price increases? We're in a crazy world right now. It could be $700.
I'm gonna tell you right now, that financial crisis telling you it's 700. 7 clean, son.
Ooh. Then we have Lucius Augustus, $5 super chat. Sav, there's zero chance Sony sells you a PS5 Pro in 2024 for the same price as a PS5 in 2023, which is $550. $150 more for a Pro model is like, when have you ever seen this? Never. You guys have never seen this happen before.
Yeah, I never seen them also release a console and come back a couple of days later.
Y'all are basing this on, like, y'all have anecdotal knowledge that this has happened before to this level.
We're basing it off of who doing it. And we know the dude. Y'all acting like y'all forgot who he is. Y'all must have forgot. He gonna teach you.
Not the Roy. Not the Roy.
Yes, y'all must have forgot.
Y'all must have forgot.
Then we got Robert Keller, $2 super chat. Do I need to sell my soul to afford the $8.99 PS? It keeps going up. Every super chat
going up.
It come with a soul-based contract. Miss Fisto comes in the box.
Lilith.
Then we got my name is Mud, $2 super chat.
Yeah,
Series
sorry.
XL can be $800. Microsoft has Game Pass. They're not gonna do that.
They're
That
not
ain't
doing
happening.
that. They better not come
I
out.
know
more
who
than
can't
that
say
crew.
that price.
That's right. I know who's really DOA.
Then we got Andy Cruz, $2 super chat, 650, 700. Jim is loving this.
Hell
Jim
yeah.
is in the chat right now.
He watching like, yeah, that's the price. That guy knows. that guy with the shades knows the price.
Oh man.
Then we got, let's put the crest in the chat for Lord Gold, Raven 645.
All right.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate you.
Mm-hmm.
Then we got my name is Mud again, $2 super chat. Everyone thought the 1X was going to be $600, and it wasn't.
It was, wasn't it? Wasn't it?
No, it was 500.
It was five.
It was 550, right?
Why you
It
always
was-
trying to
no,
throw
why
50
not
on
trying
it?
to
Like,
throw
nah.
50 on there?
I'm
Yeah.
probably looking at the taxes. And I'm
Tax
probably
their
looking at-
tax is not retail price.
Yeah, no. But I'm probably looking at the taxes and what I purchased. I think I purchased. It came up to like $600.
Mm-hmm.
I believe so. So
Then we have, hold on, I gotta go back for one more. Raven 2645, $2 super chat. Y'all are so entertaining. Keep up the great job. And that was his first super chat.
Oh,
Actually. So
salute.
Appreciate
Thank
it.
you.
Bless
Much love. Welcome to the realm.
Then we have there, my name is Mud. I got that one. Then we have the man who got them horns.
Oh,
Member for
I haven't heard him.
20.
I haven't heard him in a minute.
yes,
a
my
minute.
guy.
Lord Bronze, just showing some love. Can't wait to see your PAX coverage. R.I.P. Timmy. # gone too soon.
You're not going soon enough. I mean, you need to start for the first.
So Henderson said King just increasing the price of everything to warrant his $700 price tag. I agree.
No, I'm actually not. I believe that the baseline is going to be $699. You're going to get this work.
The baseline is $699.
Not even the
$699.
bundle.
You're going to get this work. You're going to get this work. You see, and when y'all see, y'all just look over at me and be like, I'm just gonna have a smile.
There we go.
AKW says, "Solve, we missed one." So,
Who did I miss? Hold on a second. Let me go back. My name is Mud.
AKW.
One of his.
you
One
got
of his.
Robert Kellett. No, we got this. Lucius maybe. I don't think we got Lucius.
No, I got Lucius.
Oh, my fault. Yeah, let us know who we missed, AKW. We will take care of it. Continue.
Yeah.
Yeah, let us know. Was it AKW who wrote?
I don't know. He just said solve. You missed one, but he didn't say which one. So solve. AKW. Let us know which one. The name of the person. We'll continue.
Okay, and we have.
He said my name is Mud. I could have sworn he got all of my name is Muds.
Series XL can be $800. Microsoft has Game Pass. I read that one.
Mm-hmm.
I
got the
also
one, the
read
$2 one everyone thought-
Icarus died just like little Timmy.
There is one that says $2. Everyone thought the 1X was going to be $600.
Yeah, we said that.
Okay, cool. All right.
I said that. Yeah, I don't see anything else.
All right. Hopefully we get it back.
Then we have Andy Cruz, $2 super chat, 650, 700. Jim is loving. I read that already, actually. I think we'll back down. JD Gamer with his always objective views.
Yes, completely
$5 super
objective.
chat. Saab, I'm sorry about your knees. The current PS5 is $550 worldwide, literally everywhere but the USA. No way they make their pro unit less. I expect 600. You said it correctly, sir. In the USA, we are different. We are separate from the rest of the world. If it's 699 pounds, that is not $699. Thank you very much.
This guy's crazy.
Then we got Corey Tidwell, $5 super chat, said, I ain't never fight nobody. I made him look like nobody. Who said this?
Yo.
Then we got my joystick is tired. £2 super chat. Just take me now, King. I'll not charge $700. Oh my God.
Whoa.
Hey, King, you want to take them knees, King?
You gonna take
want
them knees?
Yeah.
Those knees want to be taken.
So the next super chat, Dragonheart Yogi.
Trying to act like you didn't see that.
Dragonheart Yogi. My man Dragonheart Yogi. With the
Yeah, you ain't gonna take him down.
No. Hey. Back to you, Saul, with Dragonheart Yogi.
Shout out to Dragonheart Yogi. $5 super chat. Hashtag peace, love, life. Send mad love to Level 1 Gaming. They reached over 2,000 subs.
salute.
Let's go. Shout out to Fame. Shout out to Baron.
Yes.
Shout out to everybody over there. Do
No
y'all
doubt.
thing.
Nice.
Facts.
And all of them. Salute.
Oh,
Hugger.
recovery for my man 108 Dragon.
Yeah, 108
on his knee.
Oh my God!
Birthday.
You made the mistake of
so-
telling us about your birthday way too damn early. Then the actual day came and everybody forgot. Love you.
Yeah,
I
he-
apologize. Happy belated
Yeah.
birthday. I'm glad you're on the mend. We will see you in June.
Yeah, because
sir.
normally we get him at PAX with us, but you know he couldn't limp his way there. So
Yeah.
Salute the 108, man.
take
Salute
your
the 108.
meds, elevate your legs.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Yeah, we're good right now.
All right, no doubt. Final topic.
Put the $700 to the side for the PlayStation Pro.
I can't with him. So, yeah, this is King's topic.
Oh, surprisingly.
Let's finish the day.
Oh, wait. Before we start the topic, King.
We got 500 and some odd change. Let's get those likes up, guys, please.
Before you start the topic, I need the SSD in the Sony baby voice.
Sony baby with the SSD.
Messy. Yeah, shout out to King to bring this to my attention. Ratchet and Clank Rift Apart could be potentially, the rumors, it could be potentially the next PlayStation PC port. King's favorite developer, Sony's Nixis Software, could be...
That's my heart.
could be planning to make Rift Apart the next PlayStation PC port. A new job description for the developer, known for porting over Spider-Man and Miles Morales, hints that it's looking for an engineer with experience in technology that is essential to Insomniac's latest Ratchet & Clank game. And this is a UI engineer talking about coherent. This is in reference to using coherent middleware. So this coherent labs middleware is featured on one of the games that's featured that uses that is Ratchet and Clank, along with Control Ultimate Edition, PUBG, Minecraft, and many more. Putting these two pieces of information together, it is reasonable to believe that Rift Apart is Nixis's next PlayStation PC port. Shout out to PlayStation Lifestyle for the article that King brought to my attention. So, King, what do we have to say about this?
Yeah. Y'all holding on to PlayStation. Holding on. The PlayStation 5 is special. It can only, the SSD, not even the PC has an SSD that's as fast as me.
Here we go.
And Ratchet and Clank is a pure indicative showing of how different and bespoke the PlayStation is. It cannot be imitated. The stuff cannot be imitated, and Ratchet and Clank is the game that shows you the way. It shows you the way to the PC. And it's gonna happen to you guys. Y'all guys fall for every banana in the tailpipe. Y'all listen to everything they say. The electrical in the air will take your ears and
After 30 months.
The electrical in the air.
And the SSD is so fast that sometimes when you're computing, it's already there. It already knew what you was gonna do. Yo, what are y'all gonna do when Ratchet and Clank runs wild over you?
King, are you implying that a certain community was saying that the SSD was an exclusive feature that no other console can do this? Or no other
the
platform?
PC can't handle this. No one. This is what makes PlayStation. You understand? Like they give you things that you can't get no play. Y'all, all your games is on the PC. You are not special at all. And this is the last game, and it's coming over to the PC. What is your excuse now?
What is the excuse now? Oh man, where do we start with this one?
Yeah, I can hear Mr. Hahn. Look at you now.
Look at you now moment. Yeah, this is definitely a look at you now moment. Yes, Saul, but in King's defense, there was a lot of this talk during the launch of the PlayStation 5.
Oh no, this is where I'm with him on the smoke because if this is true, it is quietly being worked on, right? And which is a little bit weird, just because considering Ratchet and Clank is, I don't know, it's kind of considered more of a kiddie game, not in the vein of like a Sackboy game or whatever. But considering how Sackboy didn't do super well, maybe Ratchet and Clank wouldn't be the next thing you put out. But whatever. But yeah, this goes to show that when people are trying to sell you a new product, a console or something, hyperbolic statements get made. It's part of getting you to put your money down, and I'm still waiting for 8K on my PS5. It said it right on the box. So apparently PC hard drives have caught up.
A lot of technological leaps.
A lot of leaps and bounds in the you know, whatever 3 years since this game was launched on PlayStation. Yeah, so looking forward to seeing it on the PC. It is, you know, again, this is why we gotta laugh at this stuff, because again, as consumers,
Yes,
we know we're constantly being kind of lied to, right? A little bit, a little
buzzwords, marketing speak.
Buzzwords, marketing speak, lies sometimes, but it's just the nature of it, right? To get you to put the money down and invest. And you know,
little Timmy.
Ratchet and Clank is a beautiful game on the PS5. It really is. But that, you know, the whole jumping from universe to universe thing is kind of a little bit smoke and mirrors. I kind of, you know,
Didn't the dev come
the
out and say
pulling.
something around that time, Solve, about this?
I don't remember what they
It can't be done on
specifically
PC.
said.
This can't be done on PC.
No, but
He said this can't be done any place else
I
but
could
here.
have sworn there was one dev that was trying to say that it wasn't as special or something. That then
Oh yeah,
he got
there was
laughed at.
definitely that conversation. I
Yeah.
don't remember specifically what it was, but they essentially saying that it isn't rendering both things at the same time.
Right.
It's something that's kind of sits in cache and it,
Trick.
yeah, it's right. So it wasn't this whole thing like, wow, it's rendering this whole entire world that you only jump to for a couple of minutes and back at the same time. It's not that, right? And again, those in marketing speak, those are details that, you know, the marketing speak is not going to tell you, right? You just gotta, you know,
They're not going to tell you the truth.
So yeah, it's just interesting. Again, it's one of those things where it's super quiet. You know, nobody's not making fanfare about it, Ratchet and Clank, because they know the smoke that's gonna come from this, right? Whether it's, you know, it's not narrative that's gonna make or break anything, but it's just funny because you know,
It's funny how
unless King is at the forefront of this fight.
it's funny how we remember Returnal. Oh, that can only be done on the PlayStation. You know, the way you die, you just you quickly come back into the world. It allows you only to be done over here. Oh, I just played Returnal on PC. That was nice. It felt good.
With a PS5 controller. Too.
Yes, right.
got all my rumble, got all the raindrops.
Shout out to KSI. He said the devs did come out and say it could be done on PS4.
Oh, that was it. Whoa, that's right.
Yes.
Yeah, that's
special.
Woo. Oh, that's a damning thing to say.
Damning thing to say.
Yeah. So yeah, that's it. That's it.
I mean, I don't have too much to add to it. I mean, it's what we said. You know, at the time, you know, everyone's excited about the new console. Right? You get the new hardware. You know, I remember the Unreal Engine 5 demo.
Oh,
the Lumens. And this could only be done. I remember that talk. I remember the SSD talk. Look, we get it. You know, a lot of this marketing speak, people are excited about new hardware, new console. You know, the buzzwords. Until we get the practical application, I don't really get too caught up on it. I need to see. But in King's defense, I do remember Rift Apart.
This is hilarious.
People were going hard on this SSD thing for Rift Apart and saying how this was like, to solve the favorite word, bespoke, and no other thing can do this. And I remember it was so bad. That was the first time I really seen the PlayStation community, the PC community mad at the PlayStation. Like, it was beef in them streets. Normally it's Xbox guys and Sony guys, but it was PC guys was like, bruh, stop it. Like, I remember that. Like, it was
you gonna tell me this 3090 Ti can't run this game?
Because at that time, you know why it was so a funny time in history, I got to give King this, is that this is right around the time We Believe in generation. This is right around the time before we knew about PlayStation and Nix's relationship, right? So this was a lot of people in the PlayStation base still feeling that exclusives were going to stay there. There would be no PC ports. This is such a unique thing that the technical engineering of the console was so advanced. Remember, they were like, yo, they thought so far ahead that this SSD. And I remember people utilizing the SSD for all types of technical prowess.
It's going to boost the graphics.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
and speed.
Yeah, I got to give King this one. Smoke is rightfully given by King because I remember that. Like, people were going extra hard for this feature as if it was solving world peace. It was doing a lot. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, this is a fun one to look back on. So yeah, if the rumors are true, and King's favorite Nixus is at the helm.
It's a wonderful job.
That is King's heart. Yes, that is King's heart. His favorite. Remember when he announced they announced that acquisition? King was popping.
The best acquisition ever.
You know what I never told you this, but I actually reached out to Nixus to see if they had merch. I was gonna get you it for your birthday.
Oh,
I was trying to get you a Nixus shirt. I could not find. I'm like, y'all don't got. No
we're gonna come up with our own logo for them. We're gonna make it up for them, and we're gonna get it out to y'all. I hope Nixus is at PAX.
I've been trying for like a year. I was like, I want an official. Something can be made, but I wanted to get you a Nixus shirt.
Not giving you that.
But normally all the studios have merch.
Nah, Sony is like, no merch for that dude.
Shout out to Slow-Mo. He's in there. He said, everyone who ran the dumb narratives are quiet as a mouse, but the North remembers the PC community. Yo, Slow-Mo, I got to give Master Ratio. Y'all was in the trenches with a lot of certain fan base, certain fanboys were going at the PC community extra hard, and it was funny. So now it's kind of funny to see folks.
Now y'all got their games. You got their base.
Smoke was given. Smoke giveth. Smoke taketh.
Exactly.
Yeah. So that's like that. Unless I got anything else to get up out of here. Let's get the I'm gonna get the poll, we'll get the poll first. Then you get the super chats. Or how you want?
Yeah, just in case anything else comes in.
No doubt. Slow is so messy in the chat right now with his PC. With the rumors of a PlayStation 5 Pro in development, how do you think Xbox should respond to a potential Sony mid-generation refresh? The choices are A, stand pat with the Series X and S consoles. Xbox should continue its focus on delivering great games first. B, Xbox should already have a mid-generation refresh console ready to launch adjacent or after the PS5 Pro. Or C, I don't care, because what the hell you gonna call it? The Xbox Super Deluxe Series S Ultra Combo. What are you calling this console? Rock the vote when it goes out on Twitter. Salute to the legendary Harold Goldberg. Man, he put it down, man. He put it
Going strong at 150 years old.
Man, he about to hit 200, man. That man breaking the laws of age and physics and everything else in science. But now he was a pleasure to listen to. Oh, man, so many great stories. Highly advised if you care about gaming to listen, you know what I'm saying, a luminary in the sport. And salute to him. We probably have him come back as well in New York Games Critics Circle and New York Game Awards. But so we want to get the super chats and then we do our outros for y'all.
Yes, sir. No doubt. Let me get these super chats real quick.
No doubt.
And I keep making a mistake of calling them Goldstein because I have a Goldstein.
Yeah.
But my favorite wrestler is Goldberg.
Yeah.
Goldberg. Got to remember that.
Mm-hmm.
All right, we have Dragonheart Yobi member for 1 year. Welcome back, Runaway Dragons TV. He back to take all knees. He gonna rip your eyes out, put them on your knees, and call you Kneesy.
Whoa!
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Dragonheart Yobi got a dark side, man. It's a peace, love. Having a peace, love life. I know, right? Yeah. What happened to that?
Got a duality, sir.
Mm-hmm.
Then we got Drive By Joe, $5 for tax.
I like that. He's a hitter. He's a hitter. He put it out there in his name. Like
Drive By Joe.
Live by Joe.
Then we got 700. Could be it. I paid $700 for my PS5 scalper price. PlayStation said, wait, they out here paying 700 plus.
Yep.
Yeah, you want to know how much I paid for my PS5?
That's what Jim said.
It wasn't
Jim saw the
700.
prices. Yeah, Jim saw the prices. Y'all willing to go for the regular? Let's get it.
Then we have Con Artistic, $5 super chat. I really thought the podcast was done. How long is it supposed to be again? It's never supposed to.
We didn't even have added it. It was longer.
We have a goal to meet. We can't leave it till
we gotta stay until we meet the goal.
This is a marathon.
Again.
Then we got God Emperor Sofa King, member for 1 month. Shout out to you, Lord Bronze. Only possible on the holy PS5 SSD.
Yeah, that talk was strong. There's a lot of strong SSD talk. As Slow-Mo says, the North remembers.
The Northern Rivers, for sure. Then we have B. Lou, member for 18 months, Lord Bronze. Shout out to the Lord. Salute to Champ Leon Edwards, removing all doubt. He beat Kamaru again.
He beat him again. Yeah.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Yeah. He didn't knock him out, but he was, from what I saw, was
mine got oozed up.
Yeah. And Kamaru gave it up.
Okay. Wow. Okay. Y'all keep killing it. Gonna miss watching the fight with you, King.
Yeah, man. I'm gonna do something that Saturday though.
Wait, we'll figure it out. We'll try to figure it out.
Yeah. Lord Saab, where can the fine people find you? What you got going on, sir?
Nothing. Getting ready for PAX, man. It's gonna be a crazy week. The first Monday, Tuesday working, and then just rolling right into PAX. So it's going to be, and then coming back on Sunday, rolling right back into work. So exhaustion is the name of the game, but this is what we do. This is a yearly thing, baby. So
tradition.
Let's get it. Let's get it.
Yes, sir. It'll be fun. Lord King, where can the fine people find you? What you got going on, sir?
Well, right now, I'm going upstairs to eat this dinner.
Yes.
But I had a glimpse into somebody that I find to be truly eclectic.
Yes.
That word eclectic is exactly how you describe Harold.
Mm-hmm.
I anticipated this show for a while. Mm-hmm. And you know, I don't really get too excited about certain people, but this guy is somebody that is he's like a Rolodex, right? And there's just so many different like contacts and stuff like that that's inside of him, or so many people that he met. He sat down and told you he sat with Miles Davis, sat down and talked with this guy for hours. And he sat with Neil Druckmann because they both were sitting there tired and had conversations with Neil. This man is a wealth of knowledge and also still keeps that youthful exuberance. You know, being 100 and something years old is crazy. Man,
it's glorious.
100 plus. Our medium that we love, but Harold is a generous, wonderful dude in his heart, and to give back. And he's starting in our hometown, the Bronx, and he's to Brooklyn next. Brooklyn stand up. Y'all get out there, make sure your support, and then we have Queens and Staten Island, and any way that we're able to help that stuff grow and grow with them. I cannot wait. I mean, hopefully we can have a panel with the kids and talk about how podcasting goes and,
for the city,
and having relationships with your friends and getting out and doing things and being positive in that nature. I want to contribute in some form.
Yes,
of
absolutely.
I want to be a part of that. So, guys, thank everyone. I want to thank everyone who showed up today.
Yes.
We had close to 600 and some change here. All the people that donated towards, going to PAX, super chatted and that purchased merch and purchased pillows. All of that stuff is rolled into it. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. For everybody that is going to PAX, again, Thursday through Saturday, we're going to be there.
Yeah.
Labrie is going to be there. You get a chance to see these pillows right there in front of your face. You can see the texture and the quality there, and the Lords will be there also having a conversation with you guys. So if you want to see us at Labrie and go see the pillows and have the conversation with us, pull up. We encourage you to show up. Don't be standoffish. Walk up to us because we are family. Shake our hands, get to know us, talk. We play video games. Go to lordsofgaming.net. Get all our information because when we get it, we're dropping it.
Exactly.
Putting it right there.
Just to be clear, anybody that gets near me is gonna have to be frisked first. Thank you very much.
Shout out to Attic. Shout out to Attic. He said, "How you go 6 to 6 without me?" Listen, man, things happen. It got crazy. It got crazy, bro. You was missed. You missed the best need. Oh, I wanted you a part of that one. Oh man, Tom Henderson pulled up. It got the PS5 Pro segment is our funniest segment in a long time. So definitely, that was probably the reason. Harold was amazing. So
yeah, it was crazy.
No doubt.
We had a good day. But So remember, if anybody want to donate or send any games.
He's looking for that. Oh, you a beta boy though. You a beta boy for that.
Yes, send that. I beta boy that one right there, boy. But yeah, man, can't wait. PAX is ready. Get ready. Pack up the suitcase and get out of here on Wednesday. Straight from work. straight to work, and then come back and go straight to work. So remember, no ILP next Sunday.
Yes.
But we're going to have stuff for you all during the week.
Yeah. We're going to have some stuff for you. We have some stuff cooking up. Again, a salute to the legend, Harold Goldberg. You already know. Again, we got some stuff cooking. Stay tuned to LordsandGaming.net this week. Trust me when I tell you, stay tuned to ILP, stay tuned to this week particular fun stuff going. PAX will be cooking. Again, if you guys see us out there, be respectful, pull up, say what's up, make yourself known in a respectful way. We'll be there. We're going to get the coverage for it. We got a lot of stuff cooking there. Again, like King said, Valari will be in the building. Y'all already saw Valari's cutting them up. They look fantastic. They will be at PAX. The Lords will be at PAX. Come check us out there. Also, my DMO lovers, I will be in the booth Thursday, 1 p.m. to 3 p.m. Please pull up. You want to play DB, you want to learn about it, I will be at the Resolution Games booth. I will get the details for the booth number as soon as I get that from the team. So come check us out there. And then, again, this is what we do. So PAX East is huge for us. We're going to have a lot of coverage. Stay tuned. Like King said, we're going to drop it. When we drop, the Lords of Gaming going to be in there. And that's pretty much what I got. Anything else before we done wrap it up out of here? Good. And we'll make sure y'all go get that honey, man. You see Soft out here reading small. Yo, you stupid with that. King, you got to take. Come on, man.
What do you do? Gotta join me.
I can't with this.
Yes, feel that pillow, man.
I can't with this. Anyway. Everybody, enjoy your week unless we got super chats. Anything else?
Yeah, we got one more super chat. We got a Faculty Radical, $5 super chat. Thanks for the critical, nuanced, and insightful gaming dialogue. You guys are the best. I always learn so much. PlayStation, Diablo 4, so flipping good. Thank you, brother. Appreciate it.
Salute, no doubt. Look, that's all I got. We are out of here. Again, no ILP next Sunday. We're gonna give y'all something. Maybe in this place, we'll figure it out. We'll see how that goes. But no live ILP most likely on Sunday. But we might give y'all something. And still stay tuned during the week. It's gonna be lit. Catch y'all later. Everybody enjoy your Sunday. Peace.
Peace.